Salve a tutti.
Buongiorno, buongiorno.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone, and welcome. This is the second day. Welcome to the second day of the Innovation Training Summit 2025. Regardless this being Friday and Rome, and even though yesterday was a really packed day, we're still here alive, ready and awake. Yes, I'm looking at your faces, and I think you really are spot on. So yesterday was a day packed with content. We talked about all the interesting hot topics, and we're now going to continue with the richness of these topics because we shall continue until 6 p.m. With talks and speeches and interventions and with international speakers like yesterday as well. So plenty of things ahead of us. Obviously, if we would like to sort of schedule all the topics, we've got technological well-being, sustainability, and the training methodologies and the development of the business, which is absolutely crucial to bring businesses forward. We're going to just now show and broadcast a recap video about yesterday, and we're going to welcome Kevin Georgis and Stefano Marchese on stage to comment on the video together. So let's kick off the video. Thank you.
Grazie.
Thank you very much for the video. I'd say we had a lot of fun. I would also be curious to know how side events went yesterday. We were not there, so Stefano Marchese and Kevin Georgis will tell us all about it. A round of applause for them. Thank you. Please.
Welcome back, guys, or welcome if you are here only for the second day of the Innovation Training Summit. For some of you, this will be the third day if you participated in the welcome dinner. Some of you look very active this morning, but some of you, well, maybe they went to bed very late yesterday. So this is the goal of the training summit, the fact that you spend as many hours possible, talking to each other and doing network. Where you can see here a picture of me of the summit of last year, and you can see that I was very tired because I went to bed very late in the night because I spent so many hours talking to everybody. Today I was asked whether today is better than yesterday if I had a chance to rest, but I think that energy comes out of energy. And like Joy and Brenda said yesterday, we really felt good vibes, and I'm sorry for those of you who were not here yesterday. Well, I hope you are going to feel the same emotions today, the same we felt yesterday. We are doing something big here, and if you want to do something huge, well, obviously, you have to make a lot of efforts, and that makes you feel tired. Well, let's sum up what was done yesterday, what we did yesterday. You have watched the video. Stefano and I watched the video too, and it was very thrilling for us. It was really moving for us, seeing all these speeches, all these interventions made yesterday. The session of yesterday was dedicated to innovation. In the afternoon, we talked about business development. Today, we're going to be talking about training technology, sustainability, and well-being in the afternoon, together with other topics that will be faced in other rooms and also in the exhibition area. In the exhibition area, you will find about 30 exhibitors. 1/3 of these 30 are international companies, okay? Yesterday, we said that the goal of our organization is representing the interests of all the stakeholders, of all the network, and of all the sector of human resources, starting from talent retention and attraction, venture capital, and also organizations that decide to come to Italy to invest in training, HR, and education. A proof of that is the presence of Donald Taylor and other distinguished guests from other countries. Donald comes from the UK, some others come from US, some others from California, well, some others from the Middle East. We've watched some participants coming from Middle East, some keynote speakers. Well, this is the goal. We want to open up the frontiers. We want to open up our borders because we need to look at what is going on in Europe, in the Middle East, and in the US. Maybe next year we are going to add South America and Asia for the 3rd edition of the Innovation Training Summit. Yesterday we announced the new dates. Yes, I don't know if you noticed that, but on March 26th and 27th of 2026, we are going to hold the same event here in this very venue. So you have no excuse. I hope you keep the enthusiasm high and you come to visit us again. EFI, our organization, and the summit we have organized is the very essence, is the very nature of our business. Throughout the year, we experience different formats, all the ones you have seen and you will see, starting from the Italian map, the map of Italy. I don't know if you saw that map. It is placed very close to the welcome coffee area. There is a map of our country in which you can post, in which you can draw all the places in which we have been together. Well, this summit is a starting point, but is also an achievement for us. This is the time of the year in which we resume our activities, and these activities are a range of different initiatives. So next summit will be March 2026, but in the meantime, we will be around. We will be traveling around Italy. We will be again here in Rome at the end of May in an event talking about AI, envisioning new technologies, together with Entity Data and Preply, who will be the main sponsors of these initiatives. So at the end of May, you will find, well, before the end of May, you will find in the website all the necessary information to subscribe. And in October, we have scheduled another summit for October, okay? Okay, I wanted to talk about it, but please don't skip any event because we also have other events in our schedule. On March the 30th, we will have From Rome to Rome and Back. The name of the event is HR and AI Trend, okay? Well, on May the 30th, we would like to be around all Italy with our EFI in tour, FE in tour. There will be a second FE in tour. We announced that yesterday. It will be held in Padua together with Smart Competence Center, and it will be about training and how to make training more engaging, more interesting, and more active. And last but not least, together with our friends from Home Business, Fabio Cutrara is right here, and he's watching us. We organized 3 events. The last 3 FE into before the summit were about well-being. So how can firms and enterprises take care about their employees and collaborators? It was an event made of 3 appointments with 350 participants, about 30 sponsors and partners. So we counted on a very active participation and involvement, and a lot of speakers, about 60 speakers. So we decided to announce now, we would like to announce now, well, you can have a general idea of the title. It's Well-Being, Happiness 2025. Well-Being, Happiness 2025. on October the 29th, okay? So these are just some of the next appointments, of the next events. This one will be held in Milan in a village. There will be about 500 participants. You can find this information in the website of the summit. Stefano and I will try to be as available as possible after the summit. So please find us in the foyer, or well, in the exhibition area, or in the catering area, because we like to eat as well. Okay, so if you need any information, please remember that you can have a stroll in the exhibition area to take a look at the vast supply and offer in terms of new technologies. And the Bible of this summit is this QR code. If you scan this QR code, you find all the necessary information and all the announcements we have just made. So F into different activities, different initiatives can all be found here, okay? Scanning this QR code. But feel free to reach out. We are here, we'll be around, so come to talk to us. Many of you must be wondering, how can I make a post on LinkedIn? Well, you can find the instructions always here, always scanning this QR code. You will find the pictures of April the 2nd, April the 3rd, and by tonight you will also find the photos, the pictures of today. Our staff, our photographers are very quick. They never stop. They are uploading contents all the time. They can show you videos. So we are extremely thankful to all the staff and to all the people around us in EFI. So please use this QR code to find everything you need. Yesterday night, we said that one of our main goals is disseminating training, is spreading out training. And if you have any report, any information that can be useful for our HR organization, B2C, B2B, doesn't matter, well, you can upload your report using this QR code, and the public database will be published, will be created to spread and disseminate your reports, and those reports will be available to everyone. So if you don't know us, we were founded in June 2023 after experimenting things in the 6 previous months. This organization was created by Stefano and I, and we are supported by Parte Media PM. I can see here part of the team of Fluida Comunicazione. They manage all the communication part of Gioia and Gwenda. They will be here with us supporting our tasks in the main stage. The last operational information, if you only speak Italian or if you only speak English, don't worry, because you can use simultaneous translation. This event is being simultaneously translated. So please take the headset. You will listen to translation. Okay, it's a simultaneous one.
Headphones right now, but only speak English if you want everything to be translated, because Italian is not your native language or you don't understand it. In where you can leave your clothes, there are also headphones that you can wear, and we have live interpreters that can translate everything for you.
You love to speak in English, huh?
Inclusivity.
Okay, last but not the least, I want to say the 2 prizes that we will have at the end of the day. So, torno all'italiano e...
Okay, I switch to Italian again. Please remember that we have plenty of activities here. The showcase, startup showcase. We have also created a prize. It was launched in January, and it will be concluded after this day, so at the end of this day of work. So in the area related to sustainability, there will be a prize, an award, accessible learning and inclusive learning. This prize will be awarded to some of the startups and companies that are most relevant. Do you want to talk about the startups? Yes, you will be hearing of new startups at 11:30 in room speaker 1. In fact, these startups, they integrate all the whole ecosystem with the startups fund and venture capital funds. So if you have curiosity about these things, about the trends in HR and training, well, feel free to reach out at 5 or 5:30. Yes, the panel prize, the panel awarding will be at 5:40, between 5:20 and 5:40, sorry. And then there will be a jury composed by venture capital and experts from the world of innovation, but also the audience will be voting, okay? So both votes of the jury and vote of the audience. We do not only do fundraising, but we also deal with organizations. So we need to have users perceiving the usefulness of these solutions, sorry. And there will be we will also speak about the Accessible Learning Prize. So thank you. Break a leg for this long day ahead of you. Have a fruitful meeting. Enjoy the exhibition area, the main stage. If you are hungry, you can go to eat in the ground floor. Well, break a leg again and enjoy this day. Welcome to the Innovation Summit 2025. Have fun.
Kevin, complimenti per il lavoro che state facendo.
Congratulations for the job that you're doing, for the Well-Being Happiness Summit, for the summit that is going to be here at Auditorium della Tecnica. Congratulations to you. Also, because let's all remember that setting up something so big in terms of content is a huge, humongous work. So bringing together so many speakers, defining the topics, showing the most important hot topics, insights for the people, for the audience to be passionate about this, so that being trained, this is an incredible challenge. Over 250 speakers.
Okay.
We have some other figures apart from the ones that have been made public in the website. 55 sponsors, 256 speakers, about 2,000 participants. Yesterday we received 1,000 people, about 1,000 people coming to the Innovation Training Summit. And between yesterday and today, about 150 articles were published. So we are talking about 200 articles summing up. So we would like to thank all the people working in the press department. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. A round of applause to all of you. But now it's time for the institutions who really support the vision of Ecosistema Formazione Italia. Today we're going to have representing Minister Bernini, the Minister of Credit from the Universities and Research. Here with us is Marcella Panucci, advisor to the Minister of Universities and Research. Good morning. Welcome on stage. I'll leave the seat back to you. Fantastic. Thank you very much. Well, thank you all, and thank you. Congratulations. This event is outstanding. I've seen the program, and I think it's going to be packed with talks in all its features. On behalf of Minister Bernini, who obviously is extremely passionate about these topics, because from the moment of its establishment, we focused on certain data revolving around the innovative ability of our countries under all profiles, especially in the entrepreneurial one. And we started off with an insight. Italy is the fourth country in the world in terms of innovation. That tells us an extraordinary important reality in terms of value of scientific research that the country is able to implement in its universities, research centers with its own researchers, scientists, and so on and so forth. However, when we're looking at the data on innovation, there's a problem. The European Union Innovation Scoreboard shows that we are not so positively positioned. We are 16th out of 27 countries. In the first 1,000 enterprises which invest in R&D in Europe, it's only 44 are Italian. So how do we explain this mismatch between our great scientific ability and then the difficulty of transforming this science into innovation? Well, transformation into science and innovation is fundamental because it guarantees citizens to benefit from the outcomes of research. If I don't transform this into products and services that can be fruitful to the people, well, then people are not going to be benefiting from them. The reasons are several, but this does not mean that Italy does not have an ability to innovate, but we've got some challenges that we face. So we have talked extensively about this. There are some tools that we implemented over the course of time, and the universities are featuring a knowledge transfer. Collaborations with enterprises are increasing. We've also implemented structures thanks to the recovery fund program and partnerships as well. We've also funded scholarships and doctorates to support collaboration between enterprises and universities. According to the guidelines of the research, we've also decided to consider how these universities, we try to enhance the so-called third mission, so the ability to create patents, to create spin-offs and collaborations. However, there is something lacking. That thing that is lacking, unfortunately or luckily, because it's something that we can definitely work on, it's about the culture of people, training, education. We must aim at training our human capital in technical, scientific aspects, and so providing a good, substantial academic training and education. But we need to train them towards the new technologies, and this must be a cross-functional feature in training that touches all fields of study, not only STEMs or social sciences. We need to train them through those soft skills which allow them to change and support innovation, to build them to entrepreneurship. This training initiatives start being implemented with a certain importance, but this is not enough and must not be only limited to the academic world, but needs to widen to all the institutions and organizations where people work. This type of training and education allows to tackle two mismatches. One is about the employment, and this is a mismatch which oftentimes is recorded in Italy between demand and supply of work and vacancies. We often hear companies saying they don't find the right skills because training does not allow to transform those skills into what the company requires. But it will allow us to bridge that mismatch that we talked about earlier, about that scientific ability and innovative ability. Only through people who've got the culture of enterprise, the culture of organization, the culture of technologies and their application, that we will be able to bridge that mismatch. And I wish so that through events of this kind, but also through the work that your association carries out, we are able to carry out this training process for the people, to accompany them throughout their work life through trainings provided by universities, schools, but also by the enterprises and other training centers and education centers that can accompany people over this journey. And definitely this journey will help our country to grow in its innovative ability and to gain better positions, those positions that it certainly deserves thanks to its ability. I would like to conclude, and I wish you fruitful proceedings and wish you all a wonderful continuation of this gorgeous event. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this intervention.
Because we have our first international guest of today. So please welcome to the stage the Vice Dean of Florida International University, Diane Newman. Un applauso per Diane. Good morning, nice to meet you. And the Professor of Positive Organizational Planning and Management of Florida International University, Sandro Formica. Welcome.
Thank you.
The stage is yours.
Okay, let's see. Oh, beautiful. Hold on. How are you feeling? Hello. Welcome. Good morning. Okay. So, get ready, because today we are going to do something very practical, and we're going to have fun together. And our idea is this: to apply something at the university level that can be used in companies, in organizations. So we are going to be demonstrating to you something that you might bring to your organization. So let's get started here. We are talking here about self-management and managing others. And how are we going to do it? But before how, we need to talk about the why of it and the what. So let's go with the next. Basically, we want you to know that without emotional intelligence, which is not just a soft skill, but it's a game changer, we cannot do much in our organizations. So we need to be emotionally intelligent in order to practice what we are going to share with you. So are you emotionally intelligent? Yes or not? Okay. Who says no? Nobody. Wonderful. Okay. So this is where all started. This is the two of us. Actually, it's a real picture. We have a beautiful campus, as you can see. We are surrounded by water. Please come and see us in Miami. And we generally take one walk every week for an hour. And that is the walk that allows us to think out of the box and actually come up with great ideas. For example, in this case, we were walking and saying, why don't we create a leadership major within our school? And so we started thinking about it, and here we are. 3 years later, our major is the one with the greatest number of students attending it. So you see, at times it takes courage, and you need to get out of your organizations and experience something in a different setting, possibly in nature, and you will see what kind of ideas you can come up with.
Sandro says that as if the idea was instantly something I agreed to. It was not. He calls it leadership here, but if you look at the courses that we have listed, they were personal growth courses, they were well-being courses, team building courses. Hospitality management never had anything like that in their curriculum. But he encouraged, and I said, okay, let's give it a try. And that's one of the messages I want you to get, is that if you believe in this, whether it's in your organization or in your institution, to give it a try. So now we have this major. Students have to choose any 4 of the listed courses there, as well as everyone who has a degree in hospitality management has to take at least one of these 4 courses.
Now, it's not only an issue of content, it's also an issue of delivery. How we deliver these courses is not a frontal lecture like blah, blah, blah. It doesn't work. We know that. So, for example, this is one of my courses, personal empowerment, and they are doing a role playing. Okay. And Diane's courses are even more experiential. Here, she teaches team building, and here we go. People have to support others, jumping walls and things of that nature.
So we want to give you a little demonstration. This is one of the skill sets that we would teach, and we want to show you the way we would do it. With more time, of course, we would have more interaction from the audience. We're going to talk about effective listening skills and win-win problem solving. We're going to first talk about what not to do. You know, I was here yesterday and the speakers were fabulous, but they all were talking about AI. What happens to human skills? So let's not forget to work on the competencies needed. We're going to do a little demonstration. Sandro will be a colleague of mine, and he's going to talk to me, and I'm going to do a few of these roadblocks. The roadblocks stop him from feeling heard, from feeling validated, and from facilitating his own problem solving. So let's watch what happens. Sandro, how are you doing?
Great. However, at work, I don't feel I have a good relationship with my boss because he relates to me only when there is something wrong. Basically, you know, the other day he asked me for a report. I gave it to him, and he said, well, I don't like this. You have to change that, etc. I rewrote it, and I sent it to him, and I didn't get any feedback. So it seems like that when there is something wrong, he is very specific at pointing it out. But when I do something right, I don't get any feedback.
Stop whining, Sandro. Can't believe you need so much attention here. You know, you get a paycheck. What else do you want?
Okay, well, I want to tell you also that there is, in our environment, there is a very toxic type of culture. It seems like people are bad-mouthing each other, and they want me to bad-mouth others. And I'd like to be in an environment that is supportive, not that is so unsupportive.
Let me give you some advice. Just go to work, get your work done, get your social needs outside of work. You'll have friends, they'll be supportive, they'll be interested in you. You don't need to get that at work. Show them the roadblocks. Okay, wasn't I delightful? So maybe you've noticed which ones. I had one, let's see, it was number 8, name calling. You know, don't be so whiny. And also giving advice is another one, giving solutions. Obviously, we could go through all of these. Think about which ones you typically do, even if you're well-intended. But it's not really what we're trying to teach, to give somebody the feeling that they're being heard. So then, if not that, what do we do? So let's move on to assisting skills. We have 5 of them. The first one is attending. I'm not on my phone, I'm looking at him. Silence. Acknowledgments, that's giving a little non-evaluative response that says I'm following. Door openers, go on, tell me more. And active listening, which we will demonstrate, which is reflecting back the content and the feeling of what he's saying. If I get it right, he'll acknowledge that. If not, he'll correct me. So let's try it again. This time, Sandro will be talking to me as his supervisor or his boss. It's even harder when somebody has a problem with you personally, not to get into the roadblocks or not to feel a little defensive. Let's watch how this goes. So Sandro, you said you wanted to talk to me. What's going on?
Well, you know, I feel like you interact with me only to tell me what I can do better, what I did wrong, and I don't feel much appreciation on your side.
So you're disappointed? You're disappointed that I don't acknowledge your good work. I only seem to point out the things you don't do.
Yeah, I'm disappointed, a little sad, actually.
So it's not motivating for you, yes?
No, it isn't, right.
Mm-hmm. What else? Anything else?
Well, I feel that the environment that you should be managing, it's a little toxic. I mean, there are people who are chit-chatting and saying nasty things about each other, and I don't feel like coming to work in this type of environment.
So the culture, the workplace is a little toxic,
Definitely.
and it doesn't feel that you don't feel enthusiastic about being around everyone.
No, I don't feel excited about coming to work, actually.
And you'd like me to be doing something to fix that, or to at least attempt to fix that.
Yeah, you're the boss.
Okay, I hear you. Are you willing to do a win-win problem solving to see if we could come up with a solution that would work for you and also work for me?
That would be wonderful, actually.
Okay, good. All right, let's do a demo here of what that win-win would look like. Let me tell you that just the listening without moving into win-win often is enough. People are thrilled to feel, I was heard. Somebody talked to me and I heard exactly, and they listened to what was going on. We put this 0-step stage setting. When I asked Sandro, are you willing to do a win-win problem solving? Many people are in relationships that are, I lose, you win. Meaning, whatever you want, Sandro, I don't care if it works for me or the company, I just want to keep you happy. Other people are in relationships, I win, you lose. Sandro, if it's not working for you here, you might as well leave. I win, you lose. Let's try I win, you win. He agreed. That's all I need to go on to the first step, defining needs. This is the most difficult and most important step because you have to make sure you heard what he said. So I have this very fancy whiteboard here. Watch this. But I need you to tell me what his needs were.
Come on. What do you think my needs were? Needs for? To be heard? For? Huh? More feedback. Motivation.
Wait a minute. On the more feedback, I heard he got feedback from me. He wants more positive feedback. So let's put that in there.
Okay. Well, I also maybe needed support.
What kind of support?
Well, support from my boss. Maybe I had a need for safety and security at work, you know, and because it's a toxic environment and I feel I want to be safe at work.
So I heard also that you wanted the culture to be more connected.
Right.
And a little...
A need for connection, absolutely.
Among the whole team, not just you and me.
Right.
The team.
Emotional support, okay, thank you.
Culture.
Okay, yeah, got it. Okay.
How about my needs? I'm the boss. I need two. I don't want to lose Sandro because then I have to find somebody else, and he's actually a very good employee. But I also have other people. I can't be thinking about his needs all the time. I've got a lot of other things to do. So I'd like to keep him happy, but I also don't want it to take up too much of my time. And I have to keep my boss happy. So my needs, what did you hear me say?
Well, I think you have a need for productivity.
Okay.
You have a need for accountability to your boss. Efficiency, maybe.
Okay.
Okay.
Did anybody hear anything else? Anything else that I said my needs were?
Going.
I want empathy. He wants empathy. He wants empathy. I want to keep him. I want to keep Sandro. Okay, let's go on. We've defined the needs. Now we brainstorm solutions. Trust me that this is going to go on long and long and long if we didn't have a little short period of time to present. So we'll do a mini version to show you the brainstorming. The important thing to remember is, at this point, do not judge or evaluate or make any comments. So do you have any suggestions of what we could do?
Okay. I'd love to maybe meet weekly, and so that you can tell me what I do right as much as you can tell me what I do wrong, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
I don't mind meeting weekly. I just don't want to have to be the one to remember everything you're doing right and wrong. But I wouldn't mind you telling me what you've accomplished or what you're struggling with. So I'm okay with something along that lines. Meet to review accomplishments.
Okay.
What else?
Thinking about, for the toxic environment, why don't we meet once a month, everybody, in a safe environment, and we share what our problems are, and we talk openly.
Okay, so kind of a team meeting or team building.
Okay.
Monthly, you said?
Yeah, monthly.
Okay. How about you just resigning? I mean, it's not seeming to work out for you. You don't seem to be happy here. You should be happy where you work. How about you resigning? Let's put that up there. Sandro resigns. Anything else?
No, I think we can move on.
In the interest of time, let's move on. Next step is we evaluate. And the trick here is if any of these solutions aren't good for both of us, we cross it off the board. So let's see this first one. Meet weekly for positive feedback. Doesn't work for me. I don't want to have to remember everything you've done. So I'm sorry, but that goes away. Isn't this board so great? How do you feel about meeting weekly, but you come to me with your accomplishments?
That's okay.
We could leave that. This team meeting, monthly meeting, working on team building, I could actually do that. That happens to be something I'm comfortable with. How about you resigning? Are you interested?
No, I don't really want to resign. I mean, I'm willing to give it more time and see if something works out.
I'm glad to hear that because I don't want you to resign either. You're a valuable employee and I'd like to keep you here. Okay, we have 2 solutions left. Any solutions that you have left that you've agreed on, you don't have to do. The next step is choose. Do you want to choose both of them or one of them?
Both of them, yeah.
Okay. The 5th step is the most important. If you don't want this all to be wasted, you have to figure out who does what when. Otherwise, we had a great idea, but we didn't do anything with it. So starting when should we do this?
I would say next week we start the weekly evaluation, and by the end of the month we start the monthly. Is that okay?
I'm okay with that
Okay,
too.
fine.
And the last step. People don't like to feel like their solutions are written in stone and they'll have to do this forever. So let's make an agreement that we'll meet again, what, a month, 2 months, 3 months?
I think every 3 months will be okay.
And check in how we're doing on this problem. Is he feeling safer? Is he feeling more appreciated? Does he feel the environment, the toxic environment, is getting better? We'll check that out. Is it working for me and is it working for him?
So the issue here is, first of all, if there is something you want to improve at your organization, you got to be clear about that. We were clear that we wanted to start a major in leadership, in positive leadership, and we did. We knew that there were new competencies. Look at this. I mean, just the listening, active listening, and win-win solutions. These are just examples, but we have created hundreds of new competencies. What about you in your organization? And also you have to have the courage to change, because there will be so much resistance. So to close here, we close with a question. Are you ready and are you willing to transform your relationships that are either you win, I lose, or I win, you lose, into relationships where there is just a win-win relationship? Are you ready? Yes or no? Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Diana. Thank you, Sandro. Thank you for your lesson.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's continue with our international focus, because we will explore how to become a learning organization. So please welcome to the stage to the Chief of AI Strategist of the Learning and Performance Institute, Ashwin Mehta. Where is Ashwin? Okay. Thank you, Ashwin. You're welcome. And to the co-founder of Learn Space and European EdTech Alliance, to Svevia Busson. Yes. Ecco. Thank you.
Thank you.
The stage is yours.
Thanks. Thank you.
You go first.
Hi, everyone. We're very happy to be here today. Thank you so much for inviting us. I'm from Paris. And you, Ashwin?
Yes, you're what?
I'm from Paris. And where are you from?
I didn't even hear the question. I live in the UK. Great to be here.
Okay, and so we're here today to talk about how does the modern worker learn. And before we start, I'd love for you, Ashwin, to introduce yourself.
Yeah, so hey everybody, I am Ashwin Mehta. I am the Chief AI Strategist for the Learning and Performance Institute, which is one of the global bodies for learning and development industry. I have been in this field for many years. My focus mainly is data and artificial intelligence. and it will therefore surprise nobody to discover that I'm about to talk about data and artificial intelligence in organizations. Svenja, what about you?
My name is Svenja. As I said, I'm from Paris. I'm the founder of LearnSpace, which is a consultancy helping very large organizations become learning organizations. What does it mean to be a learning organization? We're going to talk about it in a second. And I also founded the European EdTech Alliance. It's an alliance of more than 20 countries in Europe working on education and learning technologies. So yeah, very happy to be here. So Ashwin, would you like to tell us what you think, how the modern worker learns?
So there are two kind of different perspectives in that question. Now, the first one is the modern learner, the person that is in an organization in the context of today, where we find ourselves, how we work, post-pandemic, post-artificial intelligence revolution. What does that mean for people? The second part of that is, what does that mean for organizations that are clusters or hierarchies of people? Because the two things are ever so slightly distinct. And the reason for that, for me positioning it like this, is that when we think about people, really we're talking about a creature, a sentient being, a biological entity that largely remains unchanged and has done for thousands of years. We have some nuance, we have some minor changes, but the fundamentals of that are effectively the same. But how we cope as a biological entity with the context in which we find ourselves, that is, for me, slightly more interesting because we have the complications of emerging technology, of remote working, of disconnection, of how we find information, how we process that information to make decisions that benefit our organizations. So we have two slightly different things to think about, and mainly I will focus on that second piece, which is in the modern context of an organization, we have to adapt to some of the things like data and technology that we suddenly find ourselves trying to cope with at a very rapid pace when we are also very time poor. We don't have the time to do it, but we also need to cope. So my perspective on modern learning in the context of a learning organization is that we need to consider these two things separately and together as well. Svenja, what is your perspective on this?
Well, my perspective is slightly different, but it complements yours, I think. My perspective of a learning organization is an organization that develops skills of their people in a very effective way. So there is an aspect of effective learning, not just putting e-learnings out there that are not effective, but really thinking about how can we make sure our learning design is good enough so that people really live an entire experience and not just a single training. So learning experience is super important. Designing for engagement, super important to engage our learners. Second of all, culture. Culture is super, super important because I really think that if you don't have a learning culture or a culture that enables people to learn, with managers being willing to let go of their people for 1 day, 2 days, 10 days per year, so that they continuously learn and develop themselves, you can't be a learning organization if you don't have the appropriate culture. And my third point would be having a skills-based thinking. Thinking about skills rather than thinking about diplomas or thinking about careers in a very traditional way. Think about skills and build a skills-based organization. I strongly believe in that because having a reflection about skills-based recruitment, skills-based learning and development is much more important nowadays than thinking about your diploma or your very static and gradual career. That's my take. What do you think?
This part of this session is, it's a session of dialogue. So we're going to go back and forth with some of the similarities and differences in our opinions. And hopefully that makes for a rich discussion. So the first thing I'm going to tease is the thread of learning intervention efficacy. So what he was saying, the very first point was we need to have learning interventions that work. And I'm going to challenge that ever so slightly because my perspective on modern learning organizations is that there may be in the future, there is no specific need for a learning event, a learning intervention, a learning department that structures what we call learning. Because people are able to access information in a way that is targeted to their context, that can be accessed in real time when they need it, and they are able to problem solve with a rich corpus of information. And if that is true, to some degree, the learning event is no longer the primary source of learning in an organization. We have a mixture. We have the thing that you do on the job. We have the thing that you do socially with your peers. We have the thing that you do in an event. All of these things kind of come together. So the question there, if we think about the efficacy of an intervention, do we need that intervention to be the primary source? And if we don't, how do we measure efficacy when we look at learning across all of these different things that I've described?
Yeah.
What do you think?
Yeah, I'd love to give an example. Because when I talk about learning efficiency, I'm talking about having a look at cognitive neuroscience, for example. What does cognitive neuroscience tell us about how our brain learns? We learn best through social learning. We learn best when we are engaged in our learning, when we participate actively. And I want to give an example at Google, because what Google put in place for their internal learning is not formal learning, as you describe. It's more of a peer-to-peer learning network inside the organization that's called G2G, Googler to Googler. And they basically teach each other things. So each time you need to learn something, you put a request on their platform and you say, I need to learn that skill. Who in the organization knows and is an expert, recognized expert in that skill, and could take some time to teach me some of the things he knows or she knows? And so more than 80% now of learning inside Google is through that peer-to-peer learning network. And I think it's wonderful, but again, it poses the question of how do you measure the efficiency of that? But I think it's much more efficient to do it this way, through social and peer-to-peer learning, than traditional, static, top-down ways of training.
And to add to that, we now have the possibility of social learning with an entity that is not another person. So we have the capability to engage with virtual agents, to talk back and forth, to do Socratic questioning, to find out information, even with voice. We can talk rather than just type. So we have this emerging concept of kind of pseudo-social learning. So it's still activating the same kind of pathways as social learning, but we're not actually interacting with a person. So that starts to make life very interesting, because it starts to lead us down a road of what is learning technology strategy? What should we be doing in terms of the things that we implement to enable these kinds of learning to happen in an organization?
So do you think that in the future we will have our personal AI, like tutors, that will be constantly in our pockets and answering all of our questions? Will that be enough, do you think, to learn?
Two things. In the future, no. We have it now. That's not a future question. Pretty much everybody here has one in their pocket right now. So yes, we can absolutely do that. The second thing is, will it be enough? And we are all creatures that go out. We have a hunger to learn. We have a burning desire in our minds to better ourselves. Is interacting with one person ever enough? If it was, nobody would be here right now. We need stimulation from society, from every source of information that we can possibly get. So I don't think it will be enough, but I think it will be one of the things that makes up the rich web of learning and learning technology that we have. So let's move from social learning, which is a slightly smaller concept, to the kind of bigger concept of the importance of culture.
Yes.
Which was another thing that you mentioned.
Exactly.
Would you describe that?
Yes. So I really strongly believe in the culture part. I strongly believe that in the hierarchy of an organization, if people are not convinced that learning is important nowadays, they are bad CEOs, in my opinion, because learning is absolutely key. Skills are evolving so fast, and people need to learn, relearn. They need to unlearn many things, many things, because everything is evolving so fast. So learning becomes absolutely key. And when I still see top managers or CEOs that don't believe that they should hire up their learning and development budget, I'm angry at them, because it's so important to develop the skills of your people, especially now, especially nowadays, because skills are evolving so fast. So the culture, I want to give you an example of an organization, Saint-Gobain. It's a very large international company based in Paris. And what they do, they really want to promote learning and make it something extraordinary in the organization. So they organize what they call the uni-campuses. These events are week-long events open to all employees in the organization, and it's something that creates some sort of FOMO, because there are not that many spots for their uni-campuses weeks. And during these weeks, learning is celebrated. You have workshops with top experts from the organization. You have big parties at the end of the week, and people really want to participate in these weeks, and they're fighting for a spot. And they really made it like something like an honor. It's an honor to participate to these learning weeks, and they have several per year, and every employee wants their spot. And I think that's something that can contribute to a culture where learning is gratified and where you really want to learn. What do you think?
Absolutely, and I kind of agree, and I also go back and forth occasionally on this topic. And the topic that I go back and forth on is that, yes, we need a culture where learning is permitted, where learning is celebrated, where it is something to be valued. But at the same time, I don't believe in the kind of business support disciplines that all say, I work in safety, we need a safety culture. I work in security, we need a security culture. I work in learning, we need a learning culture. Because that kind of promotes a business silo mentality. What we need is organizational culture to be well managed around all of these aspects which are necessary for a business to move forward. And by having that separation and saying we have a learning culture, we kind of perpetuate this idea that learning is not necessarily fully aligned with business objectives. What we should be thinking about is the business performance, business culture, and making sure that we align all of the activities that we do to the things that matter holistically for an organization. So I go back and forth on the idea of learning culture versus organizational culture, but an organizational culture that makes learning happen, makes it important, makes it endorsable, is going to be one that does promote the skills that are necessary, the attitudes that are necessary to find information and to do the things that a worker needs to do in their job. So I'm kind of on the fence on this one.
Now, I fully agree with you that learning should be measurable and should be linked to a business, criteria or business goal. But sometimes it's so difficult, and that's really the €1 million question: is how do you link the business outcome with a training that you've done, or a peer-to-peer lunch with someone in the organization? It's so difficult. Sometimes it can take years. If you are trained on, I don't know, you have a training on empathy or how to communicate clearly with your peers, how can you measure that? And this skill is absolutely key. And it's not necessarily something that you can link with a business outcome right away. So I agree this is super important, and we need to think about it as L&D folks, but it's the most difficult thing in my opinion.
I'll give an example. The last couple of years, I've done this project for clients maybe 3 or 4 times, building a data model that takes you from intervention through the business things that you can actually measure, doing experimental things like pre- and post-testing, A/B testing, experimental design. All of these things lead you down the road of being able to build a data model that takes you from intervention-level data or anything you do in the business through to tangible things that you can measure that eventually lead to the concept of being able to relate every factor, or a lot of factors, that have an impact on share price, on sales volume, EBIT, any of the things that matter to a business. So it's absolutely possible. If you think it's a €1 million question, please give me €1 million and I'll do it for you. But it's realistic. It's something that you can do with a finite project. So if you're interested, message me afterwards. Go for it.
All right. The third point was about the skills.
Yeah.
And I'm convinced that we need to go through a skills-based transformation. We need to stop thinking about jobs in a very linear way. We need to stop thinking about careers in a linear way. We need to stop thinking about recruitment only based on someone's degree. I think this is from yesterday. We need to think about skills-based organizations, mapping the skills of the next people we want to recruit, mapping the skills of people we have in the organization right now. And that's what L'Oréal did a couple of years ago. And they went through a complete revamp of their culture in that regard, and they are now becoming a skills-based organization, mapping more than 600 skills across the organization, asking people and their managers and their teams to map their skills. And right now, more than 50% of the employees already did that work. And I think this is the future. What do you think, Ashwin?
So the language of skills-based organizations, the language of taxonomies and ontologies and all of these things will be familiar to many of you. The emerging language in the artificial intelligence space is around tasks and activities. So you have a task you might go back and forth with an AI agent about. Those tasks cluster into activities. You can think about automations and workflows. You can also think about task fit, where a machine does something well, the machine should do that thing. Where a human does something well, the human should do that thing. And that leads to a kind of a reconceptualization of how we structure our organizations. How does that relate to skills? That's a very good question that you need to think about. I'm not going to give you necessarily that answer because it differs from organization to organization. But the language of tasks, activities, competencies, proficiencies, behaviors, and skills are slightly different in the data, and they don't necessarily fully match unless you make the effort to make sure that they correlate. So when you're implementing these kinds of ideas, skills-based organizations, skills taxonomies, skills technology, that's something that you need to consider. I think in the future we will be talking more about activities and automations as we go through this AI revolution in the short term, and we might talk about the nature of skills and skills-based organizations at a slightly abstracted level until these things come together. So I think it's important, but it's not the only thing that's important. Mm-hmm. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree. I fully agree with you. I still think a number of organizations are still not working on that topic strongly and widely enough. And I think that in the future we will not look at your degree. Maybe we won't have any degrees in the future. What will really matter is what we did, what are the skills that we have, what are the experiences that we had in the past, and that will be much more relevant than your degree.
Absolutely. So to wrap up, we had two very different perspectives on what the future of modern learning, the future of learning, and what modern learning organizations need to do. Looking at tech, looking at data, looking at skills, looking at learning, and all of those things together coming, clustering, being in some kind of mixture that ultimately leads to this concept of organizational culture. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Svenja. Thank you, Ashwin. Thank you very much. Ora iniziamo con la prima.
Now we'll have the first roundtable of the day, and we will talk about AI, which we've talked about a lot during this event. Of course, we'll invite a number of experts. Moderating the conversation, we have Ernst & Young equity partner, Nadia Alejani. A round of applause for Nadia. Welcome, Nadia. I'll leave you the floor. Thank you for being here. I want to thank Effie for inviting us. We'll spend half an hour talking with some guests. I would like to invite Elisa Zambito Manager of Education Ecosystem and Global Value Programs for Intesa Sanpaolo. Angelo Deiana, President of Confassociazione and the Italian Observatory for AI. Thank you, Claudio. Claudio Erba, Founder and Chief Innovation Officer for Docebo. Welcome. And then Ferdinando Lore, Group Learning and Corporate Academy of Engineering. Good morning, everyone. We'll spend 30 minutes talking to our guests about how we're living a time of hype for AI. We want to understand how AI is changing the world of skills and, as a consequence, the job market and training. I would like to first ask Dr. Zambito, what does Intesa Sanpaolo think about this evolution, and how are you studying the change of the skills market compared to AI? Firstly, I would like to thank this platform for inviting us. Good morning, everyone. Firstly, I would like to mention that education programs for our group are essential because Intesa Sanpaolo really approaches the country as a financial partner, but also as a systemic bank. That means that all our training programs and any civil and cultural development programs are some of the most essential parts of our business plans, and they are rooted in our tradition and our vision of the group. In terms of your question, I would like to maybe give a brief overview of the actual context that we are starting from to then carry out solid and concrete programs that can support the country. We definitely want to target young people and young generations. I think that's essential in a country like ours, where the demographic situation is very complex. We all know that we're the second oldest country in the world. Over 23% of the Italian population is over 65. And we also have to consider that we have quite a low natality rate and birth rate, and it's low and it's getting lower. And that means that only 13% of the Italian population is between 16 and 34. Let me get to the skills part of the conversation. Something that we've noticed is that there's a mismatch between demand and offer in terms of jobs, and that's particularly significant. It's increased by 18% over the past 2 years. And if you consider the youth unemployment high rate, which is about 20% in 2024, that means that over 100,000 young people in 2022 and 2023 left our country, and only a third of them came back. So that's the situation, which is particularly complex at the moment. So our bank is not able to stand still. We can't just do nothing. So, of course, we understand that there's a mismatch, and we think that one of the most significant causes is that academic and curriculums programs are not in sync with what companies need when they're hiring. In 2023, we found 2.5 million profiles of people who were unable to be hired. And when you consider the high unemployment rate that I was mentioning earlier, that, of course, is a complex situation. So what we wanted to do was to support the situation as best we could. We wanted to analyze it, and we developed an observatory for the evolution of skills, and we did that with Luis Guido Carlo University, which, as you know, have always aimed at understanding the needs of companies. And we involved over 800 companies. The observatory was launched in 2023. And the goals that it had and still has were to discover the need for skills and skills regeneration for industries that represent us at the world level that need to be updated in terms of their skills. And then the need for skills for new businesses that become strategic aspects for our countries, that we don't have any profiles that are trained for these jobs. What we are doing is we are reporting all our findings. We are carrying out interviews through the observatories. We have a very structured approach, and we involve companies of all sizes across all industries. And we do that through surveys, focus groups, direct interviews, which I'm also involved with the research team. The next report is focusing on a particular aspect. It will be launched on May 15th, and the topic is AI and human jobs, so new skills in the time of AI. What we're trying to monitor with this report is how important it is to implement AI across all companies, across all industries, and we are finding that there is a need across all companies to do that. You can't get away from that. All companies must get familiar with this new technology. And this new technology is different from all others because it impacts all departments across all companies. And so it has an impact on all employees. And it also requires a significant transformation by companies. We used to have hierarchies of companies in the past, but now all of them are impacted by AI, and their skills also are. And this requires a constant commitment because the market keeps changing, keeps evolving, and it's doing it very fast. This new research will address the impact of AI on a number of dynamics. One of them will be company and corporate performance. And we will ask what AI is doing for this. Is it helping our turnover or isn't it? Is AI helping us improving operational efficiency? Is it helping us decrease costs? Is it helping us in these aspects? We're also considering the social aspect. So is this new technology helping us with human relationships? We know that they are ever more impactful and determining. So we talk about relationships between staff in a company or relationships with external stakeholders. The other essential focus is our focus on personality growth for individuals. Of course, we are committed to analyzing in depth what soft skills are and how impactful they are. We're talking about this with students in high school and in university because we think that this is a very important new technology, and we need the future Italian leadership to be ever readier and readier to address this need for soft skills. Just to wrap up, the last thing we're focusing on with our research is to monitor another important aspect. We know that this new technology and the digital transformation before that changed the learning structures and modes radically for all generations. We speak about new generations, but the way they learn and the way we learn have changed for all of us. So we have to really start asking ourselves, what will be the future of education? So we have carried out these research with the observatories and engaged many people in the institutions, not-for-profit organizations, because we do think that we need to get ready to work with the institutions to really understand how the future of education will change. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Zambito. Thank you, Intesa San Paolo, for your important contribution on the job market in terms of analyzing the ecosystem. You addressed two important aspects, how the world of skills is changing and how learning is changing. And then on the other hand, how companies are changing and the way they work within each company. You addressed the mismatch between demand and offer in terms of skills, which is something that we consider to be very important, and we need to get ready for a world that we're not entirely prepared for. So I wanted to ask Dr. Diana, in terms of the National Observatory for AI, what do you think? What do you think the new learning modes will be and learning methods will be? How will they change with AI?
Bellissima domanda. Thank you. First of all, this is a beautiful question. Let me thank Ecosistema Formazione Italia. In order to answer this question, we need to start from this assumption. Sophisticated multi-agent AI has already been present for 15 years. 75% of exchanges in financial markets are managed by algorithms and neural networks right now. Well, that means that we already took this step forward. What was the problem back then? These machines, let's call them machines, had a specific type of knowledge that worked in this way. Prompt engineering, you ask a question, then you needed to know the machine in order to ask it such a question, and then you needed to check the output, the answer. But this new generative AI is much less sophisticated. It has limits when it comes to what we have in the finance and climate sectors. But it has a competitive advantage, an extraordinary one. It uses a natural language. So there is no technological gap. It can skip a step. You ask a question and you need to ask it properly. But then you don't need to know the machine anymore. You just talk with it as if you were talking with someone else. Let me go back to what Ms. Zambito said. Cultural governing is the answer. This is a cultural process. Following speakers will say, with more preparation than me, that quality of data is always key. Let's say that ChatGPT or Copilot or any other AI, generative AI, were trained only with books. Before the revolution of Copernicus in the 15th century, then the knowledge would have been much different, including what was available back then. But the learning process has changed, and that has always been the case. When we started with the oral tradition, then written tradition, then mobile printing characters, and then the leap of search browsers. You remember the analytical index at the end of the books? We don't need that anymore. So now we are in front of another leap on 3 different levels. First, we need to be able to ask properly the right questions. We might have major issues and parameters, but the point is always looking for statistically, looking for the words that are close to it in meaning. So instead of just asking generic questions, be more specific. Look yourself up on the web, if you're present on the web. For example, if you work in the finance sector, you need to ask, would you please give me an answer to this question as if I were the head of a bank? So the system will avoid all the information that is not relevant. So prompt engineering is fundamental. Second point, we need to work on learning processes that can be part of the governing culture of the future. And let me say this to conclude. We have two main elements. Scientific literature says that 80% of our daily activities is based on ordinary activities. Whether we are miners or surgeons, 80% of it is just ordinary. When it comes to STEM or other subjects, algorithms or machines can replace all of these routine activities. That's it. We have only 20% left of more sophisticated activities in our lives, and that is made of two more things. Complex problem solving, so the way we use our culture to solve problems in an analogical way. So a higher level of skills is necessary. And this is something that has already happened in the past. The D'Azeglio government, end of the 20th century, needed to resign because of this reform bringing the mandatory education from primary school to the so-called middle school in Italy, so 3 more years after primary schools. Machines are now being trained to recognize faces, emotions, nervousness. If you try to be very kind with generative AIs, you will receive more accurate responses because they are being trained on this. Soft skills are fundamental because machines have no soul in the end. So empathy, relational, personal marketing, the ability to do personal branding, all this emotional intelligence will lead to so-called technological replacement, and that's something that has already happened in the past as well. I'm really going to conclude now with this. A person that I admire very much, Warren Buffett, a person that I personally met, a very wise man, 94 years old. He did only 3 investments wrong in 70 years. It's like an oracle. The key message is this. If gold starts falling from the sky, you need to put a bucket out of the door, not just a spoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Diana. We've talked about skills. We've discussed how we should focus on soft skills. And we were talking about this in the backstage. We think that STEM will lose their appeal in the job market. I would like to ask Dr. Erba now, how will the world of training and education change, and how can we provide advanced technology solutions so that companies can provide the skills that are needed to move forward with their business?
Is it working? Yes. We need AI maybe to know this. First of all, let me give a bit of context about my area of expertise, which is not as wide as the ones of my colleagues. I retired, but what I used to do was e-learning training for companies. This was my job. And we have 3 main topics, I would say, here. We all agree that e-learning sucked and still sucks, right? I listed a company in the stock exchange market for e-learning, so I can say this. It sucks. And why is that? The problem was identifying the skill gaps. Everything was linked to routine activities, with performance evaluation activities where the personal opinion of managers were fundamental. The way they were rating the work of employees. The company I founded had 1,000 employees, and the worst team, sorry if I'm using these terms, but the worst people had very good sales results. But they were demotivated, they didn't have the right manager. The manager was just being very bad with them. Now the problem has, I'm not going to say solved, but now we have much more data available. So when we use AI, we can really see how I reply to my clients, how I interact in a sales call, because I can record all of the calls. I spoke with a company that does this earlier on, and I said, what you do is very precious because you have much more data. It's not just a text. AI is trained on a text. But if you have human conversations, you have a totally different value. So now we can use AI as a sort of dog looking for the place to go, the thing to find in the different companies, what is not working. So data is now being used, and now AI is, getting stronger every time we do this. However, there is something that we pretend is not existing. The way I train people. The e-learning management system or any other platform start from a basic assumption. Passive training. Someone boring like me, and you just shut your mouth and listen to me. But maybe she loves listening to podcasts. Another one prefers to read slides. And otherwise prefers a micro science fiction about cybersecurity as if he was watching Netflix, and that's how this person learns. How do we know this? With data. So we can train agents that train us depending on who we are, what works for us, what we prefer. That's the problem in the industry. Yesterday we had a happy hour with a venture capital group. They're still working, they didn't retire like me, but what they have, and it came out in the conversation, is just point solutions. They said, okay, we can do this kind of sparring to learn how to sell. Another one in which we learn soft skills. So different companies to perfectly solve a single problem. But Banca Intesa cannot do this in the procurement office with 40 learning solutions that cannot be aggregated and work together. So the solution of Agentive, so agents that create outputs, can be the right solution. Where this can be done, I don't know. I didn't have time to solve this issue because I was busy playing golf, The problem of routine activities. Well, what you said was fantastic, by the way. Very high level. Routine activities. I registered my first internet dominion in 1998. PowerPoint was cool. Clicking with your mouse was cool back then. But then, you have layers and layers of clicks. I don't want to insult you. I don't want to downplay your work, but let me say this. Maybe you justify your work by saying, well, I'm clicking here, I'm clicking there, and I'm doing my job just by clicking with my mouse. AI is doing something different. We have AI agents that automate activities that have no value. In order to concentrate on problem solving, you said everything. I could leave because you said everything already. Problem solving, soft skills, and I would add strategy. Strategy is fundamental. My job is to be a strategist. I don't just click on things. That's the added value. So you have agents, you add them in your KPI with your existing softwares to do activities that maybe required many clicks, and that was all. We know that in order to describe a group of office managers for these video courses of IT uses, you just need to map this course, the group of people, associate data. It's just 1 hour of clicking and clicking on different things. And you can also choose what you prefer or not. So that's the difference between workflow that is not discretional and AI agent that can be. So what is going to happen in the future? AI will do all of this very well, and it's going to replace the software that it is now supporting. This is it.
Perfetto, intanto grazie dottor.
Amazing. Thank you so much. You've talked to us about how the world will change and is already changing now in terms of training and learning. I would like to ask Dr. Lore from engineering to talk about engineering programs and how they're dealing with these changes.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks for listening. Thanks for coming. And thanks for the very interesting speeches just made by our colleagues. Now, I don't want to tell you how companies and how training will change with AI. I'd rather tell you about two very practical case studies. In my opinion, they are both very interesting to me and to the rest of my team because we deal with training of about 50,000 people around the world who are truly supporting us in this. We have always been obsessed with digital transformation, a vertical digital transformation, a very specialized one. So we focus on professional training. As a consequence, a great part of our budget is dedicated to consultants and professors who help us transfer technology, to help us do a technology transfer. In fact, our company aims at young people or people to be skilled or upskilled. I've always thought that if we had found a way to make sure that our knowledge was disseminated through generations without any need of engaging professors, but rather starting a peer-to-peer learning process, probably we would be developing a lot our ability to carry out and to offer, to facilitate training. So we created a generative AI tool allowing our ambassadors, through a very simple script word, they can even record. Well, it allows them to use AI to create micro-learning that we develop in post-production, in post-editing, sorry, and we make them available through AMS. By doing so, we have created the right conditions for knowledge diffusion and dissemination by reducing to the minimum the effort required to those people who need to teach, so professors and consultants. So this may seem trivial, but for us this is very important. We have a company population distributed all over the world, so using a click, but by just clicking, we can make a simultaneous translation, or we can also integrate the micro-learning we have just developed to keep it up to date. This process is really working well, considering the return on the investment, because obviously we are cutting here many rings of the value chain. It is creating room for participation, and we are now discovering very talented colleagues who possess important competencies and skills we didn't know before. And this is just the first example. This is only the first example. Now, in line with what was said before by the colleagues, we have talked about a range of competencies, a range of skills that may seem a provocation, but actually the enabling factor at the moment to use AI is a competence that has nothing to do with technology. We have talked about soft skills, problem solving. Well, we are doing training regarding critical thinking. Why do we do that? Well, because as we can count on several and simple AI tools that reduce the technological gap that brings you to use the tool, in this very moment, the most important thing to us is making sure that our people can collect and transform into value some half semi-processed products that can derive from our generative AI tools. And this is a paradoxically very important tool. When we talk about AI adoption, the most important thing is not knowing the tools of the AI. It is rather interpreting results to make sure that we can control them. This is what I wanted to tell you.
Yes, we are perfectly on time. I was ready to cut you off, but I didn't have to. You were all amazing and punctual, so thank you for talking to us about what's happening in the world of AI in terms of skills and education. Thank you, all of you, for providing case studies of big Italian companies, and thank you for listening to us, and Effie for inviting us. I will leave the floor to you.
Allora,
The next talk is by an operation management professor in the Università di Studi in Rome, Tor Vergata. He's been teaching in the engineering course for 25 years, and he will talk to us about education and communication. So how important communication is in education. So we'll welcome Massimiliano Schiraldi. Here he is. Good morning. Welcome. I will leave you the podium, and your talk is training to train and to perform, the power of communication in class. Thank you. Here you have the mic. Here you can use that.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I prefer to use a hand mic. Good morning, everybody. We have a few minutes for this session, so I will need to run to cover all the content and all the information I would like to share with you. Actually, this session would require a longer time. But anyway, what is the activity we perform for the longest time in our life in being aware of that? If you think about it, you could say breathing. We breathe all the time. This is not an activity of which we are aware, because we also breathe at night when we are not aware of what we do. I will tell you what is the activity we do for the longest time in our day. Is communicating, which is different from talking. We are not always talking, but we can communicate without talking. And I think that at least each of us, well, we fight it with our partner, and we could communicate our mood by just making gestures. We communicate every time we are in a relationship. Paul Backleby said that you can make all the efforts you want, but you cannot avoid communication. In our social action, the essential tool is communication. A crucial tool is communication. Everyone knows that there are different examples of communication. Smooth communication, non-smooth communication, rough one, or, for example, misunderstandings with our parents, with our relatives, or with our friends. A common experience. Another common experience is an operational problem on the job that could have been managed much better if communication had been wiser or more adequate. Every profession experiments these problems, okay? I'm not talking about intellectual professions, cognitive professions. I'm also talking about workers in a site who fight with their colleagues. Also, the prime minister needs to pay attention when communicating with ministers or with media. So communication is a cross-cutting topic. There are professions in which communication is the pillar of the profession itself. We are in the right field here. You know, trainers are crucial. Trainers are professors, consultants, teachers. We all know that a proper communication in a room, in a class, will generate a successful lesson, a successful keynote speech. But the wrong communication in the same room, in the same classroom, will generate an unsuccessful, a tragic lesson. I think you cannot contradict what I've just said. You will have experienced the same and what I've just said. But I'm now going to tell you my personal opinion on this point. I want to be efficient, so I will tell you a very short horror story. This horror story is set in the university. I use the university because I'm a university lecturer, and that's been so for 25 years, so I know what happens in universities. Please pay attention, because I'm not going to refer to my faculty. I'm going to be talking about the university system. So this horror story is about a very good researcher who has a PhD. This researcher has published many articles on international magazines. He has led research lab. He has carried out research projects, and he has channeled millions and millions of euros in research projects. So this student, this person is so brilliant, and he gets a promotion. He gets a promotion, sorry, becomes associate professor. Well, if you are an associate professor in Italy, you are charged with a sort of compulsory learning task. It means that you are okay, you have all the conditions to teach. In my opinion, this is crazy. I don't know what you think about it, but I will give you another example from another field. It is like, it is as if we said that a person who loves cuisine is also an excellent chef. It would be the same, but we know that the two things don't coincide. If you are a chef, then you need to love good cuisine. But if you love good cuisine, you don't necessarily have to be a good chef. Okay? Knowing a subject is not enough to teach the subject. If it were enough, we could get to two conclusions. The first one is that human knowledge, everything was written and communicating regarding classroom communication would be useless, because you just needed to know a matter, you just need to know a subject to teach it, okay? So why losing time studying communication? The second conclusion is even worse, because it would mean that being a teacher is not a profession. Teaching would not be a profession. It would just be an additional activity assigned to an expert. The expert would be a teacher, the researcher would be also a professor. So why this oral story? The oral story example, I'm using that because in every university in Italy or in Europe, I'm not saying all the universities of the world, because I can tell you that in the majority of universities worldwide, professors go to a class without any notion about communication. And this problem is also about high schools, at least in Italy. In Italy, in order to be a high school teacher, a high school professor, you need to collect 24 credits. 24 credits in anthropology and learning techniques. But we are not talking about communication here, okay? You can teach philosophy, you can teach pedagogy, you can be taught about the role of teachers and professors throughout history. You can be taught about very interesting learning techniques like flipped classroom or game-based learning. You can be taught how to use technologies, the same ones we have been talking about so far. You can be taught how to train with artificial intelligence. Well, we can be taught anything we want. But if a teacher, if a professor doesn't know how to behave in a classroom, if a teacher doesn't know how to communicate, that lesson will always be unsuccessful, will always be a failure. Now, let's use the comparison with cuisine again and with chef. I've never participated, I've never attended a chef course, but I can imagine that in the very first page of any cuisine manual, they will teach you how to cook an egg. Then you can delve into that subject. You can get to know how to make a molecular cuisine. Well, techniques are everywhere. They are in cuisine, and they can also be found in teaching, in learning. The equivalent thing to cooking an egg would be being a charismatic leader. These are the laying foundations, okay? And then, obviously, you can rise up to the next levels, like molecular cuisine. compared with learning, you could have a professor who is able to do very interesting parallels and comparisons, or, for example, a professor who is able to do verbal anchoring. These are advanced techniques, like molecular cuisine is an advanced technique for cuisine in general. The problem is that a part of you, and you are a very talented audience, you are a specialized audience, you are experts in your fields, but yet the majority of you, most of you, have never heard about concentric techniques, selected communication. And this is an additional problem because there are hundreds and hundreds of public speaking and communication courses in which you are taught that you need to keep an eye contact with the audience. You can never turn around and give your back to the audience. You need to use gestures. You are taught that you need to stress concepts. Well, this is not a basic thing. This is not cooking an egg. This is like telling people how to use cutlery in a cuisine course. I will never teach participants how to use a fork or cutlery. I can take it for granted that a professor cannot turn around and give the back to their students. How many of you can cook an egg? How many of you are certain that when you cook an egg, you don't get the right result? Everyone needs to study if they want to learn something. Well, likewise, trainers need to be trained to train in a classroom, to train others. The take-home message, is the following. The next time one of your trainers goes to teach, goes to coach, or the next time you will engage a person to do training at your company, please make sure that that person knows the basis, knows the principles of classroom communication. There are communication courses made on purpose. There are books for linguistic, neuro-linguistic programming. You can learn how to make an egg, how to prepare an egg. But if you have never read about it, if you do not know anything about training, how can you be a good communicator? So that's why people need to be trained. Let's now go back to the profession of teachers. People become teacher like that overnight. But it does not function like this. People study how to be. People study to become a mason, a builder, and teacher need to study to be teacher. So all our mothers will be like 5-star Michelin chefs because they know how to cook an egg. For 25 years, I've been hearing the same. Students saying that my colleagues, the other professors, don't know how to teach because they understand nothing when they go to their courses. So please, let's return dignity to our profession, to the profession of teachers, of professors. Let's teach teachers how to teach. Let's train trainers on how to train. Thank you.
Grazie Massimiliano. Grazie.
Thank you very much, Massimiliano. You can leave the microphone over there for those who are going to be using it after you. Thanks to you. No worries.
The discussion regarding the future of HR and development and learning. We have an international guest here today with us. The founder of Speaks. Please welcome to the stage Armin Hope. The stage is yours, Armin.
So what a tough... I don't see my slides. Sorry, I don't see my slides. Okay, cool. So what a tough act to follow. I'm sorry for speaking English. Armin Hopp. I will be talking about the future of HR and L&D. My company is a people development platform. We are here. I don't want to talk about the company. I want to talk about HR and L&D and why I believe that it's not a training issue anymore in L&D. It's a transformation issue at this point in time. Let me start with the big number, 1 billion. So we're all saving stuff. We're saving money. And in this case, I want to show you someone has saved 1 billion years. This is a protein. I have to believe this. This is a protein. The thing about proteins is there are long chains of amino acids. You know that from school. And they fold up in trillions of shapes. And it takes about 5 years, a doctorate and a PhD, 5 years to unravel one of those proteins. There are 200 million proteins out there. So it's 1 billion years to unravel the mystery of all the proteins. That gives us medicine, personalization in medicine and all this. And Google DeepMind unraveled all of the proteins with an activity called AlphaFold a couple of weeks ago. So they saved 1 billion years. And my thesis is that no PhD will go away. They will just do other things. They will do more meaningful things. They will use the research. So no jobs will be lost by this. So somebody used 1 billion years. So for 1 billion years, if you had 1 billion years in your industry, what would you do with it? Or just 1,000 years, what would you do with it? And this is what I would like to discuss today. The downside, let me start with this. Automation technology in the 80s, robots, has cost lots of jobs. So the US blue-collar workers without high school diploma now earn less. They actually earn less than 15% less in real income than they did in the 1980s. That's the result of automation. And now, all things that can be spoken, everything in language, can be automated, can happen automatically now. And so the next wave is rolling in. Programming. We were all looking for developers like 3 years ago. Nobody's really looking for developers anymore. Art creation, what ChatGPT just introduced a couple of days ago, will wipe out lots of creative activities, but those people will not leave the job market. What I believe is that mediocrity will be automated. So the World Economic Forum believes that about 60% of all activities in white-collar jobs are language-related. So this is the potential for automation, 60% of activities. So if your job functions are robotic, somebody will be replaced by a robot. On the other hand, the question is if this is really a problem, because we have the demographic change, so boomers are leaving the workforce, young people want to work 4 days a week, 3 days a week. We have the 996 movement in China. So this will not necessarily lead, this automation will not necessarily lead to people losing their jobs. KPMG found that 76% of CEOs in top 500 companies are not planning to let people go just because of automation. What will happen is that 100% of jobs will change. And this is a super important thing for you in HR and L&D, because you're at the intersection of this change. You're at the intersection of people and knowledge. You will have to transform this workforce into new activities that are actually human, that are not threatened by AI. Sometimes it feels like we're going too fast, but I think the real question is if we want, for L&D, if we want to be relevant or lose relevance. I think Don Taylor brings this up in his research, highly recommended research. So this guy, the CEO of NVIDIA, he said AI agents will be managed by IT. Does your IT know that? Does your IT know they're the new HR? Do you want this to happen? You probably don't want to. This is where the challenge is at the moment. And what we're doing at the moment is we just push more learning. We just create more learning with AI just by pushing a button and create more learning because it's so easy, but it's something that hasn't worked in the past. I believe it's not about tools, it's about behavior. And this is what L&D and HR need to do, change behavior patterns in your workforce. We need to think beyond tools, we need to really build behaviors. I just want to give you one example in Speaks. Pablo is a guy who works in tender management for Speaks. We get tenders, hundreds of pages, technical descriptions for a digital platform, learning platform, and it takes them months, really, weeks and months, to analyze all the requirements in those tenders. What he did, he put everything that we had, 10,000 of pages of tenders and responses or DPAs and all those documents into one safe container with a language model, and he brought this down from weeks to minutes. The analysis, now we are producing responses to RFPs, so he saved us years. Not billion years, but he saved us years in a very specific task that we have at Speaks. And you have those tasks in your company as well. You need to find your Pablos within the company. There's a guy called Ethan Mollick in the US. He calls those people the secret cyborgs because they're somewhere hidden in your organization. Normally, you wouldn't even realize they're there. Pablo asked me if he had to use his credit card. And I said, well, no. So you can actually use my credit card for the data center that he was using. There's a great book called The Mythical Men Month that has, for 60 years, basically stood for the truth that if you add more programmers to a failing project, it will fail even more safely. It'll slow down. And this has changed. With technology, we can produce against this failure. The hottest new programming language, it's a good saying here, is English. We can talk things into existence. We can talk to a system and make things happen. Art, programming, this is something that a friend of mine did. It's just a 3D game with a fire engine in it. So where do those secret cyborgs come from? Josh Bersin talks about the rise of the super worker. We think that those people need those 4 C's in there, and it's just the 4 C's of communication, creativity, curiosity, collaboration, and the whole thing of getting this together, finding the threshold between what AI is able to do and what people can do, finding the right points of collaboration is a skill that we're still learning. And this is something that happens in L&D. Don't use consultants. They don't know anything about your company. You need to do this from within. Find Pablos. So I think it's a golden age for L&D, and you need to stop pushing courses. You need to turn around the paradigm, because we're all in this together. And I just want to give you a quick example of what we do at Speaks. We have created something that we call the AI Exchange. It's not about the product, it's just about the adoption of AI in the company. So we have lots of developers who are sort of pushing for the limits in AI. At the same time, we have administration, marketing, just like the people that work for your companies as well. So we have this twofold challenge. What we did is we created a exchange format where people like Pablo and much more trivial solutions, use cases are being presented every month. And this has led to people being open about their playing around, about there being cyborgs within the organization. And at the same time, we've created something that we call the AI crew with a lab that is really working towards goals. So we have a project, we want to use AI for RFP responses, for example. That's development work, we pay for it. We actually give those people safe spaces to work in it. So not about the product, and 2 different lines of communication for beginners and starters and for real experts in the systems. For this, we have created a strategy where I believe the most important thing is people make the difference. When technology is the same for everyone, it will be people making the difference. It's now a transformative time where we see that some companies are taking competitive advantage, but this will not last. The second thing, you need super worker mindset in your company, and of course, you need to be a tech pioneer yourself. You don't need to be a programmer, but you need to lead tech pioneering in the company. Then, of course, don't push tools just for the sake of it. Use them to actually make good value for the company. Number 5 is focus on strength and simplify everything. And number 6 is tie everything to business goals. We do this with our OKRs. If we just tie everything to our goals in the company, and that helps a lot. So on the number 7, it's a bonus track. It's create a safe space for intrapreneurs in your company. Make them happy, reward them, and give them something for it, and just ask them to come forward. It needs to be a very safe space, and psychological safety is very important. There's nothing too trivial for anyone coming forward. So, final words. It's nothing that you can really plan. So if you plan and follow this plan, you will fail. AI is a moving target, so just be agile, be curious, lead in technology. There's another thing, it's not organizations that are innovative, it's people. It's the Pablos in your organization. You need to find those people. You need to find the cyborgs in the organization. And those are typically the people that nobody knows. They're just playing around nerds. And there's so much value in those people for us as Speaks and for any other company that you know that you work for. So I truly believe that this is the golden age for L&D. It's HR in many ways is the new operating system for large corporations. And you have the power to make or break how this works. So you might want to start saving not 1 billion years, but a couple of years for your organization as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Armin. You can go for that direction. Thank you. Okay. Adesso
Very well. We now have our second roundtable of the day. We're going to be talking about how we can ally humans and AI. And obviously, this is the big dilemma. Everywhere we see many speakers, many conversations about this. We're going to be doing it with multiple guests and monitored by Simone Cosimi, who is a journalist, expert in technology and innovation. And amongst others, he is a collaborator of several newspapers, among others, La Repubblica, Wired, Italian Tech, and Vanity Fair. Applause, a round of applause to Simone, who will be monitoring this panel.
We don't have the speakers, though.
One is already here. He's the first one, and I would like to welcome him on stage. I think Alessandro is just right here, and I'll let you start this conversation, and with the other two speakers, you can introduce to them. Thank you very much.
Buongiorno a tutti. Allora, intanto chiamo Alessandro Di Massa, che era anche previsto come primo intervento.
Let me call Alessandro De Massa first of all, first speaker, so perfect, we can start with him. I'm going to stay here. And now we have the other speakers too. Good morning, Guido Saracco. And good morning, Simone Russo. So we wait for Mariano Corso from the Digital Observatory of Innovation in Milan. We don't have much time available. We're going to talk about the future of work. Mariano Corso is joining us. Good morning. Only the brave will survive. How to design the alliance between humans and artificial intelligence instead of being overwhelmed by it. It's a very important topic. Let me say this to my guests. Anthropic, the California-based company that develops one of the most well-known and most ethical AI models, made this announcement, a specific way to use it for education. It's a cloud version that, instead of giving you an answer that is ready to use, tries to use this Socratic approach, teaching students how to achieve that answer. So in the current era, we have major challenges when it comes to training. And Guido Saracco will probably tell us something about how we cognitively take information. So good morning, everyone. We are feeling artificial intelligence on our skin. We were very naive when we were talking about it in the past. I read articles that I wrote 5 years ago describing some tools, I said it's going to be good to write emails. This is what I thought. So we see the horizon of the events, but we don't know what is coming after, so we need to be ready for it in this moment, especially when it comes to society and one of the main engines of society, namely labor. In this scenario, I like the word that has been used in the title of this panel. Being brave is not just a quality, it's a need in the current era. It's a key element of how we are going to work as trainers for all of those who train and teach. And the same applies to students, people who will receive such training. Alessandro Di Massa, founder of Radical HR, an entrepreneur with a lot of experience in the world of education, the future of digital transformation. Radical HR is the first edutech that is vertical when it comes to the HR sector. He has a very long experience in this sector, founded the Talent Garden Innovation School, leader in the world of technology and innovation that is present in most European countries now. Now I'm going to introduce the other speakers. Let me go through this. Mariana Corso, co-founder of the Observatory of Digital Innovation in Milan and president of Partners for Innovation. Guido Saracco, teacher of Basics of Chemistry and Technologies and former dean of the Politecnico University in Turin. And Simone Russo, CEO of Immodrone, or Immodrone, you tell me how to pronounce it, a startup, maybe something more than a startup, I would say. He's going to show us practical examples of contemporary businesses. So I know that you made a recent survey in terms of HR, Alessandro, so give us a few figures, give us a first answer to this topic that we just introduced. Well, you introduced many different topics, to be honest, very interesting ones. When it comes to artificial intelligence and the way we learn how to use it in our everyday life, we can say that we're in front of the main topic. When it comes to HR, we made a first piece of research, AI at Work, last year with 50 big Italian companies to see how they were using AI. A year ago, another piece of research was done in May, exactly a year ago. And what we found below the surface was not that much. A lot of storytelling, we all use artificial intelligence, but then there wasn't much else. What we published last January was about augmented humanity, the future in the workplace. So, for our elderly colleagues, this is not something totally new or rocket science. Maybe you will remember the $6 million woman or man who was a robot. You remember that? You know, there was a TV series. It's about giving more power to people with robotic arms or legs. It looked like science fiction, but it's not science fiction anymore. It's reality. Technologies were used, not the same ones that we had in that TV series, but still, we can augment the abilities of our brains as well. So in the world of white collars, AI is part of daily life. We have many HR roles involved with Radical HR. We want to help companies and people in those companies to see what they can do with artificial intelligence, what processes can be changed, how they can work in a different way, with a single goal: working less and working better, which is the big challenge, especially in Italy. It's a problem that stayed unsolved for a very long time. So we make jokes about it. If you leave earlier, let's say in the afternoon, all of the collaborators say, "Oh, you just work half a day, where are you going?" Sometimes I leave earlier because I want to go to the gym, I have my personal trainer waiting for me. I don't necessarily work 14 hours a day. Sometimes I work a bit less. We have more complexity of who we are as people and what we need. I don't believe in work-life balance. I think that's absolutely wrong. It's like using a chainsaw. I'm doing this on Mariano, not on myself, and cut a person in two halves, work and life. No. It's about a general balance of many different things. If you just became a father or a mother, that's the most important thing in your life in that moment. Your job is not important if you just become a father or a mother. So this is the challenge of artificial intelligence. We need to learn how to use it to work better and easier. In Europe and in Italy, we are going to face a situation of full employment. We are very close to full employment of the population. Then there is a decrease of the fertility rate, but we see that we need to organize work in a different way. We have new challenges in front of us. We need to take care of this inside of the organizations with people who can help us how to improve such processes, how to use artificial intelligence, when we can trust AI and when not. Because, of course, we cannot simply appoint AI and say that it should do everything. Let's say it's a consultancy work. You don't just leave it to the last analyst that joined the group alone. We need other people to evaluate the work and to double-check what is being done. So we need to use this new vision. We don't have to change everything, but some things can be changed tomorrow. With existing solutions available on the market and experimenting new things, it will take a few years. We had a hype in the beginning when ChatGPT was available for everyone. Then it's about technology. It's not just AI, it's technology. AI is just a part of it. Technology grows and improves by the day, and we need to learn how to use it properly. This is our main challenge, and we shouldn't forget that creativity and the ability to innovate is still part of human traits. They are still our major difference and our points of strength. We always start from a prompt, I would say, when we talk about AI. Thank you, Alessandro. Mariano Corso, he introduced the topic for you. This is exactly what we discussed before the meeting. I know that you have a very specific concept in mind that you want to tell us about, how to change job roles. We don't have new jobs and other ones being removed. We have something different. Yes, we need to rethink about it in a more global way. We hear people talking about AI all the time, but I have the feeling that it's not really clear the reason why we talk about it and what is being discussed. When I joined the Politecnico University in Milan as a researcher, again, in 1992, so now you can guess my age, we were discussing the reasons of the failure of AI, and it was 1992. We were discussing the failure of AI. It was a dynamic technology, you know. So what we are seeing now is nothing new. You remember that old TV series about robots? So what is new now, and this is something that Alessandro introduced, is a growing interest. End of 2022, ChatGPT and all the other AIs, Gen AIs, became more popular because this is something that is relevant for all of us. It's very pervasive, and the impact is very deep. 75% of knowledge workers will suffer somehow the impact of AI. According to the World Economic Forum, 40% of skills should be rethinked soon, before 2025, so now we can all leave and find a new job. So there is a lot of hype and a lot of anxiety, a bit of confusion and fear. This is nothing new. Let me tell you this little story. In the 70s, there were riots of mathematics professors against the emergence of these terrible machines, pocket calculators. because professors claimed they are taking our jobs and people will not be able to calculate anymore. The entire humanity will not be able to make calculations anymore because of these small pocket calculators. We know that that didn't happen. So history teaches us that whenever there is an industrial revolution, some jobs disappear, but many more and more qualified jobs emerge. There is an important topic here, a new one. That's why I described it as pervasive. It's not a matter of how many jobs will be left, if jobs will still exist, what is going to happen. Actually, we need to rebuild the labor market with the courage and the vision that is necessary to deconstruct existing jobs and rebuilding it with no prejudices, no blue collars and white collars. We need to go beyond it. We need to be able to rethink all of this. It's not just a matter of organization and designing. It's about HR processes, for example, recruiting processes. So what we do here, selecting people depending on the abilities that they have, is wrong. Those technical skills will change. And probably the same person that has them now will want to change and will leave to look for something different and better. So we need to look for other abilities, the ability to learn, the ability to be involved. So a growth mindset in people. So HR people ask questions, maybe wrong questions. They wonder, where can I find the skills that I need on the market? You just don't. How do I attract and keep the right people? Well, you just don't, again. The real question is another one. How do I find people that have the right potential to evolve such activities? And how do I grow their curiosity, their willingness to be part of this change? Training, which is at the core of this event, has a different vision as well. It's even more important, but has a different mission. It's not content-centered anymore, because content evolves. We need to have people that are aware, and we need people that don't have so much fear and anxiety regarding the future. And that will allow people to be ready for change and have a positive attitude. Where do we start from? We need to start from people who deal with HR in their profession. So these people need to have the ambition. I'm talking about companies, not about Alessandro. People in charge of HR need to have this accountability, need to be willing to lead this change, and need to be the first ones to be ready for change. Because, of course, you cannot organize a party that you wouldn't join yourself. Thank you. Thank you, Mariano Corso, co-founder of the Observatory of Digital Innovation of the Politecnico University in Milano. Guido Serracco. Let's start from the topic of training again, to see how these technologies, AI included, which is being part of our lives for a few years, maybe not Gen AI, but still we had AI systems that were already influencing our lives earlier on. We can say that we had chatbots, and now this is even more visible. It's like a toy in our hands, but you know, they were already available back then as just like a hamster in its wheel. That has been the case for some time. From a cognitive perspective, training methods change. Cloud for Education, the company that I mentioned earlier on, so a new tool available, because AI is necessary also to think about things, not just to achieve a result, but also for reasoning about it. I taught at the Politecnico University in Turin for 6 years, including the COVID years, and we need to face this challenge, how to survive. And we thought about what we were doing, and it was actually a great opportunity to rethink about our work. So the way we teach in universities is changing. My mandate was over last year, and we insisted on the connection between different disciplines, connections with students, and We even made a specific school for teachers of the Politecnico University, and more than half of our faculty was part of it in the end, with good practices being experimented and shared, so every researcher joined. I enjoyed what my colleague from the Tor Vergata University said. There is an e-learning to teach course that is mandatory for each professor. Then Mr. Altman made ChatGPT available for everyone, and now you know that what you've done so far was just a starting point. And all of this has a cognitive impact, and it's maybe, in human history, the one moment in which we notice it the most. If we have fear, we don't want to adapt to change, we don't want to be protagonists, well, Mariana said it very well. There is a mismatch. I don't know. The mismatch doesn't exist in a specific case. We all need to change. What you need as a company doesn't exist anymore. We need to change everything, and I'm trying to do it myself in universities. The real problem is another one. I don't know how many traders are in this room, but I'm working with high schools very much in this moment. The Italian Constitution says that education is a right for everyone, and the state needs to take care of this. But with this revolution, well, we cannot ignore what is changing. We need to have a national, a European strategy. And this should give us food for thought. We cannot live with companies like that one from California contaminating just a few professors and not all of them and not the other university. There is no general strategy. We need to embrace it. With the use of this tool, Gen AI, well, you know, initially we thought that it belonged to ChatGPT. Then other big techs started to steal it somehow from Mr. Altman. They're making money in some other ways. But then you have DeepSeek as well, after Zuckerberg and Elon Musk. And with a minor investment, DeepSeek could do something similar. So these big ones want to have a market of 8 billion people, maybe fewer in the future, but now we still have 8 billion people, and want to offer a quick answer to any question, anytime, for everyone. When we talk about a cognitive route to learning for people, well, this is something that doesn't change dramatically. We will grow. What I think should be done is this. The audience, the state, people who should take care of this, should have the following feature, should see digital tools as an ally, and I'm going to write and publish a book about it. A cognitive base, really, that can be used while keeping the leadership for yourselves when you teach to young students. What Claude did, selling its AI tool to make people think about the solution, is great, so that this was available for everyone with a Socratic approach. Let's not forget the way we learn, we grow, we develop. When you first approach the digital world, maybe in primary school, you have just the beginning of your critical thinking. You know, it's not fully developed. It's an ally, but it cannot be ChatGPT all the time from the beginning. Workers cannot simply prepare official documents for a board of directors, putting sensitive data as well in ChatGPT, because this is what is happening in many cases. I hope that in Italian universities there will be the willingness to develop a better tool together. I'm glad that Professor Naviglio from the Sapienza University started to do something similar. We don't need to know everything anytime. That's not the goal. The goal is to build a large language model that is open, that can include a cognitive asset of knowledge, and that doesn't simply apply to universities, but also to small and medium enterprises and individuals. Such tools can become allies throughout your life, in your work as well. Something that can complete you, but still leaves you in charge and accountable for your decisions. Something that can make you stronger without replacing you. And that can be a different way to see labor policies. It's not about replacing all those jobs and then focus on something else. No. We need to have this continuity. And instead of replacing people, we need to keep the control that we have on the labor market. This is an hypothesis of something we could work on, but I think that with something personal, this could be feasible. Of course, I'm just launching this idea, but I would like to do all of this quickly. I had a fight with my editor for the book that I should be publishing, but in October it should be available. Thank you very much. Thank you, Guido Saracco. Simone Russo, CEO and founder of Immodrone. You travel a lot in Silicon Valley as well, California. You have another startup dealing with security, with drones. Maybe you can share your insight with us as a person who goes back and forth from Italy to California. How did you reinvent, in your case, the real estate sector or the security sector by using technologies? 20 or 30 years ago, science fiction movies showed a world with robots and flying cars. Well, that vision of the future is now reality with drones and AI. We started in 2015, and in the meantime, we built the greatest network of drone drivers in Italy, more than 500 of them. And together with 3 other companies, we developed the AI drone ecosystem of Italy, similar to what EFI is doing when it comes to the world of training. In order to give quality to our clients, we founded an academy as well, the Immodrone Academy, which is in a beautiful venue, the Piero Angela Innovation Campus, 250 acres of land in Tuscany, where we train the best drone drivers of Italy. And we do this with a peculiar approach. Let me thank Professor Saracco for introducing this topic. Drones are allies of our drivers, of course, of our pilots, let's say. And out of our campus, AI has become a digital ally. Travels have always been a major part of my life. In 2014, I lived in Australia, and I went there for the money that was necessary for just a couple of weeks, but I needed to find a job. Eventually, I stayed there for a full year, and all the money that I was gaining was then invested in more travels. During one of these travels in the Kakalunda National Park in the north of Australia, this gigantic national park as big as Ireland, I met 2 Chinese people wearing suit and tie. I was just wearing short trunks and a backpack on my shoulders. It's a true story, really. So at the airport, they had this military box that they were taking, and I was curious about it. I felt like in a movie, they had this black suitcase with cash money. They were cultivating land. In that military box, they had a drone, and they used it to fly over the farms of Australia where they were taking care of this farming company, doing intensive agriculture, and then shipping containers of food products to China. Then I used the same idea of using drones for the real estate market to show how beautiful Italy is, villas and beautiful houses bought by Russians back then or by Americans. So I was in Italy again, but I didn't have money. I couldn't buy a single drone. So I created this network of drone pilots and drone producers. And I wanted to empower my own pilots because they were taking pictures and videos for me. And that's where the evolution of Immodrone started. And we started to use AI. And now we have 9,000 advertisements per month optimized by AI on the web. So it's a tool that our team is using to make all of this more efficient 24/7. It started in 2019. These 9,000 advertisements per month were used to find clients for our beautiful venues, hotels and villas in Italy for the real estate market. Then, second travel to the Silicon Valley, 2018. And I discovered about AI back then. And then we founded Inspection Drone, another company that I co-founded, using drones to make audits to see how conducts and bridges are. And then artificial intelligence used again to find cracks in bridges or unstable infrastructures. So it's a digital eye that can support and give superpowers to the inspectors that check the quality, the safety of highways and bridges. You can take thousands of pictures in a few hours. Then you validate your own work and you retrain the system maybe to be even smarter. That know-how is a training tool for newcomers. We have senior inspectors that are 60 or 65 years old, and they have 40 years of experience, but they're going to retire soon. I need to teach how to do their job, and they can do it with younger people by using AI, digital tools. Because, you can detect 90% of the flaws that have to be reported, then it's going to be 91, because the senior inspectors train AI, and then engineers who just graduated can then inherit this know-how from the Syrian and have an ally that can make our infrastructures safer. And Simone Russo did all of this without owning a single drone. He just invested on training on people who had their drones and wanted to learn how to use them. Thank you very much, Simone Russo. Thank you, Alessandro Di Massa. Thank you, Mariano Corso. And thank you, Guido Saracco.
Simone per la moderazione,
Grazie a voi,
grazie a tutti i nostri
grazie.
speaker. Mi è venuta voglia di prenotare il prossimo.
Thank you very much. Thanks to all these speakers. I wanted to book a flight to Australia. I thought you wanted to buy a drone. No, I don't know about that. Well, thank you. The next talk, I'll just say just a quick sentence, a quick phrase, and you'll tell me if you know who said it. I think factory for men, not men for the factory for the industry. Do you know who said this? Do you know who? Who? Very well. Adriano Olivetti. Wow, congratulations. Very prepared. This is what we chose to say to introduce the next talk, which will be about emotional intelligence in companies. So I'd like to welcome on stage the president of Association Storico Olivetti, Gaetano Di Tondo. Good morning, Gaetano. Welcome. Thank you. And the Regional Network Director for Europe and Italy by 6 seconds, Lorenzo Fariselli. Thank you very much. The stage is yours for your talk. Thank you.
Here we go. Good morning, everybody. Gaetano, I'm going to start this talk by using a sentence, a quote, which is very telling about emotional AI. Emotion drive people and people drive performance. The question is, to which extent are we seeing this in our organization? To which extent this is implemented in our organizations? To which extent do we take care of this? And to which extent do we forget about this? This is the core question, in my opinion. This question opens up for this talk, in which Gaetano will make everything very, very practical. I think we tend to forget this thing a lot, and for one reason. I've just found out about the Gallup report. According to this report, the 20% of people inside organizations can be declared engaged, motivated, and involved. 1 person out of 5. The 80% are quiet quitters, so just tell me what I have to do and I will perform that. Or load quitters. Load quitters are those persons who are openly against the actions performed by the directors. Persons who hinders processes because they disagree with their bosses. So these two groups represent the remaining 80%. This is equivalent to a loss of productivity of 8.8 trillion euros at a global scale. So 8 trillion euros, more or less, per year. When I found out about this report, the Gallup report, I wondered what a trillion was. A trillion is a number, which is 8, with 16 zeros after that. Someone said that actually it would be 18 zeros after the 8, but I think it's 16 zeros after the 8. When I realized that it was such a high figure, well, I understood the problem. And let's see how this problem goes in Italy. To whom is this problem worse in Italy? Or, well, for everybody. Everybody thinks that this problem is even worse in Italy. In Italy, only 5% of people inside organizations declare themselves as engaged, as motivated. The total amount of the loss of productivity is 173 billion euros per year. 173 billion euros per year. What is engagement? Well, engagement is an emotional thing. It's an emotional aspect. Engagement directly dialogues with our emotion. So in line with what I was saying at the beginning, we need to put the person, to put people at the very heart, at the very center. We needed to think about people as entire human beings made of emotions, because emotions drive people and people drive performance. And this is not an easy task. But it is likely that someone in the past told us a possible pathway to take on. Gaetano, you maybe know this person. The person who started to consider people as entire selves and not just as a wheel, as a gear of a box. Thank you, Lorenzo. The initial sentence, the initial quote starts from this assumption. This morning I've had the chance to listen to some of the speeches focused on intelligence, people, spare time, and many other things. Olivetti represents what companies represent at a family level. Let's date back to 1930. Manual work, intellectual work required the same amount of impact. The intellectual effort is the same if the job is performed well. We are talking about a quotation from 1930, from the year 1930. I'm telling you this because humans are at the center, have to be placed at the center. This morning we talked about emotional intelligence, and I think that human centricity of the Olivetti approach is a circle, and it leaves room for everything. People are at the very heart of processes. People and attention posed on people. So welfare, training, culture, social services, kindergarten, transport. Nowadays, we just eat a sandwich for lunch. On the other hand, back in that time, workers could take their children to eat with them at the company canteen. They had a 2-hour break. They could go to the swimming pool in Barcelona headquarters. They could play games in Ivrea. They had libraries in their plans. In fact, Minister Giuli wanted to relaunch the Olivetti approach and Olivetti plan, because now we want plans and companies to be closer to humans. Everything is now made bearing in mind humans. A lot of attention was posed on workers, but also on product users. Plants were located according to shadows, light, temperature of the room. Yesterday, I participated in another event in Milan talking about Lettera 22. So now the concept of user experience, design, and communication are ideas of which we think about bearing in mind people. Folon and other people, well, these persons worked for years and years at Olivetti. Folon is the name of a product, actually, sorry, and it comes from the name of a person. Tiziano Sarziani, a very well-known journalist, for years has been the HR director at Olivetti, so you can easily understand the mindset of this company and the idea of humans at the center, a people-oriented approach. Olivetti only hired the right people to use this approach. So this approach generated what we are still seeing today. Thank you, Gaetano. A further question could be, what competencies could support today this sensitivity? Emotional intelligence, in my opinion, is a topical one, because we are complex human beings, but at the same time we are very simple beings. In our brains, some parts of it, they process information, logic information, rational information, but another part of our brain processes emotional information, and we should put these parts together. We should combine these parts and information together. So when someone makes us feel bad, then we need to use that part of the brain to process what is happening. And that part of the brain needs to be our ally. We can process that information so as to welcome it instead of being wounded by it. So we can train our brain. And this aspect, this term, training, is crucial in my opinion. Several times, as we are humans, we think that we are very good at handling emotions. Is that so? Sometimes we are good, sometimes we achieve to handle emotions, but some others we don't. Put the case, this room becomes right away a football pitch. So try to imagine a goal here and a goal at the bottom. Then a referee, a ball, players, two teams. One is red and blue because I am from Bologna and the T-shirt of Bologna is red and blue. And then the game starts. Well, if the game starts, then sooner or later there is going to be a good pass. Some player will dribble another. There is going to be a header. There are going to be goals. Someone is going to score some goal. But I've said some, and this is what differentiates us from us who play football because we like it and professional footballers. What would happen if this room with the same actors would become Stadio Olimpico in Rome with many people watching the game? What if this room became Bernabeu Stadium or San Siro Stadium or Old Trafford Stadium? Well, how would our performance be? Well, I think that in this moment in history, our organizations are so much complex from the emotional management of individuals that is very high complexity. Our organizations is not just a pitch along the road in which we can just play football because we like it. So we cannot be beginners of emotional intelligence. Our organizations needs to count on managers who can use emotional intelligence in a professional way. And in order to do so, we need specific methodologies. The fact that we are humans does not necessarily mean that we can use emotion wisely. Now, one final thing before I give you the floor. Inside emotional intelligence, we have so many competencies. For example, fulfilling noble objectives, high objectives. Noble objectives are systemic objectives. Each of us can have a noble objective, and we have muscles to train if we want to reach these noble objectives. And this noble objective is our purpose. Our purpose is not just an advantage, a benefit for us. It is rather an advantage for our whole community, the community we live in. Try to imagine what would happen if organizations could facilitate the discovery of people's noble objective. This would be an engagement. If 5% of workers are not engaged, and if 95% of workers are not engaged, that's because we have removed meaning. We have made work not meaningful. That's why we need to introduce meaningfulness again. We need to return people the chance to transform companies' cultures. I think that Olivetti could help us with that. Yes, Olivetti could help us a lot, also at a contemporary level, and if we want to project our present to the future. This noble objectives thing sums up the very idea of Olivetti in the present. We talk about DNA, and in Ivrea, Olivetti's former headquarters talks about DNO, which is the DNA of Olivetti. Our idea of globalization is a global one, of innovation is a global one. I have explained many times our approach, so you can easily understand it. What we have is a collective heritage. Olivetti is a collective heritage, and this heritage is made of innovation, technology, but also ethics and sustainability. Nowadays, Olivetti is a benefit company because the company is made of the people you mentioned, people who decided to embrace a cause, who fight for something, or who have a purpose. So our employees work together for targets that have been commonly set, established. So this is just one piece of emotional intelligence, and we know that companies are made of people. Olivetti approach is very well known because there is a very strong attention on community. If we talk about community, then we need to mention also smart cities. Olivetti, as a company, created the first computer, the first personal computer. And today, we talk every time about platforms, social platforms, big data, managing innovation. What does a smart city do? Well, a smart city creates well-being for those who live there. So a smart city could return well-being to citizens. And we can talk again. We can finally talk again to the concept, the idea of community. What we want to do, what we will do in the future is what we are doing now. We want to what people know about Olivetti belongs to the past of Olivetti, but actually we can adjust the past to the future. Olivetti, Mr. Olivetti talked about utopia, but we can show that utopia is real. This morning we've been talking about artificial intelligence and also about humanism, but actually humanism and AI are two sides of the same medal. Thank you very much. They can be both managed.
Grazie, grazie.
Thank you both. Thank you, Lorenzo. Thank you, Gaetano. Thank you. I really loved the utopia and reality. It's surreal, but we're actually in this situation. So now about another talk.
We can now learn how to build effective corporate language training programs. We will do it with the Senior Vice President of Bubble, Neil Berry. Welcome to the stage, Neil. The stage is yours. Take your time.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here to speak with you today. What if I told you that your best talent might be completely disengaged in your company and that they might be contemplating their next move on from your organization? As we know, we work in a very rapidly evolving working environment, and the evolution has already got significant challenges around how do we keep employees engaged, how do we reduce the turnover of those employees, increase their productivity and make them collaborate more. So what I'm going to be talking about today is discussing the scientific foundations of how language plays a role in that, how language learning can support that, and a proven methodology that enhances productivity, boosts retention and productivity. But let me quickly introduce myself before I do that. So I'm Neil Berry, as mentioned. I run our Babel for Business unit globally, based in the UK, as you can hear by my accent. I also have a background as a technology executive working in robotics, AI, and health and safety software. I've had the pleasure in my career of talking to many executives in my time about those challenges of employee engagement, retention, and well-being. And the common theme that has come up over the last 10 years has been language. And that's really what attracted me to Babel in the first place, was our purpose of creating mutual understanding through language. So let's dive into a little bit of the statistics of why we think this employee engagement is really important and how it might be impacting organizations like yours. I need my slide clicker. Wherever the slide clicker is, they haven't got that up here. If you could get that. So why is it important? Thank you. What we're seeing is effectively 59% of the workforce, so this is huge, this is the global workforce, are going to need to retrain by 2030. And what this research even goes deeper into saying that the upskilling of those employees, we probably can upskill about 29% of them. And 19% are going to be likely to redeploy somewhere else because they don't have the skills for their current role. And 11% of them might not be able to be upskilled, which means their jobs potentially could be at risk. And so what we've got to ensure is our learning and development programs that we roll out are as effective as possible, and that's absolutely essential to differentiate yourself. So how much does that cost businesses around the world? And these numbers are pretty amazing when you look at them. Staggering costs. Just here in the Italian economy, billions of euros wasted on effectively disengaged employees. And it not only is the potential of top-line revenue, but it's more the flood of innovation. It's more the hidden costs that quietly erode within your business. And what generally the research suggests is disengaged employees are 37% more likely to be absent from work. They're probably 18% likely to be less productive, and then 15% less profitable. So these are not just numbers, it's what's behind the numbers. It's the loss of energy, the loss of creativity, and that's right at the heart of your business. So it kind of raises a really key question. The lights, I can't see all of the audience, but if you look here, how many of you, by show of hands, have ever experienced a language barrier at work? So I see quite a few raised hands. It's challenging when we do that. And so imagine if you've already spent years of learning only to freeze when you get a simple question from an actual native speaker. It makes you anxious. You might freeze in that moment. That moment between knowing the words and actually using them is what we call the moment of proficiency gap. And it's the challenge that we've been scientifically trying to solve now at Babel for 17 years. And effectively, it's not just about language, right? All of these things come into play as well as language. And so what we generally see is that there are 4 factors that our customers tell us that are their pain points and the key drivers for disengagement and that language plays a part of. One, of course, is stress. We all suffer from that from time to time. This has only got worse since the pandemic. More employees generally feel more overwhelmed, whether they're in a hybrid workplace or in the office and unsupported through miscommunication, gaps. 60% of most employees in organizations now are working with speakers from other languages. So that's almost the majority in most organizations. And communication barriers can create a breeding ground for misunderstandings. Some of these misunderstandings can be so critical. What research tells us is 25% of all accidents that happen in the workplace happen through language misunderstandings, because people can't collaborate with each other to identify risks. So that's a pretty alarming fact. Lack of challenge is another one. So those employees that feel underwhelmed in their roles, stagnating in their roles, maybe bored in their roles, and they haven't got the language skills to develop their careers further. And what we see in many of our customers that invest in our language learning is that they have many people at different levels that can't communicate and sometimes see a promotional gap. And so they feel stuck in their roles. What this actually does is that employment engagement cost that I mentioned just in Italy, when you look at it, how it impacts the global economy, it represents 9% of every single country's GDP. So it's a pretty significant problem. So let's look at, what's the science? What are some of the tips and tricks that we've seen our customers tell us on how you can solve those problems? The number one science of learning a new language is to do it frequently and in short learning sessions. And it's kind of what we call the power of micro-learning, which means consistency is key. Making sure that you do regular practice is crucial, and it's more effective in language development. Doing it daily, so rather than just having one course that you go on per week, immersing yourself in language learning as daily practice is really quite key. But the number one barrier that you see up there is that most people don't have the time. Where do they find the time in their daily jobs to do this? What we find is our practical recommendation is that we advise practicing on average 3 to 5 times a week and usually have a session that's 15 minutes or 30 minutes long. This science of micro-learning, doing it in smaller bursts, means actually shown to develop way stronger results than maybe doing a longer session that only happens once a week. So it's the optimal learning strategy is to do this micro-learning, and then it will speed up your ability to learn the language. So our approach, you've probably heard a lot of this conference, people talking about AI. It's super important, and look, you can go on your phone and download a translation app tomorrow, and it will probably be quite good. And we can all use and probably have used those translation apps, and there are plenty of good ones out there. But we all believe, and I'm sure you believe, that language learning is deeply human. It's deeply cultural, it's deeply personal. And so we've seen from our experience, our learners light up, their eyes light up when they make their first real connection with a real live teacher. We've also witnessed the pride in their eyes and their experience when they successfully navigate a conversation in a workplace, because they've either done it through a self-paced environment or they've done it through live classes. So those human moments are always going to be there when we learn language. And so what AI enables us to then do is enhance that experience. It doesn't replace that experience. It looks to add value. And I talked about the proficiency gap. It actually helps us bridge that gap. So on the left here, you'll see what we call our blended learning experience, which is based on 17 years of data and science on how customers learn. And you can see it's also based on a human curriculum. We have didactical experts that build custom-made, over 60,000 different custom-made courses, depending on what industry you're in or what particular job that you're in. And that actually helps create a personalized learning path for you. And then effectively on the right, you see where AI can add value in this superhuman AI partnership. And really AI gives you an ability, what we call our AI conversational partner, ability in a safe space to practice your pronunciation. Some of us might be anxious doing that with our colleagues in a closed environment. So what if there was an AI avatar available to you that you can practice and go back and forth 24/7, any language that you're currently driving that's important to your role, you can practice with them, develop with them, and that's going to enhance and bridge that productivity gap and make you less anxious in developing your goals. So very quickly, what's the impact of this? In a recent study, reveals that language learning can be transformative, that we've seen in some of our customers from an employee satisfaction and retention perspective. And basically, it's helping you prioritize within all of your language learning, all of your development and language learning, that you value your employees, you value their growth, you value their development. And it's a workplace where all the teams can collaborate, feel empowered, and that their ideas are confidently listened to within your environment. In fact, what we see is generally when we talk to customers, 9 out of 10 of their executive team, this is a board level discussion that's important for them. So it really is a top level discussion going on. And then 70% of our customers that have received language learning feel that they're more connected to the brand, they're connected to their employer. This investment signals really that they're valued and that they're listened to, and that overall increases engagement and they're more connected. So a real life example, if there's any football fans in the audience, if you've ever heard of Inter Miami, pretty famous global club, half owned by David Beckham, but also Messi, very famous footballer, works there. They've actually just invested in Babbel. And there's a real problem that they had. All their teams are from all over the world. They speak all different languages, particularly Spanish. They couldn't communicate with each other either on the pitch or off the pitch. So we're working with them to try and solve that problem. And we're working with them both with our the Babbel app that you can download. We're working with them with live classes that they can attend. And we're working with them with our AI conversational coach that can really enhance the whole experience of the team on and off the pitch. So that's an example of the kind of companies that we're engaging with, but we've engaged with over 2,200 companies, pretty much many of which are here in Italy, across every single landscape of every single industry. So finally, really enhancing language skills in your organization really, we believe, can help transform your workplace to be more connected, to be more engaged, and it's investing in your people, which is the most critical asset. So when you prioritize language learning, you really make words matter in the organization and break down those barriers that I shared with you earlier. And that's going to foster loyalty, it's going to enhance job satisfaction, and it is going to really strengthen your employer brand. So imagine what we're seeing as the last statistic I'll share is many of our customers see a 92% increase in engagement with their learners and their students that learn in a language within the first 2 months. That's pretty big, 92% in 2 months. So it isn't just about improvement, it's fundamentally changing and shaping how that your teams communicate with each other, how they collaborate, and how they innovate. So if you are ready to unlock the potential within your teams, then please come see us, come say hi. I think my time has given me 30 seconds. So come visit us. We have a booth upstairs, and the Babel for Business team are here. So thank you for listening from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Neil. Thank you very much. Ok, continuiamo.
Perfect. Let's start with another panel for today. We will go even more in depth into the topic of humans and digital education. Moderating this panel of experts, we have the president of the CDTI Management Club, Maria Pia Giovannini. I'll leave the floor to you, and you'll be able to welcome your guests for the panel. Can you hear me? Yes, perfect. Apologies for my voice. I have a little bit of a flu, so this is how I sound. I will welcome my guests who will be with us for this brief section dedicated to humans, and they will be with me for this panel. Thank you, Dr. Domenico Fregata, CEO and co-founder of Holy Club, a company that deals with arts and technology. He's a philosopher and expert in the interaction between humans and machines. So with him, we will be able to analyze this topic. Then we have Dr. Alessandro Morica, CEO of PagoPA. If you don't know, PagoPA is an institution, a public service that is reference for the department and for our PM, and he manages all infrastructures for the management of collaboration between different sectors in public administration, specifically for Italy. So anything that is changing the current scenario in Italy, we're not specifically talking about AI, but we've innovated a lot. We also have Kevin Guzzetti, co-founder of DIBS, a consultancy for education and digital innovation business school, about new frontiers, education training, and raising awareness on these technologies, as well as having them be an aid to training. I would just like to share a thought. We've been tasked with discussing the role of human beings in the digital training area. I believe in technology. I've lived through many changes and I've worked with technology a lot. So I believe technologies have the opportunity and the ability to benefit us as humans. In the past, we've seen many transformations and radical changes that have allowed humans to enhance their own abilities. We went from being able to use writing, so the invention of writing, and then the invention of the printing press, and any changes and transformation in transportation, which have helped us travel faster. And of course, all transformations that now benefit our theory that AI is technology, and so we might still be able to control it and dominate it rather than have it bring us any negative changes. Of course, we know that we're facing something that's very different, very pervasive, that really affects our knowledge and our awareness of the world. So this is a relevant topic to discuss for sure. I don't want to take any time from my colleagues. I will leave the floor to a philosopher who's an expert in the interaction between humans and machines, who can see how this technology is applied to arts and creativity, which of course is one of the most core topics of this conversation. I'll leave the floor to you.
Prova, prova. Okay.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me okay? Yes. Let's start from a question, a very important one. Technique, technological tool, is this a neutral aspect or does they have their own nature, their own essence? Sometimes we make a mistake. We tend to think that things are just objects, they're just stuff, as if they had no nature, no essence, no soul. But in my opinion, it is not like that. When a new tool, when a new object is created, when it starts to be part of our life, our cognitive environment changes radically. We have realized that already in the past. More than once we discovered these things, but we usually forget it. We do not longer know what it means to live putting up a fire with our own hands or walking long distances by foot. So our history has developed parallelly with technology. We have devoted our life to technology. This way of being of humans, the fact that we manufacture processes, things that extend our capacities, our abilities, not only physically but also mentally, it is not a neutral thing. It is very meaningful. Let's get this clear. When it comes to AI, we often repeat that we need to be able enough to ask the right questions to AI to get a good answer. On the other hand, I would like to stress that we should ask ourselves the right questions to interact with technology. We need to be able to interact, starting from humans, starting from an awareness, an informed humanity, an aware humanity. If we learn to walk with a crutch, then we will never be autonomous when walking. We all are part of a generation who witnessed the rise of AI. So we will never know what is better, if before or if late or if after the AI. I know what the world was like before internet. My sons and daughters don't. So my cognitive environment is unique. Their cognitive environment is unique too. So what does AI impact from my point of view? Something that was not questioned before. Well, the field of creativity and thought. That's true. Over time, we have devoted part of our life to technology. But with the rise of Navigator or AI, we have not trained part of our memory. With this rise of new technologies, we are now starting to develop a new thinking, a way to co-create with machines. Also, when it comes to concepts and ideas and notions, it is very important. Counting on training institutions, teaching people how to use technologies is very important, and it is also important that we don't forget how to reason, how to develop a certain thinking, a certain idea, not using a machine, not using a robot or a computer. In my opinion, when it comes to training, when it comes to education, machines should learn how to ask questions to humans so that we can start a meiotic process with machines. We cannot just ask machines questions to get rapid answers. We need to use technology to expand time, not to contract it, to limit it. Even if technology has been created to increase time, to increase performance, and to do more stuff, to do more activities. But education requires more time. Education and training require awareness. So this technology can be used to expand time. And I really wish we live in a future in which schools, training institutions will use AI and technologies to ask questions and to create more awareness. So the process should be the opposite one. Instead of aiming at a summarized process, a synthetic process, we should expand processes, okay, to increase our awareness. This is the only way we have as humans to be in the center, to be in the very heart of the world. This new relation is a sort of compulsory. We need to have a relation like this with artificial intelligence. Thank you.
Let me see if this works. I'll take a moment to answer because I think that's an amazing provocation. I think we need to highlight this. Bill Gates stated that AI decreases the number of jobs available and the time it takes to do these jobs. So you would only work 3 days a week. And of course, I ask you who would pay us for those 2 remaining days, and that would impact our jobs and our finances. So regardless of the financial aspect, it might be true that AI allows us to have more time to think. I don't know if that will be true, but it's an interesting thought. I leave the floor to our colleague from Pagopier who has a more operational experience, so he can talk to us about that.
Partire da un paio di spunti.
I would like to start from some food for thought Domenico offered us. For example, asking questions. When it comes to AI, this is the main problem, in my opinion. Domenico said that we need to dialogue with artificial intelligence. Well, before dialoguing, we should realize that we need to ask the right questions to AI. Asking a general question is not enough if we really want to receive a good answer. For instance, let's try to imagine a public administration that needs to design transport services in a neighborhood, okay? This public administration asks AI how to work, how to proceed. Well, if the question is this, if the question is the following, for example, give me a line, the AI will never perform an efficient job, will never answer correctly, because AI doesn't know the conditions we are requiring. AI doesn't know what are the right conditions for a transport line. For example, how many stops that bus needs to do, if this service has to be profitable or not, if there is an average number of people who need to be carried, who need to be transported to those places, who need to use that transportation system. And a further consideration is the following, and it is in line with what Domenico said. Acceleration of young people. This means that they know how to use AI much better than us because they were born with internet, they were born with AI. So we also know that young people ask better questions, more correct questions, more complete questions to AI, much better than us, the adults. A person was surprised because a 12-year-old person asked AI to write a document making the same mistakes that are typical of a 12-year-old person. This is a very specific question. This is a very specific question to be asked to AI, and these are 2 very important points. Here, it is not about being able to program. Here, it is about knowing how to do the best questions, the right questions. And if we learn to do so, we will be faster, we will be quicker, and AI will teach us, how to speed up some processes. In Pagopia, we started to use AI to offer a better service, a more complete service to our citizens. we don't want citizens to wait a long time before they receive an answer by our customer care department. And we also want to offer information and service in other times of the day in which our employees are not working. So we are not just working less, and we don't want to work less. We just want to expand information. We just want to increase information we provide our citizens with, our clients with. I'm not saying client, actually. I would like to use the term citizen. And when it comes to training, which is the most specific topic of this panel, I think that nowadays, we need to have a multidisciplinary approach when it comes to learning and teaching. We cannot just be focused on specific industries, specific activities and initiatives. We should rather be more multidisciplinary, because this would allow us to ask the right questions. In Pago PR, we always work with multidisciplinary teams. This allowed us to launch an academy with Federico II University in Naples. And with this partnership, with this new activity, we can put the different actors of the university together to talk a common language, because a common language is the starting point of everything, is the good starting point of any project. And the typical example we use, talking about multidisciplinary team, for the case you have a legal team and the need of making things transparent for everybody. Well, if you talk to an IT team, then something transparent is something you cannot see, because everything is so much transparent and clear that you cannot even see processes behind. As you see, one concept, one idea of transparency is the opposite of the other. So only by interacting you can have a right learning, a high knowledge that is more adequate for the future.
Allora, grazie. Thank you, Dr. Morica. I think you were able to take us from the critical to the more operational aspect of this topic. I will leave the floor to our third speaker today, who, as I mentioned, works with DIBS and the Innovation Business School on education and training. And I would like to highlight that he's only 26 years old. And so he's the poster child for how these technologies can be experienced and worked with at a younger age in this very digital world that he's a native of.
Thank you for the introduction. We live in an age where we are used to see AI as something that can give us quick and automatic solutions to complex problems. So the question comes naturally to me: what is the role of artificial intelligence in training? Can it replace humans when it comes to training? I think it can't, and it shouldn't. AI should be based on critical thinking and knowledge given by human beings. Otherwise, it's not empowerment, it's an addiction. An addiction that leads to more superficial training without enhancing the values of creativity, collaboration, and human value. Let's think about Athena, the platform that is being launched at the ETS Summit, by the way. You can meet us at our booth, by the way, to discuss this new platform. This is what we developed. Athena enhances collaboration when it comes to training sessions. It is based on co-creation of training content. What you get is a collaborative ecosystem with more man-to-man interaction, AI-driven, but with professionals, with professors, and AI working together to focus on the skills necessary for that training. And then we have human-to-machine communication, which is more complex. We integrated AI in a specific function of the platform, namely training configuration. AI suggests and assists the content creation phase, giving market trends and insights. And that always takes place with the surveillance of a human being. We think it is absolutely fundamental to keep the educational role. This is a value that AI cannot bring forward. If you miss this, if you're not educating the person as a trainer on streaming, online, in person, if you don't do it, then you lose a fundamental value, which is empathy, together with creativity and humanity. Let me encourage all players involved in the sector of training to do this. Let's live and approach ethics and responsibility. We need to face our own decisions. Whether we produce LMS, training softwares, whether we are trainers, professors, or students. We need to be accountable. We need to be aware of the fact that we cannot be addicted to AI. We need actually to empower human capabilities and strengthen them. That's why when we developed our platform, Athena, it's the name of it, we realized as we were doing it that this tool could have been powerful, very powerful. And that's why we wondered, what should we do with it? So we decided to find something basic that should have always been present in our daily activities, enhancing ethical values and awareness of the role of humans. This is necessary to have a proactive evolution with technology and human beings. It has to be human-centered, which doesn't mean that humans are at the center of the universe. It simply means that humans are responsible for their own actions.
Thank you. I think we've discussed some very important topics. I wanted to take the opportunity to use your latest considerations because I think they talk to us about how it's important to discuss these topics in an aggregate way and in a cohesive and inclusive way, because I think that the commercial aspect of things, competitiveness, should move to the background, and we should maybe focus more on strategy and a multidisciplinary strategy, because I think this can highlight what the EU is doing. And I want to share an example with you, the fact that EU can have an important role in these considerations. They might not be the ones to develop these applications. We might have to take back some spaces from the EU, but I think they're really focusing on awareness, regulation. It might be too focused on red tape for now. We might have to simplify it in the future, but they are focusing on ensuring that these regulations are not left to just a few, but are broadly welcomed and worked on by multidisciplinary teams because we think that these are essential. The privacy regulation, for example, is a very important law and it protects human beings. So it puts human beings at the core. It puts information at the center so that there's a free sharing of information, but one that is protected. At the national level, we have to put together all our skills and our ability and put them to the service of public service and the government so that they can be supported in their journey to ensuring that AI doesn't become too pervasive. I want to maybe advertise something of my own. I'm a bit out of time, but associations like mine, Club of Management, are not-for-profit organizations that are started by managers and people like the ones we have here today who are able to work on projects and they can put those abilities to the service of the community. And in order to ensure that we raise awareness on topics such as the ones that we're discussing today, in order to protect human beings, but also train them adequately for the times that we're in, for young people as well who are learning now to navigate the world of job markets and without maybe not having all the information. We have historical documents from Garibaldi. He used to write his signature, and nowadays we have digital signatures. So important people nowadays will have all these digital signatures, and we won't have those historical signatures that we used to have in the past. So that's food for thought. It was very interesting for me to be here today, and we hope that we've shared with you some key thoughts for you to take home. Thank you. Thank you. You can leave the floor and your mics on the chairs. We now have a keynote from the corporate function to content broadcaster and how training changes for them. We have a PhD speaker who's is an expert in measuring performance. He works and teaches at Cattolica University. He's authored several books. We have the CEO and founder of DD, Andrea Cioffi. Here we are. Hello, Andrea. Nice to meet you. I'll leave the floor to you, and I'll be back later.
Mi sentite? Ciao a tutti. Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Hello, everyone. At least once in our lives, let's be honest, we all find ourselves in this difficulty. A nice course on kind leadership that we didn't really understand with a standardized approach, maybe, or any other type of training that simply didn't work for us. I'm sure it happened. We can all agree that a standardized approach to learning for everyone, in any case, is not effective. And that takes me to a first conclusion. The sooner training sessions will stop being standardized and will finally become customized depending on the company business plan goals, the more effective they will be in orienting people's behaviors and their skills. That is the goal of training, changing the way people behave. So now we have the following question. How can we design involving, impactful and simple training activities that can really change the way people behave in an organization? In order to do all of this, we need a totally different perspective. We need a shift. And in order to do this, we need to see work as a real consumer experience. We consume time when we do it, and that's the only resource that, as human beings, we cannot generate yet. If you accept this, then you should also realize that employees are consumers on the workplace. Wow, that's a strong assumption, but that's consistent with current times. So if this statement is true as well, then the employee experience needs to be a priority in your agendas. It has to be a critical aspect of everything that we do, including our training activities, of course. And that has many different implications. Training has to be felt. It's a matter of perception sometimes. It's something more than just a role. It has to be based on broadcasting of content, maybe with proper informational programs. The link to the world of entertainment is clear, and this is why it's important to know that we are not just workers, we are people before we are workers, and we need to feel involved, we need to feel part of it in our private life and in our professional life. We have many platforms where using content, like the ones that you see behind me, then why shouldn't we feel like that in our training courses? That's where we talk about talent shows. This is something that I studied very much in academic and then in professional contexts. There are many advantages with this approach, using talents. I don't have much time available. I'm just going to give you one example of something that can prepare you for change. I'm sure you heard about it, how important it is to be open to change and to train, considering all the challenges that technology is giving us. The feeling that something is urgent, which is motivating you to change, and that's one of the greatest fears of mankind, change. And we also need to be aware of the skills that we already have, the one that should be developed for future employability, which is a core topic in these 2 days together. With this journey, we can become change agents. This has been said in many different contexts. Let me give you 3 examples. First, we need to insist on quality and safety of data as part of company culture. And we need to feel responsible for the data that we use and share. We also need a digital company culture when it comes to AI more specifically. We have been discussing it for a very long time in these 2 days. And then in B2B contexts, many of you maybe work in this world. We need to do it in a different way, more innovative way when it comes to work safety, a very important topic in a country like Italy as well. What method should be used? I told you about the talent show method, giving a new shape to the edutainment. This is what we're about to discuss, how to design training courses that are inspired by the world of entertainment. This can be done by integrating different training methods, not just one, several methods, so that people don't get bored with different technologies, so that we keep the level of attention high, maybe shifting from a way to learn to another way to learn in the same course. And we want the learning process to be continuous. Different learning moments shouldn't be isolated from one another. It has to be a continuous flow in our working life. So we can live immersive training experiences by doing this, which is the key element of my speech with you today. Let me show you a possible scheme that we applied already. Phase 1, blended approach to learning. 2 different methods. One is synchronized and one is not. So one can be for the entire company, giving the basic elements of a specific topic such as AI, and then delayed with a platform content that has to be serial and available in video and podcasts, especially for people who commute and travel a lot. And then we have talks with internal and external speakers in companies so that we can talk about the most important aspects that cannot be forgotten. And that's the part that we do live. And then we can have a bottleneck structure. It can be about the entire company or about just a few sections of the company. You can start from the beginning and go down to the very end. The important thing is that you have this gamification approach to gain points And then you have the winning team, because that's the point in a talent show for a company. And then learning is not just an individual activity, but a collective one. We have the pressure test. Again, we're referring to the world of entertainment and to MasterChef TV program. And then micro behaviors have to be analyzed and evaluated. And then people will be allowed to participate in the third phase, which is still part of the experiment, with the learning by doing. Project work or other projects that are followed by tutors weekly will then lead to a selection of the finalists with a big event, a jury, and then the change agent will be elected, will be the winner of our talent show in the company. It looks difficult? Well, it is. I'm not going to deny it. Is that all? Of course not. That's not all. In order to train or change a behavior, you need a change management. And in order to be successful, a change management process has to be properly communicated. There has to be a continuous communication. People need to understand why we are changing something. They need to feel it as something personal, on their skin. So the way you communicate your products and services on the market to be the leaders of your market is similar to what we need to do in this case. Training is a product, it's a service that has to be promoted and sold within the same company, just like you would do it with other companies and clients. It's not easy, I'm aware of this. 3 pieces of advice. First, visual identity of the training program. Here we have a few examples with a logo, a name, a claim, colors that people can identify with, merchandising. And then it's important to have the right technology to offer serial content, videos, podcasts. We developed one. You can find it here, TT. You can find us at our booth. You can visit us if you want. And then a lot of communication, internal and external communication. So employer branding is relevant in this case so that you can be seen as valid employers. And this is something that we need. Thank you very much for your attention. And let me just complete my speech with this. Nowadays, we have everything that we need to make training pleasant and useful. Edutainment can support us when we do this. And if you do it, it's not a push training anymore. It will be a pull training. So people will feel like joining and will ask you to please join that course. Don't forget promotion. Don't forget that you need to sell your training sessions as well. Now it's really over. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrea. You were perfect with the timing. Yes, you gave us like 5 seconds. Thank you very much. Thank you all. So the next talk is in English.
5th generation educator and a passionate AI optimist. Please welcome to the stage the learning strategist at Panopto, Inna Horvat. Spero di aver pronunciato giusto il...
I hope I pronounced her name correctly.
Welcome to the stage.
Thank you so much.
The stage is yours.
Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. So grateful to be in this beautiful place with these beautiful people and exploring such an innovative topic. So today we are going to dive into how AI is transforming learning design, changing how we create content, deliver, and curate it, while human expertise ensures quality and accuracy. So AI isn't just a futuristic concept, it's already here today, helping to learning designers personalize content. But the key isn't really about replacing humans, as we all got by now. It's about finding that right balance. So today we are going to explore this evolving collaboration and see where it leads us. Plus, we'll have a special showcase of Eli powered by Panopto, where you'll see how to generate quality content, video content in particular, within a couple of minutes. So before we dive in, let me introduce myself. I am Inna. I'm a learning strategist, and I've been an educator for the last 10 years, a bit more. And I've been fortunate to explore various L&D roles. And the last year, I've been working on creating the best AI-powered solution for creating training videos. So we were thinking how, in a very short time, AI has influenced learning design. And today we feel empowered and comfortable to share how we think is going to continue shaping it. So here you can see a simplified model framework of an agile learning design. And we wanted to show this transition from project management to product management in L&D, where you don't just create and forget learning content, you continuously sustain and refine it. So let's explore how each stage is influenced by AI and where the balance lies between human expertise and AI-driven automation. Now, as we all know, it of course starts with aligning learning needs to strategic business goals. And we also know the challenge of measuring L&D impact. And this is where AI, of course, comes as a game changer. We already can't keep up with AI in terms of data analysis, so it's time to leverage it strategically. AI alone isn't obviously enough. It's up to humans to interpret these results, align them with business priorities, and decide what truly matters. Now, we'll dive a little deeper into content creation later, but let's talk about curation. Especially in global organizations, there are hundreds of thousands of courses and videos. The big questions we should ask ourselves are, which ones are still relevant? Which ones truly benefit today's learner? And lastly, can we use AI to help learner navigate these loads of content? And also, just for a disclaimer, this percentage is, of course, quite approximate. It will continue to evolve as the technology evolves, as we continue to upskill ourselves. Now, does anyone use YouTube and Netflix? It's a silly question to ask, isn't it? But have you noticed that we spend so much less time on searching content these days? So that's because AI simplifies discovery, and something that L&D should begin to leverage right now. Here, out of thousands of videos, AI enhances searchability, transcription, and summarization, making it easier to find out of hundreds of thousands of video meeting recordings and so on. And just learners can straight ahead jump to the correct moment in the correct video based on their needs. Next, we've got content development stage. And here, of course, the biggest part is generative AI. It's already transforming how we create content. Last year, McKinsey has created a survey which showed that roughly 65% of organizations are using generative AI regularly. Now, what does it say to us? Gen AI accelerates content development. It enhances scripts, creates scripts, translation, and simply making learning more accessible to global audiences. Now, when I was a couple of years ago an instructional designer, I used to be very upset every time when I had to delete a perfectly valuable piece of training content simply because the presenter has left the company. You've got to update a couple of moments within the script. Now, today, AI can obviously rescue that content, cloning voices, recreating video, and keeping the knowledge alive. Here you can see how quickly it is to generate a video out of the script that you have, a document, or a presentation. A lot of learning content starts from documents or PPTs. Now you don't really need to copy-paste everything, just drag and drop and see it doing its magic. So there is an interesting statistics here, and of course it varies from company to company, but on average it takes up to 220 hours to create e-learning, and it takes up to 33 hours to do this manual copy-pasting of PPT to e-learning. With generated videos, it can take up to 5 minutes to drag and drop, make minor adjustments, and work on your scripts. So, once the content is live, the real challenge begins. How do we know that it's actually working? Many people have settled on NPS. Do you like the content? Yes or no? But we do know that NPS doesn't tell us anything about behavioral change. So, traditionally, gathering e-learning data has been slow and reactive. And with AI, currently you can track engagement, which tells us a lot about memory retention. For instance, with Panopto, you can track engagement on every stage of your video. So learning is an ongoing process, and continuous improvement is the key to making it effective. AI can refresh content, ensuring that outdated information is quickly replaced with the latest insights. However, AI obviously doesn't guarantee 100% accuracy. It's up to humans to identify and adjust any biases in the content, gender biases, cultural biases. They are going to remain an active problem for years ahead. That's where we need human in the loop. Now, at this stage, AI does all the heavy lifting, but it's up to us to ensure that learning evolves with purpose and meaning. So, however, when it comes to, let's say, to localization, AI has completely changed expectations. A few years ago, I was working in a company with one country had several dialects, and we wouldn't dream to localize content to each and every one of them. Now you can expect to translate content within minutes into 75+ languages, accents, and dialects. What does it tell to us? So it tells us that you can head to a clear path of how AI and humans work together to improve learning design. Most importantly, we are finally able to give all the routine tasks away. AI could handle already content creation, translations, data analysis, and administrative work, while human L&D experts are finally able to focus on what matters most, on what we were supposed to do originally, right? Designing impactful learning experiences, driving business outcomes, shaping strategy, but most importantly, engaging with people, connecting with our employees. So if you'd like to see Panopto and Eli helping you in achieving those goals, please contact me or my colleague Tom over there. Thank you so much. Grazie mille. Okay. I should leave it.
Here we are. Welcome back. We now have another speaker who defines himself in quite an unusual way. He says he's a nerd, a creative from Campania, digital humanist, and among other things, he's been author and director of the very first degree in games and automation. So please welcome on stage Carlo Cuomo. Here we are, Carlo. Please welcome. I know that you are a trainer. Let's wait for the jingle to end. A trainer, a designer, a counselor, expert in edutainment, gamification, media, IT, and UX. So, several things. You're quite cross-functional in many different things. The stage is yours. I'll see you later. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me just use this clicker for the slides. Let me stay at the center of the stage because I have a very bad relationships with podiums. Last time I did it, it was in a church, and I was at the podium, and I didn't know whether I could start with good morning or if I had to say dear brothers, because I didn't know if this church was still consecrated or not. Anyway, I just realized that I've been sadic, maybe because I didn't consider the timing of this talk, so let me tell you that you're going to see food in my presentation. And I will talk about diet, I'm sorry. I apologize in advance, but I didn't consider the timing of my speech. At the end of my talks, I always take a selfie, so you can be very discreet if you want, like people sitting in the last row of desks in classrooms. But if you want to come closer, maybe we can take a selfie later on all together in the first rows, please. We will talk about edutainment, game-based learning, and gamification. First of all, let me introduce myself. I'm Carlo Cuomo, famous as professor of the edutainment on social media platforms, but I have only 10 minutes in total, so I cannot tell you about everything that I do. I'll just leave you maybe a few links. I created the first course accredited in Italy and in Malta about edutainment, gamification, and storytelling, and I also take care of edutainment in company training sessions using several methods all over Italy. And I'm a consultant for national recovery and resilience plans when it comes to the use of these technologies and methods to better use knowledge. And because of this, I created an ecosystem, edutainment ecosystem, which is a group of professionals that are working on the M66 to train future professors of schools all over Italy, with training opportunities for companies as well, still based on the same methods. I'm sorry that there are few of you here. I wanted to, well, I'm saying few of you because we have many more seats available in this very big venue, but it's nice to have a lot of people because I'm going to ask existential questions to you. Questions that we should all ask ourselves at least once in our lives. What is the meaning of life? What will the future look like? What should we use AI for? Which is a big topic this year. So let me start with one of these existential questions. I'll ask you to participate and give me an answer. I couldn't find an answer to the following question yet. This is a fundamental doubt that we all have. How do you spell the name of the famous Sicilian food, arancina or arancino? There are different ways to pronounce it in Italian. There is a huge debate about it in the country. How do you call it? Well, the correct answer may change. I'm going to start with this slide, and I see people debating about it already. The right answer is it depends. It truly is. I used to work with Andrea Camilleri, a famous Italian writer from Sicily, and the answer is it depends on the area. It's arancina when it's round, and you are in the area of Palermo in Sicily, but it's called arancino when it has this triangular shape, and you are in the east part of the island of Sicily, namely in Catania. Why am I talking about this and making you hungry at 1:30? It's not because I'm a bad person, I just want to clarify something. We wonder about AI and how it should be used, but sometimes we simply use the wrong terminology. How many of you have already heard about edutainment? Raise your hand, please, if you ever heard about it. Have you ever heard about gamification? How many of you have already heard about e-business learning? Good. Would someone please join me on stage to tell us how it works? I was sure of this. But that's the point. Sometimes we use scientific data and we use specific terms for specific things. We improve the learning by X%, but sometimes we don't even know the meaning of the key terminology. So let me be clear. Let's start with edutainment, which is what I represent as edutainment professor. We use the principles and the methods and the tools and the products of the world of entertainment in an educational or knowledge context. Edutainment has an added value. When you try to convey a certain message or notion to someone, sometimes there is a so-called training block. The person thinks, well, who do you think you are? You want to teach me something? But if you change the approach with edutainment, you can overcome this block that students can have. Edutainment can be useful with 3 different types of products. Mainstream entertainment products, like sex education, the Netflix series for that topic, or historical movies to talk about the landing in Normandy in World War II, or movies about couple therapy done with entertainment and gaming. We have many different mainstream products that have the goal to communicate eventually. Then we have more engaging and effective teaching products, short movies, educational sessions, or video games that have the goal to teach something, and then hybrid solutions. You've seen a few of them during the summit already. When the comedian joined us yesterday on stage to tell us about the Scala method, Scala meaning both ladder and scale in Italian, we heard about a different way to teach something with some moments of stand-up comedy during a training session so that everything can be lighter and easier to follow for students. And then gamification, game design strategies being used to have more engagement, to change people's behaviors, and to improve performances. Let me tell you that something often the people sometimes don't understand. I'm sorry. Gamification doesn't mean that you play a video game. You use the principles and the techniques of games, but it's not a game.
Di automobili grandi.
You focus, for example, on car selling. You have badges. You have the best seller of the month. That is gamification. Was that a game, though? No, it wasn't. It's just a gaming strategy. Without just having fun, it's just that you use specific tools deriving from games for your work. And this is something that we do with our diets as well. I don't eat carbohydrates the whole week, and then I have a reward. For example, I can eat pizza on Saturday night, or anything else that you love. That's the main difference between actual games, and gamification. Gamification is a method that is based on the strategies and typical features of games in a different context. Then we have edugames as the second type of edutainment, so creation of specific products. Here we have video games that are used for training. That's not gamification, that's edugame. The difference is that you have a standalone edugame, so games that include some teaching element that were designed to evaluate certain abilities. What you see here is a video game that I realized for Fondo Impresa regarding digital transformation. It's free, and you receive a certification at the end. And here you can learn project management and digital transformation directly in the game. And then game-based learning, GBL, the strategy that bases everything on games. And the GBL platforms are platforms that can either convert video games into training tools, such as Minecraft Education Edition, which is another version of Minecraft used by schools, with discovery tours, with the world of Assassin's Creed, maybe, that can be used to teach history in classrooms, or other solutions to include e-learning objects internally in the companies. So to recap, edutainment is education plus entertainment to create these three different products. Games and video games and gamification are three different things, and we can have edugames when you have training products and other ones when there is no game at all. If you want to stay in contact, you can scan this QR code with all of my links, and you can also find a survey to stay in touch with the world of edutainment for many other activities that will follow. Let me take a selfie with you and let me also thank you.
Thank you to Professor of Edutainment, Carlo Cuomo. I'll let you take your selfie. Oh, wow, I'm also included. What an honor. Okay, just taking her selfie.
Bellissimo.
Very well. Thank you, Carlo.
For Sarah, it's from them now that we learn the next trends in the context of learning. So we welcome on the stage the director of South Europe at Coursera, Christine Nalchajian. Thank you, Christine. Welcome to the stage. The stage is yours. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. You hear me well? Okay. So my only one Italian sentence, I can say ciao tutti, right? Or buonasera, or okay, grazie. Oh, I also know grazie mille. I'm super happy to be here. Thank you. I know I'm the last person before your break, so I'll try to be as impactful as it's possible. Let's start by 3 questions. Question number 1, please, with a show of hands, how many of you know Coursera? Great, I have one slide at the end who explains what we do, so no worries. 2 other questions. One question is, how many of you learned one new skill this year? That's already higher, like, for those who don't see, I think it's 70% of the room. And the last question, how many of you learned or had any course about generative AI for the last 12 months? Majority as well. Okay, well, the good thing is that we are going to discuss about skills development, but also how we develop your skills during uncertain times, and of course, how we can bring up a little higher our skills on generative AI and other technical skills. But let's start by one important thing. You all know the UN goals, global goals for sustainable development, right? In these goals, there is number 4, which is the quality education. And Coursera is the part of this quality education goal. Why quality education is important? Because it is definitively and directly helping to go on all other goals. Like if you're educated, you have less poverty, it helps people to have enough money, to develop themselves, to change countries, to develop the countries, and so on. So the good news is all of you, all of us, and of course Coursera, we are working to bring up the quality education for everyone. But why we need it? Let's go a little back on 2017. This is a draft from a Bloomberg source where we watched into the automation and risk of automation of the jobs that existed at that time. Why 2017? Because you probably remember there was all this discussion about digital transformation, like how the jobs are changing, what are the jobs that will disappear. There were even a website which was, will my job be eaten by a robot, and so on. What was here is the fact that, so you can see the wages, so least waged people to the highest waged people. So you have IT managers, channel managers, like all the management and general management, all these people who are least vulnerable to the risk of automation, and you are coming to the most vulnerable. What we see is basically, is that the jobs that are the least waged and the no formal education ones were in 2017 the most vulnerable to the risk of automation. This sounds logical to you, right? What changed with generative AI is that actually the jobs with the most level of education, so college degree and others, are switching from the left, where you see the least vulnerable, to the right, to the most vulnerable. It means where before we were really scared for the people who didn't have any education, today it's not because you have an education that you are not potentially losing your job or that your job is not transforming. It also means that up to 49% of workers could have half or more of their tasks exposed to LLMs. How many of you are already using and already having a big chunk of your tasks exposed to the LLMs? What it also means that the higher wages are associated with increased exposure to any generative AI tools. Makes sense, right? Let's continue the same discussion. If we take the same 2016 risk of automation and 2023, this is the risks that we take with priority 1, priority 2, and so on. So there is a prioritization from 1 to 6. Look how it changed from 2016 to 2023. 2023, it was the beginning of all the discussions on ChatGPT. We all learned and started really using it 2024, but the real beginning was 2023. And so you see bachelor degrees, masters and PhD, where before they were the 6th place, they came to the 3rd place. So it's actually all of us, right? And you know what's the good thing? Is that because we're a global company, we also have numbers for each country, and we have numbers for Italy. So by 2027, 48% of current skills in Italy are expected to change. I'm sure you're all doing something about it. So let's continue doing it all together. And let's go a bit more on the occupations. What are the skills and what are the jobs that we should go and watch a little more in details? Well, first of all, we would say there are 3 jobs, like 3 really professions, that we should really go and watch. First of all, are educators. Because educators are educating. Until now, it's quite logical, right? But for them to educate, they need to really know and understand what they are doing. So all government sector and education sector really had a huge pressure and a huge need to go and learn the Gen AI and all these tools. It means that basically 3 times more jobs, tasks of educators will be impacted because of generative AI. It also means there are millions of jobs, including ours, that will require reskilling. We don't say they will lose, actually, their job. We say they need reskilling. So let's reskill together. Good news is that Coursera has more than 150 million learners around the world, and because we have access to this information about what they learn, in a very GDPR security manner, of course, but we know what is interesting for people. So for that, every year, we are doing our job skills report. And there is a piece on it about Italy, so I really encourage you to go and read it. What we do is we really go and ask people what they learn, not ask people, but we just analyze the data about what they learn, what is interesting for them, and what are the skills that they are searching to develop. Overall, in 2024, what is coming up are these 10 skills. And no surprise, Gen AI is number 1. Actually, in Italy, we had more than 300% growth in Gen AI skills development, which actually means you do things, and that is great. Well done. But then what we say Gen AI is important. We say all the technical skills are important. ML is important, all the skills. But that is not enough. What is also important are your soft skills and your cognitive skills. We say at Coursera that it's not Gen AI to whom you lose your job, but you lose your job to someone who knows how to use Gen AI. So this is where you come to your soft skills and reskilling, and where we need to understand better. We need to have this human creative thinking. We need to have analytical thinking. And for all those who are hiring today, we are not just hiring hard skills, we are also and even more hiring soft skills. We hire a personality. How we can help you is that we can help you by bringing really that quality education. And we work not alone, we work with institutions and businesses and governments. We also have some of them in Italy, and I'll show you a few. But what is important here is that we do have educators, which are our partners, content partners, universities, but also industry partners. So you can work and learn Gen AI from the biggest on our website directly, on our platform directly. And if you want to have more information, please don't hesitate to get the skills report. It is very interesting. For you to know, in Italy, in 2024, we had 1,700,000 learners who were learning on Coursera. It's around 20% more than the year before, which means you are really going more and more into the learning via online. And it is, again, 300% more on Gen AI than it was before. So please continue doing. Let's continue doing it together. And if it can help, you do have already Italian institutions who are helping reskill or upskill their own workforce so that we can work together and that we can change this entire world together. Because remember, in 2030, 80% of the jobs don't exist yet. So for those who will be having their jobs in 2030, which is like barely in 5 years, they will need to recreate their own job with all the skills that they will need to develop. So let's help them together to develop it. Thank you for your time, and come and talk to us if you are more interested. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. You can leave it there. Ok, andiamo avanti.
Okay, let us continue talking about gender equality with a panel where different enterprises and companies are going to be sharing their best practices on what they're doing on gender equality, moderated by Giorgia Ortula Barbera, who is a diversity, equity, and inclusion advisor. Giorgia, I'd like to welcome you here on stage. Pleased to meet you. A round of applause to Georgia. And I'll hand it over to you to invite your guest on stage. Thank you. Thank you very much. Very well. Thank you. Thank you all. And after lunch, I picture it's not super easy. I hope we can keep the attention high. So I'd like to welcome here on stage Annalisa Aceti, General Manager, Sales and Marketing by Rizzoli Education Mondadori Group, and also Gender Equality Delegate by Assa Gentile, author of a marketing book about the kind sales that is sponsored by Franco Angeli. Claudio Nader, founder, but is here as the founder of Osservatorio Maschile, which is observing the gender equality perspective from a male perspective. Please take your seats. All right, so I would like to start this keynote with kind of a rhetorical question, but the majority of you maybe don't have an answer to it. Well, do you know the percentage of the Italian GDP would grow if we had a female employment rate that is equal to the male one? I guess the majority of you don't know it. Well, just so you know, the GDP would increase by 12%. You might think, well, we work in the companies. Overall, GDP is something important, but not such a priority for us. So I'm sharing with you another piece of information by McKinsey saying that companies have got an equal representation of gender equality. They've got 39% of possibility of being hyper-performing in terms of financial results. And here we've got 20% of Italian CEOs. So that's a women CEO. So during the course of the keynote, we're going to be having a deep dive in these challenges, starting from the experiences of Rizzoli Education, Annalisa Aceti, and also the perspective of Osservatorio Maschile with Claudio Nader. And we're going to be introducing you to certain tools, special methodologies, a human library which can accompany the transformation of companies starting from people. However, I would like to start with you by sort of having a current picture, a framework of the organizations that you're representing here today. So I'd like to ask the gallery to show the poll through Google App. All right. I'm just going to briefly describe it to you, but I don't think you need major explanation. You just scan the QR code, you enter the poll, and if you've got any difficulties with the QR code, you can enter googleapp.com and submitting the event code that you can find over there. Waiting just a few seconds. And then we're just going to sum it up and realize what is happening in your current day-to-day life.
Prova, te lo passo, dai. Sì, sì, sì. Ok, credo che...
I think this is a stable figure. No, you just can't access. Oh, there is no score available. Okay, now you should see this ongoing. So first question is, do in your organization strategies and actions available involved to gender equality? I'm going to just stand up so that I can read a little bit better. It's just waiting for data to stabilize.
Bene, diciamo che abbiamo un 40%.
Well, let's say we've got roughly 39% of people who, of companies which have actions in place working on the organizational culture. And then 22% saying, no, we're very far from that. And some says, yeah, we did something, but with not a lot of efficacy. Going to the next questions, what do your organizations do on the topic of gender equality? All right, so there is a very high percentage of people who are certified to be gender equality certified. So I'd say that certifications represented the fourth type of certifications where companies had access to here in Italy. So this is a resounding success. And after that, we carry out a series of activities, but not always equal. And then we've got some only spot events for March 8th and November 25th. Third and final question. Among these, what is the major difficulty that you perceive in talking or dealing with these topics? Okay, it seems that the last two answers are the most rated. So the engagement of the top management, the cultural resistances available in my current day-to-day life and society, the lack of a clear focal point of a dedicated function, and the lack of a strategic vision on DE&I. So talking about the cultural resistance available in my day-to-day life, so I'd like to ask Claudio Nader, who definitely from the male perspective is working on it, can share more with us about the experience of Osservatorio Maschile and its approach to it.
Thank you. Good morning. Let me go back to point 4 and 3, cultural resistance and engaging the top managers, because Osservatorio Maschile, male observatory, deals with gender issues, but from a male perspective. So we try to do that part of the job on such issues that has never been done, historically speaking, because men didn't do it. So we try to take care of this. And they call us for point 3 and 4 of this list, basically, in companies. When it comes to these topics, whenever there is training or events, it's very difficult to see men participating in such events. It's rare to see them involved or present at all. Sometimes they're simply not there. So we are called to speak to make sure that men think, well, I never thought about this, so I can take care of this part, so maybe I can join them and see what happens in such meetings. And in that case, when top managers, of course, comply with such statistics, we can talk about it later on, then we can do this part of the whole job. So the male part is a topic, is something that we should talk about, masculinity itself, and it's also a different way to be part of all of these topics and then see what needs to be done. But we start from a different perspective so that we can participate as men.
Very well, thank you. Maybe we can have a sort of a deep dive with certain methodologies and tools. Annalisa, you are the general director, and let me say this is an exception. Yes, because this is another data that only 3% of the CEOs that are listed on the stock exchange reach top management roles, and this tells us how difficult it is. So but the difficulty of a director general double up when the context where you're working on is mainly male-led, and in editorial and in publishing, it's mainly like this. Would you like to share with us how you approached this aspect and what types of actions you are bringing forward? Yes, thank you, Georgia, for your question. Well, publishing, honestly, if we focus on the people working in publishing, from the lower levels to middle management, 63% is women. Are women. So in the Mondadori group, when we approached the gender equality certification, this was not something in our favor because it needs to be equal gender. So this is the context, and it is a context that corresponds to the fact that the readers in Italy are mainly women. So I lied, they're not male-led. Well, these things dramatically change, and as a big company, we're perfectly aligned with national statistics. So at the top management, between top managers, only 20% are women. And another element is that the majority of the managers is over 60. And there's also a topic related to age, which has an impact on DE&I. And more specifically, I am Director General in Sales and Marketing. And so we're just opening this window towards the sales industry. So my context, my operative context made by 450 people working within the promoting agencies, only 14% is made by women. And this is also an indicator that is perfectly in line with the national average. And we are told that enrolled agents are only 14% at the national level. And here again, we've got a major issue about seniority. Average age is 54 years old. But another area, top performers, I'm saying the top performers, male top performers, well, 50% of the top performers are all over 65. This means that we have a commercial network that should talk to the market, that should be totally equal, made of roughly 50-year-old men, but people who account both in sales and those who make the decisions in the company, we are underrepresented, and there is a seniority that needs to be managed. So how can we work in this seemingly favorable topic scenario, DE&I activities? But well, what I did as a first person is trying to use kindness. Not by chance, I also work in Asso Gentile. I am the delegate of the gender equality delegate in Asso Gentile. Doesn't mean good manners, but it means inclusion and belonging. But it also means we do not transfer the topics of DE&I with the same models with which we have worked until today, and that we've learned these companies that are so represented. So we need to get out of vertical companies, of those muscular, authoritative management. I'll say what I want you to do, and we want to foster a collaborative organization, horizontally made companies that foster collaboration and promote the ability to express your own self. For every person with their own uniqueness can fit within a role. Practically, we've started to do something working on recruiting, because we also, would you like to tell us the experience of recruiting? Is quite mind-blowing. Yes, sales reps are the most required. All recruiting platforms say that the majority of the people who apply are men. We try to work on the language. This is something crucial. It's powerful. We've talked to them, and we're looking for people who are passionate about culture. This is what we wrote on the job post. And we highlighted that we only want people who believe in the ethical value of education and schools. We said that we are carrying out research for both genders, but we at the same time would like to enhance the uniqueness of the individual. 68% who applied are women, and for the last years, the recruiting for the last 3 years are 50% men, 50% women who applied, and below 30. So we're trying to work work towards this direction with the younger generations with kindness. Thank you, Annalisa. I'd like you to research that, because when Annalisa showed me this research, I looked at the job post for sales reps and publishing. And as a matter of fact, if you make this comparison, you really realize how we are just talking about different things with different messages. Claudio, over the years of working in the Osservatorio Maschile, is there something that you've particularly learned and that you would like to share with us?
Let me go back to the last thing that Annalisa said regarding yourself, how you express yourself. I'm a teacher at Bologna Business School, where I also teach in one of the postgraduate masters. The average age is 25 years. And every year, at the end of the master, there is graduation day. So the whole class, 50 people, are all dressed for the graduation day, ready to take their diploma, take pictures, post their pictures on LinkedIn. And that picture that is always there every day, how is it done? What does it show? It shows all the girls dressed with different colors, different shapes, different dresses to express themselves somehow. And all men dressed in the same way, all wearing, typical clothing, suit and tie of businessmen, with the same type of trouser, with the same tie. As we know, as you tell us, women cannot wear anything that they want in the workplace, unfortunately. However, the approach is the one of expressing yourselves. But men don't do it. You asked me, what have I learned in the last few years? This is it. Men are automatically blocked in a series of leadership models, application models, and specific ways to sit, to dress. Things that sometimes we don't think of. It's like a default setting for men. So when boys want to become men, they have to be the man. That specific model, it's a single prototype of adult men, so that parents can look at him and say, oh, you've become a man, I'm so proud. And they all look the same, this man. This is one of the first things that I understood regarding myself too. I didn't have a lot of personality back then as a young boy, so from the main perspective, we need to talk about our individual features, the impact that it has on the way we speak, the way we manage meetings, the way we dress, the way we manage our role as fathers when you work but you are also busy as a father. Things that sometimes we forget. And the general tip that is this, something that we've learned from history, man being with a default setting in society. This is still true. Sometimes we take for granted some male features, but actually we should codify it in a different way, changing the shape of this single model, because men can be different. This is something that we understood in recent years.
So working on gender equality, you do it with working with both genders, also making them listen to together each mutually. So it's not only a work on women and on female empowerment, or only by thinking that it's the thing to develop.
Absolutely, because gender equality tells us that this is what we think. We have a level that we should all reach, which is, we think, the level that men already have. But then there are other things when it comes to training, care, things where men need something more. It's not just about other identities that need to reach that default higher level. In some other cases, we need a shuffle. We need to take care, when I say we, I mean men, we need to take care of things that we were not educated to take care of.
Very well, thank you, Claudio. We don't have a lot of time, Annalisa, but can you please briefly share an experience of transformation that we've done together through this human library methodology, and we'll leave the audience through a brief video that we're sharing. Yes, well, talking in the context that we've described about diversity is, as you said, Claudia, putting yourself in the other people's shoes. So how do we do that? Georgia offered me this methodology, which is part of a cultural movement radicated in change and at an international level. And we've taken the tool, which is a tool that enables people in this training area to choose to become human books and then share their story of diversity, discrimination, or uniqueness in an original, unique way within the so-called virtual human library, where other people in the group are listening to their stories. They're joining the human libraries. We've got the book covers. They share, they decide which book to rent, and instead of reading it, they just listen to it from the real life of those protagonists. This is a super enriching, powerful, remarkable experience because stories of diversity, discrimination emerge that are really strong, and the people describing them are just getting relieved by sharing it, and they spark an original energy. And the people listening to this realize that a experience of being women in a difficult context, or maybe a guy that has African background with illnesses, are things that really change the way we understand life. And people, just at the end of the day, they're different, respecting each and everyone's uniqueness. If I maybe were considering somebody not so importantly, now I changed my perspective. And the final experience is not a simulated experience. When we carry out courses of technical communications, we simulate the communication. But in this diversity course, we are living diversity. And therefore, we at the end of the day, we are changed. And this is the only tool that in a training for adults, it works, the one of real experience. So I highly recommend everyone to go and check it out. Well, very well. Thank you also for the energy of how you described it. And that being said, we're just going to wrap up with a brief video sharing you the experience of the Human Library. Thank you all for following us.
Graziano Pagnin e sono un libro umano.
Sono Daniel e ho partecipato come libro umano.
Sono Giulia Gioana e sono un libro umano.
Mi chiamo Marella Pagliano e sono un libro umano.
Far sentire agli altri il mio pensiero e quello che ho vissuto in questi anni.
La possibilità di raccontare di me stesso, perché le esperienze sono così importanti e belle che tenerle chiuse in uno scrigno è un peccato. Poterle condividere ti mette nella condizione di aprirti e di far sì che gli altri si aprano a te, perché nell'ascoltare magari qualcuno rimane un pochino più in sintonia con te.
Quello di abbattere lo stereotipo del razzismo.
Io ho ascoltato anche altri libri umani e ne ascolterei veramente tanti altri, perché è veramente molto molto bello e accattivante e ti riempie il cuore.
Provare a connetterci un po' meglio rispetto ai colleghi.
occupiamo di libri, quindi mi sembrava la metodologia più adatta e più coerente per lavorare sul linguaggio, sull'inclusione, sulla differenza di genere, quella generazionale e multiculturale, e cercare di aumentare e potenziare il senso di comunità che c'è all'interno di Digital Education. Grazie.
Thank you very much. I wish you to continue the event in the best possible way. Thank you to our panelists. Thank you, Georgia. Let us continue to talk about inclusion with the next panel. And the title is Inclusion is like Wi-Fi. Everybody wants it, but just a few know how it works. And we have a moderator who I think is perfect to moderate this keynote, this roundtable. He is a writer and journalist. And when we met over these days to get to know each other before the event, said, I absolutely understand what it means to be excluded, to be left on the side. So with a round of applause, I'd like to welcome Stefano Ferri, writer and journalist.
Ciao, Stefano.
Hi, Stefano. Welcome. The stage is yours to welcome your guests.
Thank you very much. Talking about men who need to get used to things they have never done so far. Here I am. Obviously, this is not the first time I talk about inclusivity, but I want to ask you a question. Why do you think inclusiveness finds hostility? Actually, inclusivity should be normal. It should be taken for granted, obvious, and yet there is a lot of hostility and resistance, including for one like me. I love Thomas Hobbes, so I'm prepared to the idea of homo homini lupus. Well, in front of certain things, before certain things and scenarios, I can't believe them. I'm totally surprised. This is the topic of this seminar, and I have a panel, and I will now introduce the panel, and we'll ask each of them what do they think about it. I will start with Paolo Carnovale, General Manager at Good Habits, a multinational from Netherlands specialized on online courses for companies. Marcella Loporchio, labor philosopher. She's an evangelist. She raised awareness regarding different topics regarding organizational behavior. And last but not least, Mariangela Castiglione. She's the CEO of Idea Group International. Welcome, Mariangela. Idea Group International is specialized in AI with a very peculiar approach. Later on, Mariangela will delve into that. Okay, let's start with this panel. Dear Paolo, so you do training courses. I know something about you and about your courses because I am one of your professors, one of your lecturers. Yes, you do masterclass, yeah, right? So what are the main difficulties, the main obstacles when it comes to bringing companies to accept products like this? Okay, let's start by saying that in companies, this is much easier. Having them to accept an Excel training or PowerPoint training, and it is easier to let them accept this much more than training about inclusion and diversity. The majority of the companies we work with has already started to work on inclusion. The thing is not whether they do training or not, but what are the contents of these training programs. We carried out an analysis of our customer base and in order to help you with some figures, and well, bear in mind that we work with 3,500 companies all over Europe, and the total of employees is more than 2 million and a half, 2 million and a half. If we take a look at the training programs inside of these companies, then we realize that this training is done just once, a few hours of training, and a very specific and practical one. We are usually asked about how to write in an inclusive way or how to support a parent that goes back to work, or how to communicate efficiently with people from other cultures. These are all very relevant topics, but what we see that is lacking inside these programs is a more profound, a deeper thinking about why, about the reason why all of us, sometimes not being aware, well, all of us tend to discriminate the others every day on a regular basis when we talk or when we decide not to give a chance to someone. The risk we see is that when we focus on these training programs, we tend to make training more of a checklist of what to do and what not to do, rather than a moment in which you can personally grow and develop from a cultural standpoint. What we do see and what we recommend our companies to do is that they include in these programs the so-called fundamental competencies, those competencies that need to be trained over time. And if trained, these competencies allow you to develop an inclusive inclination and attitude. So it's not just a checklist of things not to be done and things to be done. Just to conclude, I will tell you the 4 main competencies that cannot, that there should be in every diversity and inclusion plan. The first one is critical thinking. Developing critical thinking is the only way we have to deal and to confront our bias. So it's the only way to understand the way we are performing. And then social intelligence. Without social intelligence, we will never understand the impact, the influence of our words, of our speech, and of our activities and behaviors on the others and on the rest of the company. And then you need to know yourself. We need to know ourselves. If we do not know ourselves, we will never understand those automatic reactions we have that make us that prevent us from being inclusive. And then we have interculturalism. In fact, we needed to approach other cultures being curious, or trying to leave behind and leave aside all the bias we have built over time. Thank you very much for your contribution. We will delve into what you said. I cannot but stress the fact that many people do not know themselves. You ranked that thing third, but I would like to share with you a say. And the say is the following: if you are the lawyer of yourself, your customer, is an unknown person. Your customer is unknown. So I think that everyone should start from getting to know themselves in a better way. Marcella, D&I, diversity and inclusion. There are so many ways to talk about this, but the question is the following. What if we talked about respect, just about respect?
You know that you are preaching to the choir with me, and we are in Rome, so this is one of those choirs that you hear in church, but that's why we're talking about this. I do believe what you're saying, Paolo. I fully agree with what you're saying. You gave an overview of what you do. We hear about companies, and I work in companies, so I know what's happening. And sometimes diversity and inclusion seems to just be part of a checklist that you have to tick off. But we need to change the narrative, because if we started from the word paradigm, this reminds me when I was in school and they would talk to me about paradigms, but I think this would raise awareness on respecting human beings and people, and that would allow us to consider skills that we don't use enough, such as listening. I love to talk, but I think that the most important thing is to listen and active listening in an active way, because if you don't understand something, or if it's something that's outside of your scope of work, then you can ask. It's not about everyone having the same behaviors. It's about asking if you don't understand something. So, Stefano, I do believe that respect is just another word that's been thrown around in a mix of words in a word minestrone. And when you create that minestrone, everyone does it in a different way, and people put in whatever ingredient they want. So, I think we need to take that word and link it to being aware of who we are and where we want to go. Because if we consider where words come from, we can talk about diversity, and that it's othering in itself, because it's diversity, diverse, different from who, from what. And it tells us that, I'm the example of this. I have pink hair, so I'm not normal, so I'm different, I'm diverse, but I would rather say that I'm unique. When we speak about inclusion, of course, that means that we're excluding something else. We're excluding someone else, or we're labeling them. In Italy, instead of positive forward movement to being unique, we create new labels, new identifications, so that we know who is who and what is what. When we talk about respect, we take a lot for granted. Of course, diversity is something we talk about a lot, and people say, you're women, what more do you want? I read a research the other day that said that women have too many rights. You already have rights. How many more rights do you want? Of course, if you look at the data, it tells us that we're moving backwards, that we're not reaching diversity yet and gender equity yet, that everybody thinks about themselves. But I think that the most important thing we can do is focusing on what's important. We can't expect every person we approach to have the same abilities, the same knowledge, the same attitudes that we have. So if we create drama just because a woman says that she chooses to be a housewife, and I've seen such dramas where a woman was saying this, and I think that she'll never say that again to her friends, because her friends were telling her that she would get divorced shortly, and that she would end up homeless. So I think we just need to take a step back, relax, go back to our roots, and think about the numbers, data, because that's objective. It can be challenged. So if our communication is wrong, that creates drama, that creates wars, men versus women, and that hurts all people, not just in Italy, but in the world. Of course, we know that there are examples in the world that I'd rather not mention, that we all know about. Thank you.
Riflettere molto.
Thank you. I warmly invite you to think about this, to think about what Marcella just said. I would take a step forward now. Well, I've studied political sciences. I studied political sciences when so many of you were not even here. You were not born yet. And I've studied the scientific definition of politics in other times, in very different times. Well, the scientific definition of politics sheds light on what Marcella said. Politics is the exclusion of a portion, of a part of humanity, of mankind, against which you can make war, and the inclusion of the complementary portion of humanity on favor of which you distribute differently power and profit. Inclusion is in this term. The word inclusion is in this definition, sorry, but consider the apocalyptic tragic character of what comes before, the exclusion of a part of mankind against which you make war. So actually, you're right when you say that this implies an exclusion. Inclusion implies an exclusion. This approach could be useful to understand what could not be working in the in the attempt to have a better inclusion. Mariangela, now the floor goes to you. I've said that you are both specialized in AI, and I would like you to talk about the relationship between AI and inclusion.
That's a very interesting question. It might seem simple, but it does have social, cultural, and human implications that are very important. As an entrepreneur from the company I'm representative, innovation is at the core of all our work, and even more so is AI. AI can solve some problems and overcome some barriers, yes. It does have skills. It can speak different languages, translate different languages, create inclusion in a very significant way. It can use different cognitive abilities. It can give a voice to those who don't have one. It does have skills, but it's not inclusive on its own. It becomes inclusive when it collaborates with humans to change the paradigms, as Marcella was saying, because in order to change paradigms, you have to change the cultural element of society. We have social barriers that can be overcome by AI, yes, but we need to consider anthropological elements so that anything that's modern, such as AI, fascinates us on one hand, but at the same time scares us. So we need to overcome our fear. We have to manage and regulate AI in order to quench our fear, and at that point, it becomes an important tool for change to redesign citizenship, the concept of inclusion. I don't think that it's about defining the margins of inclusion, but define what the core of it is. Because otherwise, whatever technological tool our mind will come up with, I think the same discriminations will come up over and over again. We need to change the paradigm. When I met you, Stefano, I think I told you about the word person, which is very dear to me, because person doesn't discriminate, doesn't explain whether that's a man or a woman. It's a person, a human. You have skills, you have values, and you as a person should interface with the paradigm changes and interface with any technology. And I think as an entrepreneur, as a citizen, as a woman in an interconnected world, I think that's the real change that we can make and use.
No doubt, you have mentioned a crucial thing. I never talk about women, men, gay people, transsexual people. I only talk about persons, about people, because this is what we are, each of us. We are people. We are persons. Persona, in ancient in Latin, meant mask. So we are now called as a civilization to throw away, to get rid of these masks, because they are not sustainable any longer for two main reasons. And the first one is that we all own culture. We have all studied. We come from mascularization. And culture fights against fiction. And the second thing is that we have pervasive and intrusive mass media. And it has never been so in the past history. And when you have a permanent spotlight before you, in front of you, you cannot but be real, otherwise you will collapse. So, Paolo, as we have some more minutes, I have worked with different companies, and at different companies. Well, in all these years, in just one company, and I will not mention the name, I was told that in that company, only in that company, everyone could be what they wanted. In other companies, nobody speaks about it. You have already listed the 4 pillars. What about your experience as a trainer? Because you are basically a trainer, right? Well, what is the best pathway to take the first step? Because in my opinion, the first step, we desperately need to take this first step. then I will need to change my priority, and I would state what you said before. Everyone should work on knowing themselves better, because we don't know ourselves. If we don't know what our starting point is, if you don't know what the limits are, then we will never start an improvement process.
Fai conto che io mi sia alzato in piedi per applaudirti, ok?
Someone stood up to. Someone I would pretend to stand up to applaud you. Anyway, this is the chance we have to work with the unknown. I told that I went to a psychologist for 5 years, but at the beginning I was ashamed of admitting that. Then a friend of mine opened my eyes, and I mentioned with this friend a sentence said by my psychologist. Well, this friend realized that I was seeing a psychologist, and she answered in a way that really helped me open the eyes. And I finally admitted that my psychologist said the same as her. So why should you be ashamed of getting to know yourself? Now, Marcella, you work with companies and much more than me because you directly work with them. I would like to know from you, what about the last 10 years? What changes, what positive changes and negative changes too did you notice? Don't be afraid of telling me the negative ones. So what about organizational behaviors?
Thank you for your question. I wanted to start from something she said about AI. The news I read the other day that AI backtalked to someone who was being rude to AI. So I think we should be kind to AI, because if you're rude to it at some point, it might wake up and be rude to you back. And then I remember hearing about Alexa last year, people being rude to Alexa, and because it's the same as being rude to a woman. Over the past 10 years, there's been a lot of change. COVID has been a moment for us when significant change happened, because now we deal with online work and remote work, and we should go back to people. We have taken a lot of steps forwards, and very positive steps forward. I work both with private and public companies, which might seem different, but it was a pleasure for me to work with them because people were curious, they were asking questions, they weren't afraid. Now we are thrown back to the before times because there are many companies that do deserve to be praised. And I'm happy to have worked with them and to have helped them for a time. But there are companies that are embarrassed nowadays. And you know why? Because they want to do something about diversity, and you have to do it because you have a certification, because you want to ensure gender diversity by law. So you feel like you have to do certain things. You get confused about all the laws and the things that you have to do. So you ask them what they have done about it, and they say, we've done something about stereotypes and biases. And you consider that, but whenever you mention something else, people get paralyzed, because if you talk to them about microaggressions in order to raise awareness in the corporate world about microaggressions, after a week they are all in a panic because HR tells you that you're not able to say anything anymore because a girl sued a colleague, and then another colleague sued someone else. So just to summarize, I think there's a lot of work to do, but we should get back to basics. I think we should talk about who I am, who you are. If you want to be called an engineer and not a female engineer, whatever you identify with, whatever you are more comfortable with being called, then we should go with that. People may say I'm crazy, but I think you should be able to choose. Then we can work on bringing about an important and significant change for society. But I do think that we shouldn't fight a fight against each other. We keep talking in Italy, and I think that it's amazing here to be talking about humans. But if we talk about gender equality certification and we talk about men and women, I think we should move forward, and we don't only have female and male as genders, so we should maybe even go beyond that and think about people, not genders. We have to change the way we talk to people and stop taking for granted that things are as they are, or that everybody can understand what we're talking about, or everybody's at the same level. I think we should go back to basics and have awareness of who we are as people.
You're totally right. Some month ago, I met a wonderful woman. She's one of the most welcoming person I've ever met. And I really wish you to get to know her. She's a lawyer, and the first time I called her avvocata, using the female term in Italian language, she asked me to call her avvocato, so the standard term describing a lawyer. And I had no perception of her being a sexist. No, I knew that she just wanted to be called avvocato using the male term. But she's really sensitive about inclusivity and diversity. Mariangela, we'll finish this panel with you. We'll close this panel with you. We welcomed the internet some years ago with several doubts, but then internet became a very important part, a crucial part of our lives. In 2010 or 11, we just went mad and we became crazy using social networks. We loved the social networks, but now we are discovering the negative side, the bad side of it, the dark side of them. And now we have artificial intelligence, which is the biggest revolution and maybe the one that scares the hell out of us the most. So the question is, what is the starting point to create a more welcoming world and to have an AI that is human-made, made for human?
When the internet was created, Umberto Eco told us to be aware of sources because we risk creating a world of ignorant people if we don't use trustworthy sources. Engineers are now fact-checked by anyone on the internet. People with knowledge are fact-checked by people who don't have the facts. And so that's the internet culture that we have nowadays. The problem with AI is even bigger than this because the AI can think and can act. And if we don't manage it, if we don't legislate it, it could be an issue. It does have skills to make the world inclusive, but it can also further discrimination. So we have to be vigilant. AI needs to be supported by those who can regulate, who can look at the content, create teams that can work in the social sphere, and make decisions to provide guidelines rather than being passive towards AI. So of course it has opened our minds, and so has the internet, but for many aspects it has enslaved us culturally. So of course I don't mean to say these things as dogmas, but I think it's things that we should continue talking about.
Ci sono dei
companies like yours, do they dialogue with politicians?
Of course, both as industry associations, because we are talking about creating other intelligence and other forms of training that we need to regulate. So we have panels and roundtables that work on this so that we can regulate how this AI is shared and how it can be fed data. So that's important for us to keep doing.
Absolutely, and we will need to study how. Is the other party receptive when you go to the legislator?
We're still at the beginning. AI is like the stars or fire for our for our forefathers and the myth of Plato. So it's something amazing, but it's been there for a while, and so we should have done a lot more, a lot sooner to regulate it. There's millions of AI and images created every day, but those are not regulated at all. So we should consider content, but regulate it first.
Su una cosa.
I need to tell you something. My professor of maths back in the high school gave us a task. We needed to reduce in prime factors the binomials 7 plus 4 square root of 3. And no one could overcome this difficult task. A binomial starting with a prime number, first factors. So how can you divide into first factors a number that is already a first factor? Actually, there is a solution. A friend of mine, he's an engineer, when challenged by me, recently proposed a solution. Well, he proposed this binomial to DeepSeek, and DeepSeek solved the problem in 1 second. And I easily understand your facial expression. I was impressed by that. I was really impressed because this software solved the problem with human creativity. 7 is a prime number. In fact, it can also be the sum of other numbers that are not prime, like 4 and 3. 4 and 3 and 4 that are the root of 3. And this is something humans could never get to because they have stereotypes. They see 7 and they think that it is a prime number. But actually, artificial intelligence could help us because it has no bias, okay? It could be a steering wheel for a better world, okay? I would like to thank Paolo Carnovale, Marcella Loporchio, Mariangela Castiglione. Thank you for their help and for their contribution. And thank you all. Thank you for listening. And I would like to thank the Innovation Training Summit for hosting us. We'll see you in the next meeting.
Grazie, Stefano.
Thank you, Stefano. Thank you, Marcella. Thank you all. Thank you for moderating. Now we move to another professional. He will talk about a spherical economy, the new grammar of human society. He's the founder and president of the Grateful Foundation and managing partner of WiseGate. We have Oscar Di Montigny. A round of applause for him. I'll leave the floor to you.
Buongiorno. Buongiorno.
Good afternoon. We have been talking about being humans and you don't even say good afternoon. So I'll be with you for some minutes, for a few minutes, and I will try to share with you some suggestions and recommendations and some provoking messages that are very much aligned with who talked before me. Well, just a brief mention, an autobiographic mention. I will use these suggestions and recommendations, but I need to tell you that I've recently founded this consultancy. I recently founded this consultancy after many years spent in one of the biggest banking groups of the country. I was an executive, I was a director. In the last few years, I decided to move to another ground, to another terrain, which is education and training. And this Mediolanum Corporate University was awarded as one of the best organizations worldwide in training. For 10 years, I've been leading the Innovation and Marketing Department and then Sustainability. This is my background. With the passage of time throughout the years inside the company and then also as a public speaker at an international level, I've become specialized in analyzing big scenarios and mega trends. So philosophers, scientists and economists for a long time now, for several years now, they have been trying to study what is about to happen, especially now. In this very moment, there are no experts of future. Being an expert in future, it's just an oxymoron. But being able to sail through this difficult period we are going through is an ability you can develop. So after these 2 days, I will try to spend with you with these minutes I have to talk about some suggestions I have and that I have collected with experts at international level. This is a teamwork, putting together people from Bogota, Milan, New York, and people from all around the world, also Mexico City and Rio de Janeiro. The time we are going through is very different from the past, okay? It will not be a linear projection of the past. We got used to study and to publish scientific reports, but our brain tends to linear logic, not exponential ones, okay? What is about to happen actually began many years ago. These figures, they are a constant in big analysis, big studies, 2020, 2030, and 2020, and 2045. These are eras in time in which we assume that some trends that started in the past will be evident. But if something is evident, then that fashion has just has already gone. So you need to keep the pace, and you need to anticipate that trend. If you anticipate the trend, then it will be a great opportunity for you. But if you run late, then you will be lost. There will be 4 trends: redesigning, resetting our political and social and economic condition. This may seem trivial or obvious. You may take this for granted. But please take this as a suggestion. Demographics. Demographics is very important to understand how power will be redistributed. Since 1930, so far, population has multiplied is 8 times bigger. This means that we have a problem related to complexity, and this complexity is 8 times bigger than before. Unfortunately, if we talk about 1930, we make reference to years in which constitutions were written, in which protocols were written and established. Well, all these will need to be changed, and if we are not able to do so, the system around us will do that. Please try to calculate how long do we need to change to adjust the constitution of a country, or just a single article. For example, do you remember that it took years to us to change just one word in the Our Father? Another trend is in the One Father prayer, obviously, and environment. This is another trend. In the last 25 years, we destroyed the 11% of biodiversity in this planet. And for sure, my generation has to be blamed for that. So we are the generation who didn't understand the impact of their choices. It is very unlikely then that this same generation will find a solution. If we had known the solution, we would have not behaved like that. Third trend is technology. You may take this for granted too, but we are not considering one fact when we talk about technology, which is how pervasive these tools are at a neurological level. Not the practical functionality to make things happen. It is rather the fact that the usage of these tools is changing the plastic matter of which our brain is composed. Generations exposed to a high-level technological experience, well, these generations have neurologic pathways that are opposed, totally different from the generation that is trying to sell them something. This is the final phase on which we are trying to be focused, but we are not thinking about the exponential impact of the usage of certain tools on the neurological pathways of our brains. The great news here is that there has never been such a high quantity of different technological experience coexisting at the same time. There has never been something like that in no generation. You may look at this from a sociological, from an economic point of view, from a political point of view. So we find ourselves here. And this point is defined by people who study the future. This point is defined by experts of innovation as a moment of an exponential jump, which is something extremely unique in the history of mankind, which is something extremely rare in the history of mankind. The history of mankind is made of a sequence of changes, so the ability we have as humans of living the change is much simpler, is much easier. When there is a shift, when there are a change from era to era, our brain cannot keep the pace because we function by a linear logic, with a linear logic. On the other hand, if we have a linear logic, we have 1, 2, 3, 16, and 25 maybe, okay? It's not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and etc. According to exponential logic, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 16, what is the next figure? Is 32? No, it's 256. It is the number multiplied by itself, for itself. So we are running that fast now, and our brain tends to provide an answer according to a linear logic, not an exponential one. We are now in this dimension, and it is very rare. There are two things I would like to share with you. This lady is the nephew of Tara Gandhi. Is the granddaughter of Gandhi, and Mahatma Gandhi told her, "Speed doesn't make the difference. If you go." The time an exponential speed starts, then the huge question we should ask ourselves is orientation, is the direction. And yet, people now would love to sell more, to provide more services, and so on. This is the other encounter I had in 2014, the Dalai Lama. No man was born under good or bad stars. We only have men and women who are able to read the starry sky. Now we need to know our direction, and the only way we have to read the right direction is being able to identify the signals. All of you work in companies with thousands of employees. Well, you must love to take care of individuals. I love to talk about training and education, but I know that only talking about training is a limiting factor. In fact, training comes from outside. But I prefer education rather than training, because a facilitator is able to take something out of you, extracting something out of you. But if you don't have a direction, if you don't have sensitiveness, and if you cannot channel that thing you have just extracted from somebody else, then all you can teach, all you can transfer in terms of training could be useless in the best case scenario. And this is not good because all of you would be paid, or you could also be dangerous. And why is that so? Because there is a complexity order that is extremely high at the moment. I'm about to list very negative things, okay? So this is the first time in history in which at the same point there was a convergence of environmental crisis. These are the top 5 global risks from the World Economic Forum. They all have to do with the planet. Then we have an healthcare crisis, food crisis, a geopolitical crisis. There have never been so many wars at once. Then a financial crisis, 315 trillion euros is the amount of this crisis. And then a social and economic crisis. we managed to split the atom, but we don't know how to share bread, okay? How to share food. Then we have a crisis of richness and of wealth. Now there are 8 people that are as rich as all the rest of people on the planet, okay? Then we have a labor crisis. These crises will arrive all at once. They are already happening. And then we have an education crisis. Italy is one of the last countries in Europe in terms of literacy, functional literacy. And we don't know how to compare one's analysis with the analysis of the other. Then we have a generational crisis. 5 generations are coexisting. They vote, they consume, they decide all at once according to different logics. So what is going on now is a great opportunity of business for you, but at the same time, this is a value crisis, a crisis of values. People are lost, okay? Not even human rights are guaranteed worldwide, in every area of the world. So we are facing a problem, a crisis of certainty. Our system has not worked, is not working, and as a linear action will never work. So what is the final conclusion? As Dr. King said, well, you may not be responsible for the situation you are going through, but you will be responsible if you do nothing to change the same situation. So people dealing with human factors will be crucial in a turning point that is so important. Talking about spherical economics. Circular economy is wonderful. I've certified the first B Corp in Italy, benefit corporations and so on. I know what I'm talking about. This is a necessary condition. It's an urgent one, but this is not sufficient. This is not enough, because circular economy will mean that we chase the solution of problems all the time. We will be better when our solutions will no longer be related to problems. If we solve the problem of plastic, we need to face another problem. If we solve the problem of electric waste, well, we need to remember that those waste will be disposed of in the space. We needed to change our mindset. We are just adopting solutions, but we are not asking ourselves the right questions. Now we are going to program machines and robots. Well, if we will fail to program them with the right questions, they will provide us with the wrong answers. But they are not wrong because they are not resolute. But this answer will be wrong not because they don't give us a solution, but because they will make us feel without a direction. So either you understand that this is related to a humanistic thinking, or you will fail. So humans need to be at the very heart of everything, in the center, in terms of impact, in terms of superiority of our species. So if you put a dot in the center, in the circle, and you do a linear projection of that dot, you will obtain a sphere. So a new possible economic model in which every dot is at the same distance from the center. An organization, you can look at that organization from a different standpoint, and yet it is always equal to itself. Or, for example, if you put pressure on something, that object will move, and it will distribute the pressure over all the units. Resilience is not the solution. Everybody talks about resilience, but resilience is just a feature, a characteristic of metals. We need to be anti-fragile. We need to learn out of the crash, and we need to evolve. Okay, time is over. So see you next time. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Oscar. Really an inspirational speech, as always, with you, Oscar. Moving forward, talking about the blend of training and sustainability, doing it with a panel of experts. And here with us to moderate is a LinkedIn top voice. I'd like to welcome on stage Valentina Marini. Hi, Valentina. Hi, good evening, everyone. To all. Before you welcome your guests on stage, I wanted to share this, that by the end of April, your book on the world of work is going to come out. So tell me if I'm saying the work that we offer, what we should accept, correct choices in the world of AI. So now I'm going to just welcome Filippo, who moderated several panels here. So good luck for your book, and I'll let you on stage, let you be on stage to welcome your guests. So what are we looking for today from the world and the industry of work? Maybe you are giving yourself many different answers, but they're very personal. But one topic that over the years clearly emerged is how priorities and values are changing. More and more, we're saying, also luckily, we're talking about the quality in the workplace, the search for flexibility. We want a better job. We want working remotely. Many things are changing. Priorities are changing. Research confirms that. And a great need emerges, and that is of changing the narrative in the workplace, thinking of days that are still made with many hours committed to the workplace. Gen Z is saying that is something they do not want to do. Research just combines in highlighting the three keywords that we're going to be discussing in this panel. And what is emerging is that regardless of generations, and we know that the category for generations can be useful because it gives us different elements, but we need to avoid standardization, especially if you are in HR. It's important to keep active listening and do not end up in bias, in the error of thinking that the answers are only in the handbooks, books, and statistics. But data can also be helpful, and these are telling us that among the things we're mostly looking for are training, welfare, because also the topic of salaries with the cost of living rising is a crucial element that we just cannot neglect, and also welfare has gotten crucial importance, and sustainability. Sustainability is a word that is filled with meaning. So I'd like to welcome here on stage, and I'd like to thank them to talk about this. I'd like to welcome on stage, in alphabetical order, Lucia Borini, Head of Group Academy, Reale Group. I'd like to ask you for a round of applause for her. Francesca Del Moretto, HR Director of Olympus Italy. Luca Furfaro, Employment Consultant, Author, Payroll and Welfare Specialist, LL Associate. I've also mentioned you. Chiara Montanari, Antarctic Expedition Leader, Antarctic Mindset Trainer, Speaker and Consultant. Very well. A very rich and packed panel. The first question is just a challenge to you all. So first of all, is to keep it quite short. I'd like you to tweet, but as Twitter's is called X, I don't know how to ask it to you. But just the subject of an email, something very quick and easy to answer the first question where I'm asking you, what is training for you? As we are really at the headquarter of the community of training, of education. Francesca, I'd like to start with you. Well, I'm about to say, what is your vision of training and education? Well, education does not have to fill the mind, but has to spark what is inside our head. It must not be something that is just pure notion, but it has to be an experience that we live, and those who do it is able to manage a cultural experience and in transformation. There must be something between companies and co-workers with a sort of co-responsibility situation. So we all need to be trained, but the companies always have to give us everything so that the person can keep up to date with all the transformations that are cultural. Thank you, Francesca. What about you, Lucia? Well, I think this is a strategic strategic lever for the companies, for transformation and the evolution and growth of the companies, which are made of people. And this is something that is not covered currently. The ability of challenging yourselves, getting out of the box, learning and unlearning, and having the courage of abandoning something to discover what's new, and also for a safe space and area for reflecting upon this. So oftentimes in the classroom, let's take this present of time to think that in such evolving times we can just think, and it's an area of relationships because we learn with others and from others, and in these era that is quite an aggregating aspect, something that can really consolidate the company culture. Thank you, Lucia. Luca, we mentioned this already. You should say this a lot. You should say a lot about welfare, as it's a priority nowadays. But what is your vision of training and education?
Let me go back to what Lucia said. Our concept of welfare, which is a way to support people and bring more well-being, but in companies, in organizations, that requires some time to think about it and some knowledge. So training can be a way to better communicate, a way to get in contact with workers, and we discussed this in the book. We talked about the need to understand new generations. There is a generational gap, as we said, in terms of knowledge as well. We need to understand them, and we need to be able to discuss the values that can be added. So training can be based on this way to communicate, which is working both ways, from the company to the employee and from the employee to the company, so that their needs can be explained, what they need in their lives, what do they need to be part of the company.
Thank you, Luca. Chiara, you've got a special story. You'll have to tell us something about that, because I think many people in the room listening to the HAD expedition in Antarctica, it's an honor for us to have you here, being able to listen to your vision of training and education. But tell us something more about that. But I'd like to immediately start, because it cannot be detached from my story. Well, for me, education is not training, but it's transformation. And this is something fundamental. And I'd like to take the opportunity from the previous speaker who showed us that the world is in crisis. And it's quite under our eyes. Quite clear. And from the Antarctica, we've got good news. This is not necessarily something negative to be in a crisis, because it's a moment of great transformation. So we've got a real opportunity. Not as when I was attending training courses, Chiara, we've only got opportunities, there are no issues. And then you go to Antarctica, you find maybe yourself in front of something that is unexpected, of a ravine, and maybe there is not a thought. We've got thoughts. I got trained on the science of complexities, and the thing is that the real world shows its own difficulty and complexity. It has always been so complex. We just thought it wasn't. So a thought is already helping us. We just need to transform ourselves. This is important, because otherwise we end up in that negative narrative, or that one of training, and we become depending on situations that cannot be changed. It's a moment that it's important to act, and we all see it, and it's important to do it positively. Thank you, Chiara, because this leads me back to the very famous sentence from Einstein's crisis, how from crisis opportunities arise. It's nice because you've already had a nice blend of talking about the power of transformation and the vision of experience of community rituals to connect with each other and listen to people. I think it's something that makes us develop ourselves by being totally humanly connected. And nowadays in our social area, we use the word connection a lot. We're listening to this need to humanize it, and connection and training and education can be a great way to do so, especially if we remove the phones, the smartphones from the classrooms. Always removes, classroom and digital makes us do many different things, but we have to remind ourselves to be leading it, to fully enjoy the moment. And as we're all here, either experts or people who believe in training and education, I'd like you to remind you our active role, as Francesca talked about, co-responsibility. I've now got a different question for each of you, starting with you, Francesca, and I'd like to ask you, what could be the role of the HR role to support the sustainability, which is a word, just a thought-provoking question. Like all words, they're oftentimes used, but it's losing its meaning, because when sustainability, just like everything, is put in everything we do and say. So this is a challenge. How can an HR person proceed with being sustainable in daily actions? Well, thank you, Valentina, because I really like the question. I think I am an HR person who's very practical and less philosophical. And I think it's crucial for me to enact in the company what sustainability can be: a human sustainability, social sustainability, economic sustainability. And as an HR, every single day, we're trying to figure out how to do it with real actions. In Olympus, as an HR groups, we've really done a lot of things, starting from all the corporate social responsibility activities, which is our cornerstone, and as to something that really fits within our company and not something that is simply written on the wall as something to create an impact within society. So we've also received a wonderful award from the Radar Academy because we were able to kick off a series of activities which considered actively listening all the different generations that are within our company. So sustainability for me, for us, it also means to always try to do something groundbreaking. We've got a group within the company dealing with powering all activities that are innovative and sustainable, and we're now dealing with our social statement and social budget, sort of. But not only that, we like to believe in the inclusive leadership, and these are not only words, because in the previous talks they talked about something that is very dear to me, D&I. Every single day we always strive to implement an inclusive leadership with real activities. And within this workforce, which is called Education Council, and due to their professionalism skills, is really the true added value to our company. And so we also give a sense of broader inclusion in all the activities that we've done within the organization in terms of well-being, wellness, because we really want to be sustainable towards our corporate people at the core, but we really mean that, and we want the voices of people to really become the mantra and the motto of our organization. Walk the talk, always. Thank you very much, Francesca. Lucia, I would like to ask you, how do you ensure training courses that always meet the needs of the company? Because you reminded us the importance of meeting the corporate needs, but some trainings that are oriented to spreading the culture towards our future, yet at the same time promoting the well-being of people. Do we have in our training many challenging goals? How can we put them all together? Well, first of all, we're just going to try it. I don't know if we can manage that. Well, first things first, trying to get the needs of companies closer to the needs of people. And we do this by listening, just as Francesca earlier mentioned. Within our company, I think it's quite easier because the fact that we have existed for like 250 years, we are a mutual society, and we really want to keep people at the core of what we do. And we recently made a purpose emerge that was really inside of all of us by engaging and involving all the people through words that were being being repeated by different people, with different people, with different words, from the employee to the CEO. So in a very participatory perspective. Based on that, our purpose emerged, which is taking care of people for a better world together. So within this, it's looking after each other, which is business for us, because we look after people, but at the same time, it's looking after people within the company. So everything we do has to be, or at least we try it to be, coherent with the purpose that is like a pole star for us. And as an organization, we strongly believe that looking after each other is a skill. We oftentimes talked about human skills over these 2 days, and we've developed a training course that we've called Wellbeing Management, which is dedicated both to managers and all the other people, all the other individuals with real teams. Well, the representative of the team challenges himself and gets involved, starting with self-awareness, getting to know how we work. We talked about neurosciences, and I question myself, why do we know so little about ourselves? I discovered the world of neuroscience a few years ago because of my work, but it should be something that kids are taught at school, so we don't even know how we work. So first thing is self-awareness. Being able to acknowledge our own feelings and emotions, being able to look after ourselves, and then be able to look after others. And I think this is something that we do for real. Remarkable things emerge because then people create really authentic bonds, which then have a direct impact in everyday's activities. Talking about the future, for over a year, we have been experimenting a method of training that is linked to future thinking coming from social sciences. It's actually not new, but it's starting to emerge in the business nowadays. So we're bringing people from different generations and seniorities and jobs and genders together, and we want them to imagine potential scenarios, identify a preferable future scenario, so obviously with hope, to be able to enact behaviors today that can lead us towards that future. So I really agree and relate to what Chiara earlier mentioned. So I'm very positive about the fact that today it's our own responsibility, but also our opportunity to be able to build the future, having a vision of where we want to go. Thank you, Lucia. So from your first experiences in the company, both Lucia and Francesca enhanced the word listening. So as it's your own sentence, Luca, that I really adore, you always say listening is the first form of welfare. I always quote it every time I can, because this is just witnessing what they say, what they do to make things happen. Well-being initiatives to really look after our people and being able to be fully oriented towards the future, onboarding people. We need to listen to them, because only by listening to them they really feel enhanced at the very best. But I need to ask you this question about welfare. You are an expert, technically speaking. We know that many organizations are investing on this. Some are a little bit more left behind because there's an economic impact. But you said welfare can be training, actually, and education can be a lever of welfare. So how can we do that? How can we make people get it closer who see this as something difficult?
Yes, this is something that we can do, and that's a first. Listening as first form of welfare introduces another topic, the topic of complexity. Paying our workers has become more complex because you have several things that you need to keep in this into account. The retribution itself, which is important. Our workers do not simply want sustainability, do not simply want other factors. Our workers need a right and an adequate level of payment. They need meritocracy. They need welfare solutions. And they are seeing You were telling me about technical aspects, but let me switch and talk about something else. Organizations and companies often look at welfare solutions only as a driver for eluding taxes. It's very much close to taxes, and you can monetize the solutions that you offer. You can use certain mechanisms to give something more to your workers, to your employees, and save money on taxes, on pension contributions. So the way that we should do it should be different. It's a fiscal matter, and in this phase where prices are increasing, the cost of life is on the rise, we need to support our employees. And together with these welfare solutions, this added value, as you say, we need something more. Sometimes we talk about values, numbers, and that is something that we can take into account. However, we also need to add, it's necessary to add something more in order to diversify and really retain high-value workers in our company. Something else that cannot be measured. It has a value for people who receive it, and they appreciate it based on their perception, based on how much they needed it. So yes, it's an internal value, but you don't see this value from the outside. I'm telling you this because welfare is often seen as a driver to attract new talents and to make the most of the talents that you already have and make sure that they keep on working in your company, and that is true. But we can also give something that is intangible, something that cannot be measured. If it can be measured, that gives me 100, the other one gives me 110, I go to the other company. But what if I have something more? Training courses, something that I give a value to as a person, no one else can match it. No one else can offer something different. So this is a matter of complexity, as I said, that we need to take into account when we enhance and understand also what the counterpart expects us to do. We were talking about different generations. Well, generations change, and the ways in which you pay different generations change. We see, however, same patterns. Maybe we didn't talk about welfare solutions, but still there was something. They took care of workers back then in different ways, maybe with different aspects involved, but still that is something that was always present in different forms. Our challenge nowadays is to listen to our employees and understand what they want. They want training, or maybe is it just us insisting on giving them training? We need to understand what their expectations are and what they want from companies and organizations.
Thank you, Luca. This perspective on the intangible value of those initiatives that can be more difficultly challenged can make all companies take relief who are having a difficulty to getting closer to that. After all this insight, we're talking about sustainability. We said about that. But how can we all train our mindset to live more sustainable lives, more inclusive lives? So from the company, let's talk about our own commitment, individual commitment. As in your experience, if you are really a point of reference, regardless of waiting for what the company can do, how can we train our mindset? I would say this is urgent, not waiting what somebody else can do for us. Also because we live in a world that is particularly challenging. I'm actually very lucky because going to Antarctica, I was immediately challenged, especially in Antarctica. If you do a mistake, you die. And so you must transform yourself. And so you learn that everything like complaining, saying like, oh, this thing shouldn't be like that, or this thing shouldn't happen to me. But not only playing the victim, but also playing the hero, or like, oh yeah, there's a challenge, I can do it, no worries. You learn that Antarctica really has the upper hand on you and knocks you down. So you're like, I have to negotiate with reality. I have to have a sort of a conversation, a dialogue with the reality that is happening to me right now. And so it captures you, it brings you to the present day, and you have to accept it. You have to accept that there is a world that's changing, situations that are changing, but you are the participative actor, you are the stakeholder. And in the current world, this is how it is. And I'm telling you, this is good news, because regardless of the fact that it's a shock. And as an engineer, I arrived in Antarctica, it's just like nonsense, and everything nothing goes as you expected it to go. But it allowed us to wake up and just tackle complexity, like being awakened to complexity. We oftentimes think of complexity. We talk about complexity, and we highlight what's complex. Complexity is like a living being, so we are immersed inside that situation that is evolving, that is changing, and we can influence, we cannot control it. So let's take it away. The greatest suffering is due to the fact that we want to control it. You just can't. Just take it away. But you can navigate it. So we have to get equipped with tools that help us navigate it. And the best tool is to change your mindset. Because we can't think of, we have to put many things, many tools, many features in our skill set, but it is not enough. We need to take a leap of awareness. And this is what's really helping us the present day of taking this jump towards being more aware. Well, the word awareness now and multiple time was a recurrent word. We also took a moment of relief when you reminded us that if we make a mistake, we do not die here, so a relief. We're about to wrap up. If I've asked you a tweet, now I'm going to ask you to just like a quick answer. As our title is Training, Welfare and Sustainability, I'd like to ask you, which one would you choose among the three and why? Sustainability, because I said sustainability, yes, because sustainability remains for HR and organizations the motto that leads the function and the organization into saying, what can I do better to be sustainable and create an organization that can be healthy within something that can also ensure a psychological safety that is ahead of times. Thank you, Lucia. Training, because like gives you new lenses to see things in different ways and being able to create a sustainable world.
I'm going to say welfare. Tell us why. It's not.
Non ci aspettiamo.
Perché li ricomprende tutti, perché è un bene.
It's something that involves us all. Well-being, you know, that is part of training and your well-being as a person.
Chiara, I wanted to say sustainability because it fits them all. Well, let's say that this answer makes us understand the great bond between the worlds that we've chosen and shows how these are three important topics where we want to aim for when an employee value proposition to our people. And so this is a sort of a guideline to follow. I would like to thank Lucia Borini, Francesca Del Moretto, Luca Furforo, Chiara Montanari for this panel. Thank you all for being with us now. If you liked it, at 4, Luca and I am going to be at Corner Franco Angeli with the book as a preview, on preview. Thank you, Valentina, for moderating it. I'd like to quickly ask you to get off stage from that side. Well, now is the time for a panelist talking about the new generations and this skills gap that is lacking at the workplace, especially on certain roles and profiles. We are going to listen to Mattia Pastore, founder of Uni Orienta. Welcome, Mattia. Hi, Mattia. And I know that you'd like to make your own keynote, and so you will then be able to welcome on stage some guests, other speakers, and you will be moderating the talk on the new generations and skills. Good luck and thank you.
Mi sentite? Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Sound check. Good evening, everyone. Welcome. I'm honored to be here. I'm going to tell you something more about your children and grandchildren. I'm going to talk about skill gap and Gen Z. Gen Z is a very special generation. The first ones that never knew a world without internet and smartphones. And that's one of the reasons why Gen Z is deeply in contact with reality. And reality is dramatic for Gen Z, unfortunately. This is not a problem of Gen Z only. This is a problem for Italy. It has an impact on our innovation, on our future, on our economy. The labor market and the output of the educational system have a mismatch. And we have worrying data regarding the basic skills, important skills, in anyone's personal and social well-being. In order to understand the magnitude of this issue, we need to see some data. 18% of young Italian people who look for a job is currently unemployed. And the situation is particularly worrying in the south of Italy. For people who work, the situation is not that great either. 40% of us do a job that have nothing to do with what we studied. 18% of us is underqualified for the job that they're doing, and 15% is overqualified. This has an impact on the trust that young people have in the school and university systems. 10% of high school students drop out studies. Same applies to 10% of university students during their first year of college. And during that same first year, 15% of them either change and go to another university or change the subject of their study entirely. And 30% of Italian students don't complete their studies within the time framework that was provided. Italy has one of the highest percentages of people over 30 with no college degree. We are only at 30%, the goal should be 45%. But the most worrying data is this. Regarding basic skills, as I said, for personal well-being and social well-being. 1 Italian out of 3 does not have a sufficient level of literacy or numeracy, and almost 1 person out of 2 has an insufficient level of problem-solving capabilities. And this last percentage is the most worrying one for us. The world is changing at the speed of light, and 40% of current skills will be obsolete before 2030. And you know what's the one skill that all companies agree on, saying that it will be important in this ever-changing future? Problem solving. Gen Z, ladies and gentlemen, is not the problem. Gen Z is the solution. Teachers, students, parents, companies, we all agree on this. We need a school system that is more practical, more motivating, and customized. We need more connection with the labor market. And most importantly, we need more investment in the education system. If we fill these gaps, we can really unlock the potential of these younger generations and of our nation for a brighter future. And if we look at the future with this perspective, we can now call 2 architects of change here on stage. 2 people that, thanks to their experiences and knowledge, are now changing and will change the future of younger generations by brightening their path. Ladies and gentlemen, Riccardo Creppo, founder and director of Open Institute of Technology, and Andrea Rossi, CEO of University Campus Biomedico in Rome. Hello. Here we are. Very important topics. Let me leave this here. So, gentlemen, let's start. We don't have the slides yet. Let's see if we can see the slides again, please. Here we are. Let's start with the data I started from and I was worried about. There is something to say about it. people who performed better were the younger people. But still, this is a very worrying result. Let me start with you, Riccardo. What do you think about this? Well, first of all, let me clarify something. I'm an engineer of change, not an architect. I'm joking. Let me start with what I think about quality. I think that we Italians are very good at blaming a system that, when it comes to my personal experience, actually works very well. When you go abroad and you see how other school systems work, you realize that there is a certain depth of knowledge given by the Italian school system. Let's talk about universities and technologies. There are areas in which there is room for improvement here in Italy. For example, our knowledge is very strong when it comes to theory, but it's not equally strong in practical terms. And that is a problem. When people who recently graduated, like me, with electronic engineering degree, then you meet the labor market and you realize that you know very little of the technologies that are actually being used, of what the labor market actually looks like, and the companies. Another problem of the higher education system, so of universities, which applies to other countries, not just to Italy, is the need to update course of studies. In a world that changes at the speed of light, the university system has difficulties coping with this fast changing because of the very long processes required to update curricula that are currently offered by universities. And that is something that is slowing down the change process. Thank you very much, Riccardo. Andrea, what do you think about it? I agree with what my colleague has said. The Italian education system cannot be said to be work poorly. We can actually say that we need to review it, to update it. That is true. He said it very well earlier on. In a world that is changing at the speed of light, we cannot think that we can convey information and teachings in the same way. So universities need to give a toolbox, an approach that can be valid on the long term. And as Oscar de Montigny said earlier on, it's important to have a human-centered approach based on single characteristics. And I think it's a matter of soft skills, which can really make a difference, much more than in the past. Considering the quick changes that are taking place, so we need to have an approach, the right mindset. And we shouldn't simply focus on pieces of knowledge. Throughout the years, the university system has been slower than other ones in terms of adaptation to reality. So, during your presentation, you talked about skill mismatch. Well, that's evident. We need to start from that. There is no question about it. Companies struggle finding the skills that they need, which means that there has been a problem in the education system. We need to think about the solutions. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Andrea and Riccardo. Next question, which may be a provocation. Let me start with you. Is the way we explain students how to choose the different subjects, is that the problem? Well, let me start from my experience in the Campus Biomedico University. We have positive results. We have a dropout rate, not just in the first year, but in the whole university, of 3.6%. And the percentage of students that complete their studies with a delay, that is still positive, much different compared to this one. So I think that the way we explain to students how to choose different universities is fundamental. Sometimes they take their decisions in the very last minute, sometimes without being aware of their choice. And then, of course, they change university. Or maybe they don't. And they end up at an older age with certain skills, but no passion at all for the path that they have chosen. And this is something we have seen in our summer schools. We started them 2 years ago. The first ones that were started in Italy in terms of medicine. Luis University has been doing the same with other subjects, not medicine. We have interesting data. We have about 350 students that are very happy with this experience. So they spend 1 full week in the university with labs, simulation centers, lessons, university parties as well. So they live a full week in the university. 77% of them changed their perspective. At the end of the week, they had a different opinion about their course of study. So that tells us that in order to understand what you really like, you need to try it and do it. You cannot base your decision on a booklet. Riccardo, the floor is yours. Let me start from another point that comes even before this problem, the demographic problem, namely. People who will graduate this year are people who were born in 2003, more or less. Let's talk about people who are born this year, 28% less. That is the result that we will have in another 23, 24 years. So we have a demographic problem. Then, if we take a look at the way students choose their course of study, we see that we have different solutions abroad, but not too different. So it looks like a bucket with holes at the bottom, so it doesn't work. There is a low percentage of people that reach their diploma. 28% of the initial cohort reaches the level of graduation, and 18% versus 29% in France and 21% in the European Union has a degree in technological or, in general, STEM subjects. I don't want a world made of engineers and scientists only, also because it would be meaningless to have them alone. It's about how the country is moving forward, considering all the topics of innovation and potential employability as well. Why am I saying this? Because the problem that we discussed of how students choose their course of study is important, and it's not discussed enough during high school, and it should probably be addressed earlier on. That is a major issue, and why is that? Because in the last 20, 30 years, we had an incredibly high number of institutes that gave degrees. In other continents, they are 5,000, 3,000. So we have many more courses of study. More than 30,000 courses of study in Europe. And students are global students. I come from Turin, so I was thinking about the Politecnico University in Turin, but now people from my city probably look at opportunities all over the world. So there is a major problem here. Another one is given by professions. I wanted to work as an accountant, so I knew what to study. Economy. If I wanted to be a chemist, I needed to study chemistry. What happened in the last 10 or 20 years is that professions started to work in a different way, with a mismatch compared to the courses of study. So with different professions nowadays, which employ a lot of young people, without having a direct course of study that matches that profession later on, which is a topic we can further discuss now. Yes, exactly. The next slide follows the same style, so it's a provocation again. 70% of teachers tell us that university is actually preparing students very well for the labor market. 90 seconds each of you. Riccardo, 97% of Italian teachers and professors say that universities should only be available in person and not remotely. Is university really preparing our students? It does, but only partially. And the proof is given by the labor market in the last 5, maybe 10 years, with many other master's degrees or shorter degrees given by companies that were not accredited, but still they managed to meet the needs of the labor market, their need for different skills that were not addressed by the university system. We can talk about the promise to become a specialist in any sector, cybersecurity, in just 3 months. We could talk about this for hours. It took me 5 years to study electronic engineering, and I do not claim to know everything about it after 5 years. The real change, however, this is the point, needs to happen in university themselves. The real basic knowledge, the one that stays with you, is given by universities that train you for years on specific subjects. When I'm talking about change, I'm talking about modernizing courses of study and curricula, so keeping the quality that is given by universities, but sticking to the labor market much more, and with the ability that universities should have to adapt to people's lives. And then I will answer your second question. University students used to leave high school, start their courses of study, then graduate, and never enter the university building again. In my experience, I can tell you that nowadays university students maybe work already, maybe just need to update, or maybe need to change and start a new profession and know what they do in a better way. So university should adapt to people's lives, and that doesn't only happen in person, online as well. Let me answer by saying that the Italian university prepares students for the labor market, but it should also prepare them to life, not just to the labor market. Universities are not just a mix of lessons and exams. It's about being more mature. It's about growing in life. You need to be prepared for life. It's a matter of relationships. It's a matter of discussions and struggles and dialogue with your teachers that have to be your masters. And let me answer to your question with this. In order to train in this way, you have to be in person, I think, in the university. The fact that we, just like many other universities, invest in laboratories, invest in simulation centers, invest in spaces where people can work hand in hand with nutritionists, physicians, and nurses, and physiotherapists, all together, discussing with each other, understanding how research is done, entering the laboratory together. I think that this is a game changer, gives you a different vision and gives you the right toolbox to face life. I personally think that some things can be done remotely. It's not impossible to do some in-depth analysis online, but what really prepares you for the labor market and what allows you to make a difference later on in your life is another type of journey with your active participation in an environment that has to be an in-person environment. Soft skills make a difference, as we said. If that's true, then, well, I don't know how you can develop soft skills if you study from your own bedroom at home. It can be challenging. Very interesting. I couldn't agree more with you. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for your participation, and we hope that this panel has been interesting for all of you. Thank you very much for having us. Thank you very much, everyone.
Grazie ai tuoi ospiti.
Thank you, Mattia. Thank you to your guest. Till the next panel. Now, there's a panelist with us with over 35 years of experience and over 225K participants active to his courses. So I would say remarkable figures. I'd like to welcome on stage the CEO of Dale Carnegie, Sergio Borra. A round of applause for him. Thank you. Please, the stage is yours.
Buonasera, buonasera.
Good afternoon. Some years ago, actually many years ago, yes, I'm a boomer, so many years ago, I would say, with a group of friends, we planned our holidays. And by chance, we found ourselves in Kaunas, in Lithuania. Okay, we were having dinner, and some people from Kaunas asked us whether we were Italian. They invited us to join them at the table, and one of these guys from Lithuania asked us whether we had already seen the most important attractions of the city. And he proposed to show us the statue, the symbol of the city. They were very proud of this statue. The morning after, the day after, he picked us, and we went to see this statue. And after some minutes, we found ourselves before this statue. Well, I had the same expressions you are putting now on your face. And I wondered, in Italy we have open-air outdoor museums. We have an inestimable richness, a beautiful cultural heritage. And in Lithuania, on the other hand, they have a statue in the middle of the street, and they give a lot of value to it, as if it were a masterpiece. I was politically correct at that time. I was very young, and I said, wow, this statue is beautiful. What's its name? And the guy answered that the statue was called the Stars Seeder, the man who sees stars. And he invited us to go back there at night. And I said, okay, I like the statue, but not enough to go back there at night. And on top of that, we were very young at that time, so we didn't just want to see masterpieces and statues. We also wanted to have fun in discos and so on. But at the end, I told him that we would have gone back to see the statue. I'm not saying that this revolutionized my life, and we know that many of you here are trainers, and sometimes you tell things as if you had been enlightened by inspiration. So this thing did not revolutionize my life, but it gave me several certainties. But I want to say thank you to that guy. If I could still thank him, because he gave me a lot of awareness. I want to thank him for this gift he gave me. What happens at night to this statue, to the man who sees stars? Well, this is what happens, okay? When I saw that thing, when I saw this for the first time, I told myself, this is my job. This is our job. We need to keep on seeding, planting stars, even if when apparently results are not coming. Because you don't see results here. You don't see the shadow. You don't see the shadow on the wall. But if you keep on planting stars, then somewhere, sometimes, results are going to come. Think about a sportsman or a woman, a person who trains the whole life to win a medal. Think about all the time those people need to wait. Think about parents with their sons and daughters. Think about an entrepreneur with their own company, or any person on the job. All these persons, well, what they do is just keep on planting stars. And this is what a farmer does too. A farmer plants seeds, and every day, whether he likes it or not, whether it rains or it is sunny, whether it is cold or hot outside, whether he's sad or happy, well, that person, that farmer, wakes up and takes care of that seed, and it does so for years and years until he sees a very small leaf. And why does he do so for years and years? Well, because that farmer believes in what is invisible. Believing in what is invisible. I founded my company some years ago. I was alone. I was on my own, but I trusted. I believed in what I couldn't see, because I could visualize it, okay? Each of you had results in your life because you managed to believe in something invisible. And as my title is, this is a matter of confidence, this is a matter of trust, sorry. Well, I think that trust is something you need to give at the beginning in order to see, in order to collect results later on. We don't harvest what we plant, we harvest what we take care of. Well, when we talk about care, the first thing that comes to my mind in terms is caring about relations, because in an interconnected world, the most important connection, in spite of everything, is human connection, okay? So when we talk about taking care of connections, the first book that comes to my mind, and I'm biased, but I read this book several years ago, in 1986. Well, this was the first book I read in terms of training and professional growth. This title is in English because the Italian title, when translated, makes me feel ashamed. Because Farseli Amici is the Italian translation, and I don't like it. And this is the English title, How to Win Friends. and etc. And in terms of personal growth, this is the top-selling book. It is 89 years old, okay? You read it now, and it looks like it was not written 80 years ago, because it talks about immutable, never-ending principles. That's true. In 80 years, humans have changed, but trust and taking care of relations is still the engine of any organization. I'm the biggest seller of this book worldwide, but I gained no royalty, I can tell you. This book is founded on 30 principles related to relations, especially the first 9 principles. Well, I have selected some of them, some of these principles, not because they are the most important, but because they were the most important to me. Among these principles, the best one, in my opinion, the most crucial, is the 5th one. This principle is not an easy one, okay? Some could be the difference between trivial and simple is fundamental. You can keep things simple and be sophisticated. So what I noticed in this principle is that it is about basics. Basics are today underestimated, and yet I think that they are fundamental. I think that we should be back to basics. Think about a professional athlete. Every day, those athletes train themselves on fundamentals. Think about Yannick Sinner. Yannick Sinner trains and repeats the fundamentals of tennis. Well, what are the fundamentals of human relations, of human trust? What are the fundamentals of putting people at the center? Not only on the company walls where you write mission, values, and vision, and then you act in a different way. No, you need to put people at the very heart of any organization. Well, one of the most important principles in this book, the 5th one, is smiling. And this is really surprising, because smiling is really surprising and is something unexpected. I'm not saying that you have to smile like an idiot. I'm saying that you need to smile with enthusiasm, because smiling is crucial in any relation, okay, in any rapport. No one likes to be with people who never smile. A further principle is the 7th one. Be good listeners and encourage the others to talk about themselves. We have heard this concept of empathy, of active listening, but the question is, do we listen to listen, or do we listen to contradict the other? Do we listen to understand, or do we listen to talk whatever we want, to say whatever we want? We need to create bridges and not walls, okay? This is the 17th principle of this book. Try honestly to look things from the standpoint of the other, sincerely and honestly, frankly, okay? Try to put yourself in the other's shoes. Try to leave your comfort zone. Try to get out of your standpoint and try to look at things from a different perspective, because we are excellent when we split the atom, but we cannot split and destroy bias and stereotypes. So taking a look at things from a different standpoint is the most difficult thing we can do. And this is the top principle, which is make the others feel important. And once again, do that authentically, okay? Of this word authentic, sincerely, truly, it is repeated over and over again throughout this book. Make the other feel important. Make the others feel important. Sometimes realize that some people were important in our life when they disappear, when they die, or when they go away. In many companies, people regret their boss only when the boss has gone to another company. Husbands appreciate their wives only when wives ask for divorce. Okay, so please appreciate people before we lose them, because if you neglect someone, then you will lose them, okay? About AI, my company is 113 years old. We are in 90 countries worldwide. We overcame 2 world conflicts, 2 world wars. We overcame some subprime crises. We overcame the current wars, and if we had not been able to adjust our company on a constant base, we would have never survived. And we still believe, in spite of everything, that the most important connection is still the human one. So my invitation for you is every time you talk to one of your colleagues, every time you talk to one of your partners or to a customer, please act as if what you are doing would make the difference. And you know why? Because you will never know, but what you do, the way you act, really makes a difference. Thank you very much.
Sergio. Well, congratulations. Talking about making others feel important, I wanted to make a compliment to Sergio and say that his ars oratoria totally struck me. So he's going to listen to me from behind the scene, behind the stage. So now moving forward, we've got a keynote. We're going to wrap up this event with a 1-minute meditation. So please stay here. We're going to have the opportunity to close our eyes and be guided by Fabio, who soon is going to join us on stage. He practices meditation, has been practicing meditation for 15 years and was a really agitated person and was able to keep this anxiety and agitation in somehow. He's going to tell us how. A round of applause to Fabio Cutrera. He's the founder CEO of Business. So the stage is yours. I'm going to try to enjoy the meditation. Thank you.
Lo stress in azienda non è più.
Stress in enterprises is no longer a problem. Let me justify this sentence. Well, this is rare as a sentence. Three figures and the good news. These 3 figures have been provided by Ipsos, a research center that talks for itself. The first figure is 28%. 28% is the number of Italians who declare to have disorders related to their mental well-being, mental health. So stress, and mental health issues. And for the first time, Italy ranks last, or among the last, because 32% is the global data. Okay, so 1 person out of 3 has very important challenges ahead of them. But good news are over, because according to Ipsos, the Italian figure is plus 6% more. So in 1 year time, the percentage has risen. Italy switches from 22 to 28%. Now, you would be wondering, what does it have to do with my initial sentence? Ipsos asked these 28% of Italian people who declared to suffer mental health problems. Well, they asked Italians, how do they assess their mental health status? And this is the figure, this is the answer, 88%. So 9 persons out of 10 say, well, considering all, I'm more or less okay. This is the answer. Well, the challenge here is standardization of stress. The fact is, I'm quite okay, I'm more or less okay. Well, that's fine. And when you say that's fine, it means that you cannot sleep well, you have sleeping disorder, and so on. So this means that we are standardizing our problem, and we are seeing our problems as normal things. Great Place to Work is another company that talks for itself. 25,000 people being asked, being polled, and the first question was, well, I will help you with this chart. Let's see where we are here. 43% is the Italian figure. We are very far away from the Scandinavian countries, and we are very far away from the European average. This question was about the satisfaction on the job, okay? Great Place to Work, in my opinion, put the question in an incorrect way, because they asked Italian whether our job is excellent or not, in our opinion. They should have asked if it was a good place to work. A further question that cannot be misinterpreted. How do you evaluate your job, whether it is psychologically okay? And Italy climbs this classifying in this case. Italian figure is 38%. We have an unbridgeable gap with the benchmark. And we have also an unbridgeable gap with the European average. So this is not acceptable from a human point of view. Let's take a look at another thing. What about the productivity of a person with challenges, with problems, or with mental health problems? Well, this is quite intuitive. We are in the lowest part of the chart on the left. You can easily understand the reason. If I'm not feeling well, I cannot produce, I cannot be productive. So on one hand, the situation is not acceptable. On the other hand, the message we want to spread is that well, it's not good for you as a company to have people with problems in your company. So what happens to people? I'm going to anticipate this. I'm going to tell you this very straightforward. People are looking for a good place of work, for a good job. Okay, 22% is looking for this job in an active way, a good place to work. Okay, and almost the half of these people would evaluate another proposal, another job proposal. And I think that training is crucial, especially in the training summit, innovation summit. In fact, if you train, you can help your your employee retention. These surveys have been made in Italy, all of them. This is the first position is AI, but in the second position we have well-being and mindfulness. These are the learning and development needs. So 1 person out of 4 is looking for well-being and mindfulness. And what if I'm not feeling well and I don't find mindfulness in the company I'm working for? Well, I will look for the same things somewhere else. And I will make sure that the new company I'm going to work for guarantees well-being and mindfulness. Home business, you have probably heard of us here or somewhere else. You probably saw us because we are going to be in October in another meeting, the Wellbeing and Happiness Summit. Well, what we do is basically simple. We bring training advantages to companies, and we do that through meditation in 1 minute, 1 minute meditation, sorry. We want this to be efficient since the first session. Why is that efficient, and what are our main results? We preferred to use EY to explain this thing. EY is Ernst Young. We are going to use Ernst Young to explain the result of our company. And these are the results collected by Ernst Young about our company. If you are interested enough, you can visit us at our stand, and we will show you the complete report made by Ernst Young. So at this stage, I should have started with the most commercial part of my presentation. I should be telling you how fantastic we are, how good we are with our customers, and I should be telling you about our fantastic book translated into 11 languages and 170,000 copies. And I should be talking about Patrizio Pauletti. You probably met him. He is one of the focal points worldwide regarding this issue, this topic, sorry. So I would like to conclude by making a little meditation. Do you feel like doing meditation, or you want to see all my slides? No, okay. We are going to use this. This is a bell from Tibet. It comes from Kathmandu in Nepal, the capital city of Nepal. What are we going to do now with this bell? You can practice meditation being seated. You can do meditation with your eyes wide open or closing them, and I suggest that you close them. So put your feet on the ground. If you feel like, you can place your hands on your thighs. Sit comfortably, okay? Now, for some seconds, we are going to listen to our breathing. So pay attention to the way you are breathing. You inhale with your nose and you exhale with your mouth. Inhale and exhale. Breathe in and breathe out. Breathe in and breathe out. And the sound of the bell makes you feel in line, in harmony with yourself. With yourself. Breathe in and breathe out. Relax. Relax. You only have to follow your breath. Breathe in, breathe out. Breathe in, and when you breathe out, you can tighten your fist. You can close your eyes and then open them up. And we are here again. We have 3 gifts for you. Please visit us at our stand, okay? It was really good to share with this moment with you. Thank you very much. I hug you all.
Tanto io continuo a star con...
Well, I'm still here. I'm just waiting for someone to come, but no one is coming. Are you feeling good? How was this session, this short meditation session? Are you happy? Was it easy? In the meantime, I'm improvising until someone arrives.
Thank you, Fabio. You replaced me for a second. How was your session?
Com'è andata?
How was it?
Did you meditate? Thank you, Fabio. Now, moving on to the next talk, the next speaker defined himself, and he kind of said it as something secret, but it is a manager, lazy, stressed, tobacco addicted, but thanks to his personal experience, he transformed his life. So let's welcome on stage mental coach and expert of habits, Max Monaco. Please, Max, thank you.
Buonasera a tutti. Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for having me. Let's see if slides are working. Please allow me to do a foreword, to make an introduction. I'm a mental coach. The countdown has not started yet. Okay, I will use my clock. So I'm a mental coach, but I don't support positive thinking, because if you are always positive, you're not positive, you're just an idiot. Because humans cannot be happy all the time, cannot always be positive. We were born to have an alternation, a difference in emotions. Slides are not working. Now they are. Okay. So we were born to switch from being happy to being sad. And in fact, if sadness wouldn't exist, we wouldn't be happy in the other moments. And yet, some years ago, I discovered that we cannot be happy all the time. And yet, there is a human strategy, which is the easiest one to be applied, and it is at our reach, at the reach of each of us. This is the most powerful human strategy to increase the seconds of happiness in our day in order to be happier. And this very powerful strategy is the constant physical movement, physical activity, and especially running. If you run 3 times a week for 30 minutes, you can improve the quality of your thinking, increasing the biochemical aspect and standard of your brain, and you will be automatically happy. This feeling you get when you run and after you run becomes the tool that keeps motivating us, but you need to do things right, okay? I found this when I discovered this 24 years ago. I've been smoking for 20 years. I got to smoke more than 40 Marlboro per day. This photo was made on the day of my wedding, and I threw the cigarette away when I saw my bride was coming. After I smoked two packages of Marlboro, the red ones, I bought the light ones. Then I got to know a mental coach, and he changed my life. He helped me quit smoking, and he suggested that I started to run. So I quit smoking, and I never stopped running. And now I'm running ultramarathon in the deserts. And I never stopped reading books on mental coaching, and I started to attend the school for coaching, the coaching school. And on that year, in that year, apart from running kilometers and kilometers, I also invited my friends and my colleagues to run with me. And I had them in the most difficult part, which is not running along the streets. The most difficult part is unblocking, those biases in your brain that don't let you run. So I helped these people be fond of running, but the real seed was planted in 2004. I was working with these multinational, and I brought them to run this running. The company was awarded as the best one all over the world for the among other multinationals. I was impressed by many stories. For example, I will tell you one, the one of Marcello. This is the typical lazy person. This is Marcello when he said that he hated running. This is Marcello at his first half marathon, and now he is the country manager at LinkedIn in Italy. So I understood that I had to design a program and that I had to share it with the companies so that its employees could be fond of running. And after some years, I asked Marcello to use a pilot in LinkedIn. I was impressed by the story of Massimo. Well, this is Massimo getting out of my first motivational workshop, the transformation workshop I designed at the time. Well, this is Massimo when he declares that he hates running. Then I provided him with my method, the one that unlocks your bias, 3 weeks in which you train your brain and your body. After these 6 weeks, I forgot about Massimo, but after some years, he sent me this video when he's running. 11 kilometers and I'm still running.
Poi dimentico di nuovo Massimo e dopo...
Then I forgot about Massimo again, and after 2 years, Massimo sent me this selfie. This is Massimo in the Monza half marathon. You see, the one on the left is the same that the one of the right. Okay. The best thing is that Massimo has been awarded for the 2 years in a row as the best account manager in LinkedIn. He kept on running, and he was awarded twice as the best manager in LinkedIn. So I realized I needed to do something. So I designed this method, and since then I have the privilege of being welcomed by hundreds of organizations that allowed me to inspire hundreds of people, helping them where they need it. So overcoming the difficulties, the obstacles created by our mind. And I help them be fond of running. And this story, my story, and their stories were told, were written, were reported in an Italian newspaper. Why do these things happen? They happen because we are designed to run. Our body is an extraordinary machine, and it has been designed to stand still and to run. We have 650 muscles, 250 tendons, and 200 bones. The femur and the other bones in our legs have been designed to stand still and to run. Our backbone, our spine, rests when we stand, okay? Please, raise the volume and stand up, stand up. Stand up, okay? I want to see you standing up. Everybody stands up. Now take your hands and try to stretch. Try to stretch. And when you think that you are reaching the top level, go up even more, because your body will allow you. Your body can still be stretched, and go ahead. And when your brain says that you have reached the limit, go ahead, and again, because you still have marching. And now clap your hands following the music and smile. 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 Smiling is free. And now, even if I know that you would like to stay here dancing, standing, sorry, please sit down and we continue. Was that cool, right? Yeah, so did you feel what happened inside of you? Can you feel it or not? You need a little movement. You just need to move your body to become happier, okay? So if you start to run, your life will change, and you just need 3 times a week for 3 sessions of 30 minutes each. Companies should make people run only for their well-being, because running extends your life. It prevents pathologies, and our company is interested in employees' health. Yes, they are. In fact, they create rules, they create laws to prevent accidents on the job. We talk about we talk about people dying when they work, dying at work, and we spend millions of euros to prevent these things, but companies still underestimate several aspects. And the most important aspect is that we have 1,400 people dying at work, but many more dying for a life without exercise, without physical activity. How is that even possible? I had 10 minutes ago. The most important thing is not making people move for their well-being, is making people move for their happiness. Because what is happiness for humans? Well, we are a biochemical machine. So with happiness, we release dopamine, endorphin, and serotonin. These are the substances, the hormones of happiness. If we need to be happy, we want to be happy, we need to release these substances. The same substances, the same hormones are released by cakes and desserts and smoking, because smoking and eating cake is good. But if we feel happiness and if we release these hormones by running and by doing physical exercise, we are happy in a better way. Adrenaline and noradrenaline, these are the stress modulators. They both train the stress management. So problems in life will not change. What will change is our ability to manage them, okay? So those problems will have a lower impact on our life. And on top of that, testosterone, which is the hormone of force, of energy, and of vitality, which is useful also in other situations. You know what I mean? And you just need 3 sessions of 30 minutes per week. Please run. If you are employees in a company, run. Bring your employees to run. If you run, you will have less discussions with your colleagues, and you will not feel envy for you will not feel jealous of your colleagues. You can do that. It's just 3 sessions per week, and running is the most inclusive sport. Everyone can practice it. It's not logistically complicated. You can always practice it. No other sport has these features. So how is it even possible that something we did when we were babies, and we were extremely happy when we were running, why this makes us feel anxious? Because we are taught how to have a sedentary life. We are taught sedentary life at school, at the office. Sedentary life is the first giant training course that is facilitated to humans, and then we become good at being sedentary, at having a sedentary life, sorry. So I have designed a course that in 2 hours unlocks the bias, and in these 2 hours we go back to be when we were babies. So I can unlock the worst bias, which is stereotype. I want to explain stereotype in a certain way, but please allow me to give the floor to Rosario. Please, a great round of applause for him. Rosario is Chief Human Resources at Ferrovie del Sud-Est. I worked with him on a beautiful project, and I'm also telling you that Rosario was my first customer in Gruppo InfoCert. Please, Rosario, go ahead.
Grazie. Thank you very much. Just a couple of things about the railway system of the southeast of Italy. We're part of the Ferrovie dello Stato, the national railway system. We are the biggest one in the Puglia region with 100 years of history, 1,500 employees, and we manage 370 kilometers of bridges, tunnels, and we have bus and train services. 800 people were hired in the last 5 years a company that has 100 years of history, as we said. A few months ago, we needed to start a new journey together, an important one. So I decided to organize a workshop with Max. A workshop that could be motivating and different compared to traditional communication. Here I am. So we did this workshop and we invited managers. There you go. We invited managers and other people who worked on buses and trains in different roles, and together with Max, we invested on people. So the message is, we're not doing something for the company, we're not doing something for the well-being of the company, we're doing this for you. You have something new for yourself, a new project, workshops, and then 6 months of activity for those who wanted to participate, from managers to more operative roles. This is the picture from the first day. We told them to bring training shoes. At the end of the workshop, you see the one wearing a jacket. He didn't want to participate, but then he wanted still to run wearing the jacket, though. We created a dedicated space on Teams with Max following us online. We did this project to go beyond sedentary habits, to find more energy for your bodies. And then we were all together running along the seaside of Bari, which is beautiful, by the way. And people who wanted to participate, needed to be ready for a 5-kilometer run. And the goal was to have all of our people doing something that is good for them. Think about people who work on shifts. A trained man, 24 hours a day with different working shifts. Think about how much time they have to train themselves. We also made a survey to see the results. Some important data. How was this starting workshop? Was it motivating? Would you suggest to the people to do it? The answers were yes, mainly. Did it have a positive impact on your private life? So we separated company life and private life, because I think that investment on private lives do have impacts on company lives as well. So we focused on the importance of these keywords regardless of people. So very quickly, I'll try to speak about very hard skill. Most people talk about soft and hard skills, but our body is the base for hard and soft skills. For our cognitive and emotional abilities, we need to start from very hard skills. Sometimes we forget that we need to invest on our bodies in order to allow professional growth. We still have some time. Let me show you this quick video just to show you how it went.
Guardate quello col giubbotto.
Look at the guy wearing a jacket.
Sono davvero molto soddisfatto per questa iniziativa, grande adesione dei colleghi, grande entusiasmo. Mi ho visto arrivare col sorriso sulle labbra, quindi direi che credo che veramente sia perfettamente riuscito questo percorso. Max è stato molto bravo e credo che da oggi Ferrovie del Sud-Est abbia capito anche che bisogna curare molto di più la propria persona per essere più sereni a casa ma anche al lavoro.
Ok, grazie Rosario.
Thank you very much, Rosario. Thank you for your speech. Big round of applause for him, please, for two reasons. For his contribution to our event and for being my first client. When I told him about my story, my idea, and I had no client yet. Thank you very much. We saved 1 minute and 20 seconds, which is a record for me.
Benissimo, passiamo al penultimo.
Thank you both. Thank you, Max. Let's come to the panel where training and education fails, the market reacts, a panel moderated by Antonella Coppotelli, who is the responsible of marketing and PR of Money.it. Antonella, the stage is yours. Back to your guests after this. Microphone, please, if we're able to activate it. Thank you.
Prova, prova, no, non si sente. Riproviamo. Prova. Proviamo questo. Giallo, magari il sole porta fortuna.
Sì, porta fortuna. Grazie, grazie mille.
Yes, it brings luck. Thank you very much, Joy. So after this moment of a physical and mental activity, back to the issues in the world of our jobs and work and training. This is a panel where we will be focusing, and I hope in a very pragmatical way, to deep dive in the issue of the problem together with Oscar Pasquali, whom I would like to welcome here on stage. He is the CEO and board member of Generation Italy. Please be generous in welcoming our guests. Thank you. Tiziana Nisini, Vice President of the 11th Public and Private Labour Commission, Head of the Labour Department League, Chamber of Deputies, Francesco Di Noce, Digital Entrepreneur and Business Angel, and as the and a member of the Vivi Investment. Just on a quick change. So here we are. Thank you and welcome. I would also like to thank the audience for their patience, because on a Friday, sunny afternoon in Rome, so we're here, and it also means that the content are absolutely interesting. So please forgive me. It's just a habit of mine. I have to start with some of the figures. Italy really is the left behind in our OECD with 62.3% employment rate, but it's just slightly above Costa Rica and Turkey. And now, if it's the highest data recorded over the last years, it's still very far of the Eurozone at the very bottom. So what mostly worries is the 33% of the inactive people. So it means that 1 person out of 3 that is in working age is not working and is not looking for work. So there are needs, and these are discouraging numbers and figures. Oscar, what do we need to bridge this gap and really foster the participation to the world, our industry of working? And as a CEO of a Generation Italy, you have a privileged observatory between demand and supplies of the workplace.
Sì, diciamo che...
Yes, the data that you mentioned is worrying, but we have positive data as well. From recent years, the growing level of employment in this country, which is a positive signal. However, that did not benefit all people in the same way. Young people and women, in the last 20 years, if we consider the major transformation of the labor market, didn't benefit from this and actually paid a higher price for crises like the COVID crisis. This is the starting point. However, there are immediate, tangible opportunities. With higher level of employment, the mismatch is also reduced in the labor market. We have 1,800,000 people that look for a job, but we have also 1,700,000 job positions that are not filled because of lack of personnel. That has been the case several times in the last years. So if we check these job positions, they're difficult to fill. We thought they were basically in the aerospace sector with very difficult journeys to achieve certain qualities, but no, we have something totally different. Sales, food services, digital services, the manufacturing sector, which is very strong in our country and still lacks specialized labor. So what generation does is being a bridge between these two worlds. People who are actively looking for a job and people who are looking for the right skills, for skilled people that can do a certain job. So we have high level and experience and short-timed courses. This is how we build these bridges. It's a major challenge because of needs and inactive people in general, but we have opportunities as well. And if we seize these opportunities, that can be very interesting, especially if we consider the lower demographic birth rates in our country. There are parts of society that are not very involved in this growth. Italian women in general, but women in the south of Italy especially. This is a major challenge for Italy and for single people.
Thank you, Oscar. Honorable Tiziana Nesini, you have been under the Draghi government. Now you are the head of the 11th Work Commission. You worked on the social institution and industry. I want to be very direct. Where does education fail? Or better, when does education fail? Education fails when it perseveres in its same mistakes. We are a country which is afraid of changing. It's really terrified of changing. And in education and schools, for too many years, we stood still. We are a country that, due to our culture, is still too anchored to old paradigms. And this has been a problem also in the world of education. It fails. Failure. In our country, failure is seen as something negative, as something, an obstacle that cannot be, as an unsurmountable obstacle. And there is the problem of falling down and getting up back again. It's a cycle that engages all of us. It touches all of us, also our younger generation, also in the business world. Failure, we punish a mistake, we disencourage risk, but we promote fairness, correctness. So it led to the needs, as we said before, the needs of companies, but also distancing our generations from us. So the world and industry of education is reaching an important achievement, because over the last 2 years, there's a desire to change. We don't have this fear of being stuck and standing still, anchored to the old paradigms. And why is that? Well, let's take the cultural model of other countries in the education, like the States. They see a mistake not as something negative, but they see it as a journey, like a path that is necessary to grow, to improve yourself. And it's both in terms of regulations, academic world, but also in enterprises. And in Italy, in our country, failure is perceived as something to be ashamed of, as guilt and not being adequate. And this feeling is being perceived by our younger generation, who are afraid of risking, of making mistakes. And this does not mean to be compliant with regulations, because they're a synonym of equity and transparency. We need to be working within a framework of rules and regulations, but within this we need to risk, we need to challenge ourselves, because when we experience a success, we never question ourselves. But when we make a mistake, the younger generation, that making a mistake is not wrong, you need to take risks. well, if you don't do it, well, you won't make it. And in the education industry in Italy, it's undergoing a true revolution because we don't have this fear of change, but it stood still for many, many years, and it led to a huge truancy, and it didn't lead them to a virtuous cycle, which does not have to end up in an open day, but has to be something that accompanies them from the very classrooms, enhancing their skills, their desires, but making them understand what the real needs of the market are. Because oftentimes I'm a mom of 2 teenage boys, so for them I wish their dream job. But this is not enough, because then we've got this mismatch and all the related difficulties that companies face in terms of inactivities and discouragement of our youngsters. We need to find a solution, the job that you like and the job that is required. And we need to do it all together. In the world of education, we need to work in synergy alongside with the business world without anything that is opposite to it, but also the families that are absolutely not helping their own children. It's a long journey which has started, and we'll see the yearnings after many, many years, after the laws and the regulations in a few years, especially a set of experimental regulations. And therefore, we are convinced that change was necessary, because education as it was did not bring any progresses, neither to the workplace, but also had distanced our younger generation to the business world. So the synergy with the business world is to bring our children, our sons and daughters to the business world, and removing that sort of glass, the sort of bubble that took them away from reality. Well, thank you. We would wish to make a mistake every single day, a new one, to learn something new every single day. Francesco, talking about companies again, sticking with that, Oscar mentioned it before, the Honorable Tiziana mentioned it again, but as you are an entrepreneur, I'm sure you've had to do during the course of your business life, also with scouting, profiles that are qualified. However, the majority of times companies complain this difficulty. Well, you often highlight the fact that you are a digital entrepreneur. Talking about digital, can this be something that accelerates the fact that we can bridge the gap, or can this be a minus and then be considered as an obstacle?
As a mathematician, let me say that the risk is always present. So the risk that the digital world widens the gap and inequalities is there. We will explain that later on as a concept, but first of all, I think that it is an opportunity. We have seen many ideas and platforms and solutions in these days, when technology can help you with data, with research, with skills, when you train people so that they have more skills that match what the labor market requires. As Ms. Alesini said earlier on, this is what we should do, especially when we want to accelerate learning processes. We are used to study, and we are used to receive, punishments when we do something wrong at school, because something might be wrong. We need to follow a certain language. We need to study books in the right way. And I think that we should erase this concept. Training, learning, is not necessarily linked to a specific pre-designed way, which can work, but it has to be integrated with what technologies allow us to do as well. Yesterday and the day before, I've seen Virtual End, and they do many things, including an immersive experience for everyday life. So each one of us in everyday life can use certain tools, and thanks to such tools, WhatsApp, Facebook, and so on, they can have a sort of virtual assistant so that they can better learn something. So using this in an everyday life context can certainly reduce the gap that we mentioned. And I think that digital solutions are like electricity. You know, if you have a power outlet, it works, but if you do not connect all houses with one another, someone will be left in the dark. So we need to work and make sure that there is a sharing and democratic knowledge, including the platforms that I mentioned.
Yes, because the socket works only if the brain is connected. Obviously, well, time's almost up, but I really wanted to do a quick second round of questions with you, starting with Oscar again. Do you think that the mindset of companies should change and how to tackle this skill gap in an efficient way?
Ma la buona notizia è che
The good news is that it is already changing, actually. One of the trends that we see is this. We see what people can do after a certain course of study. Let me be clear. A few years ago when we started, you know, we train people that have no previous skills regarding the profession that they want to start. So one of the main challenges was to explain companies, when we introduced these people, the fact that the course, the training that they received, gave them a toolbox that was enough to start a career, even if they did something else earlier on in their lives, something different compared to that profession. That was difficult to explain some years ago. And that's because, you know, it's difficult to judge a person. Anyone who has gone through a job interview knows what I'm meaning. Technical skills and so on and so forth. You have certain key elements, work experience, studies, but when you don't have a lot of consistent working experience, you need to read something more in their CV, so their experiences, what they can actually do. And this is a trend that is growing. Companies didn't start doing it simply because they're good, let's be honest. They are doing it because of the lack of labor. If you cannot find the right people for a certain job, you start looking at things with a different perspective, including people that you wouldn't normally consider. However, with the right training, with the right preparation, they could work. I'm not saying that anyone could do anything, of course, that's not the point. But if you have platforms where you can acquire certain key skills, that can be a new beginning, enriched, of course, by all your previous experiences.
Thank you. Honourable Tiziana, do you think that the state should regulate the intervention of private institutions in training and education? It needs to do both. It does not only need to regulate, it also needs to facilitate things, stop this overlap of public-private, which has been a blockage to our country in too many industries, but it needs to favour that synergy between public and private, and as a matter of fact, between the world of education and the business world, because regardless of the measurements that the government is enacting, which are stopping the issues or somehow help in fixing some of the issues in the business world, we're working on a big change in the government. We can't think of putting measurements into action that are just making a sort of an answer to a short term. We just cannot look after change. We need to be ahead of change and be able to manage change. This major reform of school is important because it's groundbreaking, creating that synergy between the world of education and the workplace that we never had before. And it is doing so with a policy of listening and confrontation with all the players in the field. Thinking of the ITS technical schools strengthening, which led to the 4+2 years of school education. And now we have 4+2+1 years with 4 years of professional years, 2 years of technical school and 1 year of university. The person has technical skills aligned with what is required at age 20. This does not mean shorten times to have less competencies and be less qualified. But for these competencies to be put into to the work, into practice, so that the younger generation does not waste any time with curricula that are not required for the business world, with major skills and maybe with adequate salaries, because these are profiles that are sought after in the business world, because they are also accelerating and reducing the unemployment rate. Yes, we are at the tail end, but the situation can grow. After stagnating for several years, there is a positive trend which makes us hope that this is not a finish line, but a starting point to just improve. The business world and the market is changing so rapidly that we just can't think that after you create a regulation, you have to stick with it for like 10 years, because it has always been done and we've noticed that it does not work. Regulations are constantly changing and ever so evolving as the world of education, which needs to step up with the world of workplace and of the businesses and their needs and the desires. Sticking with this, I would like to wrap up quite briefly with a quick question. The digital institution for transformation. What are companies doing, just like the ones that you are part of, for upskilling and reskilling of the workforce?
Again, we start from training. I'll be very quick. 3 key points. First, teaching. Second, sharing. And third, analyzing and measuring the results. First of all, we need to teach. We need to make sure that, I'm very pleased by what Dr. Nasini said, we need to have digital education in schools. It's like the alphabet now, and grammar, rules. We need to teach that in schools, primary schools, and later on throughout the high school. And we need to share this knowledge. I have this book about digital done by money.it, which has this goal: sharing the awareness of digital knowledge as much as possible in any field. And the third point is measuring and analyzing, as I said. We have observatories that measure the state of the art in schools and in any training institute to see as quickly as possible what the situation looks like and keep it monitored throughout time, considering the elements that we mentioned before.
Great. The key word of this panel is education. So happy and fruitful education to all of us and all of you, because we never stop learning, and may this stick with us and continue helping future generations. Thank you, Oscar Pasquali. Thank you, Tiziana Nisini. And thank you, Francesco Di Norcia. Thank you all. Thank you, Antonella, for moderating. You can leave the stage. And very well, now the time has come of the final panel of the day, which Gwenda and I will be moderating. If you don't know us, we've got a background in HR. We've been HR recruiters for companies for many years. Do you confirm? Is it true, or am I lying? No, this is true, absolutely. So what are we talking about? So we're talking HR So it's a test of corporate business from just saying to working. So this is just like a job interview. What are you doing for your corporate well-being? Would like to welcome on stage Matteo Zompa, the Director Manufacturing of Philip Morris International, Stefano Bottaro, and HR Director of Avio. A round of applause to both of them. Now, next to you, Stefano, would you like to stay here next to Gioia? Does this work? Yes, it does. Great. Brilliant. Philip Morris and Avio, these are two companies with totally different business core businesses, but the HR topic is common to both. Stefano, I know that in Avio, HR was called the sort of resources of sort of garrison resources. Now it's only HR or HR for people team. So why did you change from this word? It's actually just a regular term. So we're talking about just a simple language, but changing from the sort of staff garrison to HR made you change your approach. Would you tell us more about that?
Sicuramente. Yes, good evening, everyone. Yes, I joined the company in 2018, and the first thing that I had to face in terms of changes was change of wording, because wording is important, as you said. Using the old-fashioned term that you mentioned was, very hard as a wording. So there was an old description that derived from the Fiat car company with a very structured and stiff structure. But we changed it with HR and HR management. And that's not the first thing that we have done. We've done several things. One of the very first things that we have done was taking care of training. When we deal with engineering companies, what we see is that you may find the best engineers in the world, as it was my case in Avio, but it is difficult for them to manage people, to manage a working group, especially when you have changes and you're not just a mere engineer, you're actually managing people, managing a budget, managing a whole team. So we started to invest in training very much through this program. Building the Future is the name of it. And we started to focus on the main pillars of training in Avio. So communication skills, people management, team building. And we did this with micro pills of soft skills to engineers. I'm referring to engineers because that's 90% of our workforce. But of course, we have other members of staff too. In any case, the work was necessary with them, mainly. So that was the shift.
Yes, they're super celebrated in certain situations, the engineers, but oftentimes it's bad on you. How did they take it? Did they get offended or were they happy?
No, devo dire che... Well, let me say that in most cases, as we say in marketing, 100% doesn't exist. But in most cases, they appreciated this because they realized that it was necessary for them to strengthen their position. And we introduced coaching and mentoring too. The first time that we talked about these two things in Avio, they looked at me as if I was coming from Mars. Because none of these things had ever been considered before when it comes to training and HR. So they appreciated it very much, especially the fact that we work on people. So it's not just about hard skills anymore. It used to be only about designing technical training courses, which is good, of course, they're necessary, but working on soft skills is fundamental as well.
I would like to say something. If those engineers understood that they needed education and training, it means that your recruiting department hired very well.
Di base, perché se sei, insomma...
Because if you realize that there's skills lacking, it means that you also analyze yourself and you understand your own weaknesses.
We managed to work with new people because we have 1,400 people now instead of 800. So the difference between 2018 and 2025 is that we have a remarkable shift in the members of our team and the people that we work with. So with a change of approach and mindset, because of course, people who have been working in the same company for 30 or 35 years are more difficult to train because they've been taught to work in a certain way, and changing their habits, changing their way to behave, the way they behave is difficult. But when you work with new people, you can do it easily.
Well, back to you, Matteo. If you would like to say the top 3 well-being initiatives that your employees like the most, making a list, which one is on top?
Well, picking just 3 is difficult because we have so many.
Sono al centro e sentendo.
But luckily, we are a people-oriented company. We call our strategy, our HR division, people and culture. So just to give you an idea of how we care about people. Well, the first one is a company restaurant. It's not a company canteen. We have 2,500 people in our company, so
Yes, also words here change the perception of things.
Exactly, so it's not a company canteen, it's a company restaurant. And pizza is fresh, so the dough that is fresh, so you can pick the pizza you want.
We're all gonna have dinner at your restaurant canteen.
Yes, every employee and every person visiting our company is surprised by the fact that we have a restaurant.
Consultazione con la nutrizione.
And also we can provide recommendations with nutritionists. Also we have a company gym with a medical center, so this is very important for the physical well-being of employees. And I would place in the 3rd place a peculiar initiative. We had an old facility in our company. It was like an old farm, and it was converted into a well-being house. And in this house we have spaces dedicated to employees, 27 clubs. We have facilities for makeup, for music, for sports. We have a library. So we give employees a budget. We give them some money, and then they can go there and they can perform the activity they want. They can cook together, they can read together, they can go to the cinema.
Yes, I love this thing, the fact that they aggregate with each individual's passion, but somehow they stay anchored to the company because they do it within that context. Very interesting. Thank you. Stefano, back to you. You mentioned this earlier about the turnover of your employees. You earlier mentioned that over the last years, your turnover significantly increased, and it was about 2%, but over the last years it reached 8 to 10%. So this means many people left and they keep on leaving. You said it quite openly, with transparency. What happened? What changed?
Credo che non sia un problema.
I think that is a problem can be experienced also in other companies, not only in Avio. The world has changed after the pandemic. I'm making reference to the employee turnover, not the workers' turnover. Regarding employees turnover, we had a turnover of 7 to 8 people who decide to change their life, to go abroad and to start a new career. After the pandemic, the world started because people, especially Generation Z, the one we talked about before, the most resignation come in people between 1 to 5 years of seniority, and there is and this data is given by the fact that people are no longer interested in the job they are going to do, because once people had a dream and it was working at our company because they wanted to work in the aerospace. Now we know that the best place to work is the place that gives you the possibility to work from home and to work 4 days per week. So time is much appreciated now, and we can see that in the interviews we have with new possible employees. In the past 3 years, the curve of resignations has lowered from 10 to 8%. We decided to focus on flexibility. We decided to offer more chance to work from home for more days, and also giving engineers the possibility to decide their timetable at work, the time they arrive and the time they leave, and also the chance to select some benefits, for example, a fuel benefit, also the company, restaurant. You need to focus and you need to leverage on these tools if you want to retain these employees from the Z generation. Generation Z, sorry. Regarding the pillars of well-being, of health, gyms, we talk about all these. We talk a lot about this, but we also decided to focus on the financial side of it, because in our opinion, giving financial pills to our employees could be an idea, could be a good idea. And I'm going to show you one case, because apart from the welfare, we decided to focus on other training sessions in which we explain the importance of preventing, and the importance of social security with funds, and also with the third pillars, which should be an additional social security on top of the integrative one. So we organize training sessions regarding social security, and the very interesting data is that some people decided to subscribe for or to apply for a form of integrative social security.
Let's say that this aspect is very important in terms of financial awareness for the new jobs that are different from the first that we had.
Yeah, the pension scheme is according to taxpayers, to the tax paid. And
wrapping up with you on mental well-being, 2 minutes to just stick with the timing. Because then it's our fault otherwise, not to the speakers, but the moderators. What real actions did you implement in Philip Morris for mental well-being, which is really a dear theme to you?
We start with physical well-being, then we go to mental well-being, and then the top of the pyramid would be self-fulfillment. Regarding mental well-being, every year in October, we have Mind Matters initiatives in which we wanted to work on the self-awareness, the development of one's own talents. We have an employee assistant problem with a cycle of psychotherapy sessions. They are free and everyone can access them. And there is also one part related to financial support for those people with debts, and they need to restructure to pay the debt.
Yes, because there is a nicely important link on that.
Exactly. If you are economically okay, if you are financially okay, you are also psychologically okay. And last but not least, we are also working on kinesiology, facial massage, yoga sessions, mindfulness, meditation. So we are climbing the pyramid until the top of it, because we want our employees to be okay at 360 degrees.
Very interesting. Restaurant, massages and makeup sessions that really attracted me. These would be my first top 3 choices. And I'm going to say the fourth, financial educations, because it's the most important one, because it might look obvious. We study a lot in school, but financial education is something that we should deep dive starting from a younger age. Thank you both, Matteo and Stefano. Thank you, Philip Morris and Avio. A round of applause to you. We invite you to get off of stage from that side. Thank you very much. Thank you both. Have a lovely weekend. Because we're almost there, another round table. A moderator you already know, LinkedIn top voice, journalist, writer, Filippo Poletti. A round of applause for Filippo. Certainly many of you I have read what he wrote on press, on newspapers every single day, because he's constantly present on LinkedIn, and this is not something taken for granted.
I always say that in the dictionary there is a mistake because the word success comes before sweat, and unfortunately on the job it's not like that. If you want to be joyful, if you want to be happy, you need to work and work. You need to be committed, and you need to work with passion, as it came out of this beautiful summit. Thank you very much.
Grazie mille.
Thank you. I'll leave it to your guests.
Thanks a lot. We are about to conclude this 2-day conference, and we are going to do that talking about diversity and inclusion, with 3 special guests. Esther Intile, she is the head of People Global Transformation at Enel Group. Thank you, Esther. The next panelist is Silvia Menghi from Ernst Young. She's Senior Management and People Consulting. She's an engineer. A great round of applause for her, too. And the last panelist of this session is Cristina Paternoster from NTT Data Italia. She is the Head of Learning, Talent and Growth. Okay. What about diversity and inclusion? Are they current and topical issues? Can we talk about diversity and inclusion while the rest of the world, another continent of the world, is going towards the opposite direction? Let's do this by listening to your voice. Here it goes. Our technicians are helping us framing the QR code. You can scan it and you can answer this poll, because this was a poll, okay? Are diversity and inclusion still important topics? People are scanning the QR code. Some of them have already answered. All of you need to answer, okay? We need all your answers. We need all your contributions. So please scan the QR code. And now the big question. Please leave the QR code there, because everyone needs time to scan it and to answer the poll. 3, 2, 1. I think that everyone is good to go now. So what is the most meaningful and significant challenge that you are facing in DE&I programs? Resistance to changes, measuring results, limited budget, efficient training. So you have 4 possible answers. And in the meantime, we are going to ask Esther Intile about Enel. Enel changed its paradigm. What does it mean for Enel thinking out of the box? 3 minutes.
Thank you, and thank you all for still being here this time. We know that it was a long afternoon. In November 2024, we reviewed the global policy for DE&I. We called it DABE, including the sense of belonging, because we thought it was important to consider equality and merit that each individual has. So we wanted to consider each individual as unique and to create a context in the workplace where there are no differences. We identified 6 clusters of people that we need to take into account more specifically than others, and those are parents. We don't talk about mothers or motherhood or fatherhood, but parenthood, which is shared, and it might seem taken for granted to say that. Then we have gender equality, intergenerational issues. We have 4 generations that work within the company, and so we have to consider how we can enrich our lives with dialogue between generations to evolve. Then inclusive language and diversity in terms of different abilities and disabilities, as well as neurodivergence. We've been talking about this since 2021, and those are recognized within the policy so that we could raise awareness on the topic. There are no 2 people who are alike, and with zero tolerance policies, we can create an inclusive environment where everyone can adhere to the group's values and can grow and evolve regardless of whether they're parents or caregivers or neurodivergent.
Ora vediamo I risultati dei 38.
Okay, let's now see the results of the poll. 38% is answering resistance to change. Is like that, Esther?
Change is always scary, and it's when you want to take a piece of iron and turn it into a sword, you have to hammer it, and that's never pleasant, but change can also bring results. So those that might seem to be steps backwards, it's just you taking a leap forward.
Wow, what a beautiful sentence. What a beautiful quote. You're also a poet, Esther. Now, Sylvia, let's take a screenshot of reality. You are an engineer, and engineers know how to model. They know how to break down reality and identify trends out of it. What's the status of inclusive culture in Italy?
Grazie. Firstly, thank you for allowing me this opportunity to be here. When we talk about the status of the ENI in Italy, we have many indexes that can assess this. If you Google it, you'll find a number of methods to assess and measure the level of maturity. With EY, we've done that through the European DNI index, and we tried to measure how each organization in different countries in the European Union has made progresses and what those progresses were and what the strengths were of an inclusive culture. So to answer your question, what is the status of the NI? Well, many companies have worked towards gender equality. So if we need to consider a subject where many companies have taken steps forwards, that it's this one, it's promoting inclusion and gender equality. Of course, we were talking about parenthood, and that's an important steps towards gender equality. In terms of progress that is maybe less relevant, that is being done in other areas, there are several, because many companies are not able to consider cultural diversity, so not only ethnicity, race, but also cultural diversity that might be present within the same country and within the same office. There's still a lot to do, and still 36% of companies has not taken concrete steps in terms of sexual orientation. And in terms of the topic that seemed to be the weakest from our research, which is an emerging trend, is disability. Our research included 9 countries, and we carried out interviews with over 1,000 employees. 60% of these employees says that they still need to put into place concrete steps towards disability inclusion. I don't want to spoil the results of the research because we will talk about that later, but this is one of the priority topics that organizations are considering for their DE&I agenda.
Okay, then let's now take a look at another result, at another data. You answered that one of the main problems is measuring results. So a company needs to measure what they do. Is that right?
Definitely. Right now, DNI is the most debated topic because there's a lot happening in the US, and we've focused a lot on measuring the diversity and representation parameters, and those were the targets that companies and organizations set for themselves. We are talking more and more about shifting focus to parameters that have to do with belonging, like Esther was saying. So we shouldn't consider it so much how we're able to guarantee diversity, because that can also maybe go against meritocracy, but we also have to consider the sense of inclusion and belonging so that that can be met at the same levels throughout across the whole organization. So this is a radical shift, and I think this is what will happen in the next few years in terms of what we're seeing in the US with the new Trump government.
New York, giusto?
And if I'm not wrong, you also lived in New York. Do you miss New York?
I did live there. I've always dreamed about coming back and moving back there. But after everything that's happening, I'll think twice.
only the 6% of Italian companies is developing a really inclusive culture. This is according to Cristina Paternoster. So if you ask Cristina, and if you ask Enel to tell you of all the initiatives regarding inclusion, they would never stop talking. This event would last hours and hours, because I can tell you that these companies are special when it comes to diversity and inclusion. So, Cristina, we'll start from one of your products, which is Syntony. And what does it mean? What does it mean to be in harmony with colleagues?
Filippo e ben trovati tutti.
Thank you and welcome here. That means that we step up, we show up for it. We are brave enough to talk about a topic that really needs to be discussed today. And it needs to be developed and measured. So thank you, Esther and Silvia, for your considerations. I wanted to bring an example about what we consider showing up. This might happen to you too. When we talk about inclusion, in itself, the word inclusion is controversial because it seems as if it's something that happens to other people, something that doesn't concern us at all. So what do I mean when I say courage and I talk about showing up? We talk a lot about inclusion, and so we asked ourselves, is there any case of discrimination in our company, or maybe instances where we don't use language correctly? So we've requested, we did a survey, and we did interviews, and we have, thanks to a colleague that I want to thank that works in the theater, we created a TV miniseries in the next Netflix styles with 5 very impactful cases and examples of discrimination. And we carried out webinars. They were very well attended, considering that we had over 800 or 900 colleagues attending them. Many of them were men, and I think actually male attendees were over 50% of the total. So in terms of assessment and measurements, we did notice the effectiveness of these initiatives, because at the end of the journey, our colleagues were very satisfied, and they were able to tell us that now they're able to observe these phenomena better, and they know who to talk to when they see them happening. So it was a resounding success.
What an amazing initiative. I don't know if you know about this Japanese company that also works in Italy. Now we want to hear your voice again, so we will launch another poll. Can you share the question? Okay, let's give an answer to this question now. Please move on to the next slide. Okay, the question is the following. What DE&I initiative generated the most positive impact in your company? Restructuration, inclusive policies, and training leadership. Go ahead with answers, and then we are going to comment on the answers. So you like the idea of Netflix. You like that option. You know Esther. You have already met her, but maybe tomorrow you are going to be a scriptwriter. Yeah, being a scriptwriter is my dream.
Giro veloce tra di noi.
That would be my dream.
Raccontata appunto un po' l'estero.
Last question. We have 3 very important persons here, 3 leading voices. Let's see what direction do we need to take in terms of diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Well, inclusivity and inclusion and uniqueness shouldn't just be an add-on anymore. It shouldn't be something that we need to tag onto other things. It should be the nature, at the very essence of things. It's something that should just exist and should be part of anything, something that we don't talk about anymore. We should be able to foster an environment where respect and our welcoming of others and respect for them is able to foster change, innovation. And of course, that's difficult because, as my colleagues were saying, in order to achieve that, we have to go through culture, and changing culture is, of course, one of the most difficult things that we could do. It's not just about having inclusive language, but it's more about how to change the culture. It's not just about an employee value proposition, but it's about having a cultural manifesto. It's not easy because, as I said, it takes each person to change and to be authentic.
Dobbiamo andare.
So what's the right direction according to Ernest Young? Many people talk about diversity. We are scared of different people when we do not have experience of uniqueness. I can tell you my experience. Every Sunday, if you know me, well, I spend time together with disabled people, and I can tell you that these disabilities are very different among each other. Well, you are scared of disability when you are not with disabled people, but when you are with disabled people, well, disability comes in a certain way part of your life.
I think what Esther was saying was amazing. This is a time where we should focus on stopping to talk about inclusivity. In Sanremo, we talked about women getting to the finals, and we're still talking about this because we're not at the level of gender equality that we want to be at. So our goal is to ensure that inclusion becomes part of the culture, that we stop having to talk about it, and we don't have to have programs aimed at that anymore. So for the future, what I see is a focus that is shifted from the topic of gender to the topic of disability. So physical disability, but also the inclusion of people with sensory or cognitive disabilities. And this is an emerging topic, and it's part of the subculture of Gen Z. And that generation, more than other generation, is developing neurodivergence and disabilities related to that. So we have to understand how to hire people and how to include them in roles that they can express their potential within. So it's important today to focus on this as a priority. We are doing a lot in this. There's a European Accessibility Act that requires us to review sites and portals so that they can be accessible to anyone. And then if I talk to the other topic of today, we want to personalize experiences. AI, we've talked about it in different forms, but it could help us personalize recruiting and training processes, and that would allow us to foster inclusion because it would allow us to bring personalized experiences and go beyond the principle of separating variables. So we would be treating all aspects together, so gender, disability, and not considering them separately. So we have a long way to go yet, but I'm positive. I think we need to change our storytelling. We've talked about this a lot, and we still should talk about it, but I think we should talk about it differently. Right now, there's sort of a dependence on this topic, and it's addictive because the more we talk about it, the more we lose interest. And I agree with Sylvia in terms of personalization, and I think that's important, but I think we should really ask ourselves, how can we talk about this in a more personalized and targeted way, in a way that's more engaging and closer to the needs of each person. I hear from colleagues and friends who tell me that they think that this is being talked about too much, that we think we're victims of a discrimination process, and that might be because our storytelling should be built differently in a more specific and targeted way. We've said this a lot today. This storytelling should be closer to each person and to our core as individuals and our empathy and our uniqueness as a person. It shouldn't just be a motto.
Poi è diventata
Here we have an economist who became a psychologist.
I'm still studying psychology. Yes, I did change careers completely because I think it's very important to work on wellness.
State sentendo tre persone meravigliose.
So you are listening to three marvelous persons, three magnificent women. So the results, let's take a look at them. What generated a positive impact? what generates positivity is network and training. Is that like that, Esther?
I think we should understand, learn, become aware, and remain connected to the context of relationship. And I think that's challenging, but it allows yourself to be positively challenged. So in order to change behaviors, we will have to do new things. So by listening to oneself and to others, and to be able to listen to others, then can we really foster an inclusive environment.
Network and training, this is what we need to aim at, is that right?
In order to change, as Esther was saying, we should really consider ourselves and reflect on what we do and the behaviors that we instill in ourselves and in others. So being aware is the first step. There's a lot of training programs today that are created to raise awareness on behaviors that managers or partners put into practice naturally that might somehow cause discrimination. So I agree.
Di Cristina. Cristina,
Last question is for Cristina. Cristina, we are being told that we need to do internal networking and leadership training. Is that right?
I agree. That's a key topic that we should consider because the leaders of today should be role models. They should be role models, but that's not easy because that's, of course, a wider topic. We don't have time today to go into that, but leaders are facing a crisis, so we should be able to support them in this time of crisis and a huge transformation. I think that's even a bigger challenge.
So I feel humbled for being here with you, and I feel humbled for sharing this session with three unique women. Please follow them on LinkedIn and follow all the initiatives they have for their companies. Enel, Esther Intila from Enel, Silvia Menghi from EY, and Cristina Paternoster from NTT Data. They are three examples for all of us. Thank you very much. Addressing to the photographers now, we are going to take a selfie, and I will ask photographers to get closer. They are going to take a picture of us while we are taking a selfie. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Ciao, ciao.
Grazie Filippo, grazie anche.
Thank you, Filippo. Thank you to our guests, and congratulations to Filippo for his enthusiasm. You always bring a lot of passion to this. Follow her too.
Anche noi un selfie, possiamo?
Yeah, why don't we take a selfie so that we can dedicate it to all of you? Let's turn around and let's include everybody in the audience.
Ragazzi, grazie mille a tutti. Ciao, grazie.
Thank you. Thank you. So let us continue with one of the final panels. We're talking about real projects. We are talking about projects dedicated to accessible learning of three companies, Amadori, San Camillo, and Italia Camp, welcoming on stage to moderate the president of Olympus Association, Daniele Verdesca. A round of applause to you, Daniele. Hi, Daniela. Stage is yours. It's all up to you. Welcome, and just call your guest. Thank you.
Intanto grazie. First of all, thank you. Thank you for resisting. Thank you for standing us. If you are still here, that's because you're very resistant, so a double thank you for you. I will now invite my guests to join me on the stage. Please, Andrea, come closer. Yes, hop on the stage. Stefania, I know you're here. So what does this last panel mean? Well, this panel comes before the next session, which is the awarding ceremony of Olympus. In fact, Olympus is organizing an initiative to enhance, to give value, and to create visibility for those experiences connected to learning that is accessible, inclusive, and and equal for all. You saw that in the previous panel. There are so many experiences around. They are like treasure. These experiences are carried out and launched in great, huge companies, SMEs, in small institutions, great institutions, but these experiences are fragmented. In fact, in northern Italy, they do not know what other institutions are doing in central Italy, maybe. And the effort we are making now is getting out, is abandoning this very local attitude and this attachment to local reality, and try to share instead the many experiences that are being made throughout the whole country. We are going to award the winner together with Stefano and Kevin, but before we do that, we wanted to share with you 3 tangible experiences, 3 tangible examples. We will start by showing you that inclusive and accessible training is systemic, can be systemic, and this training cannot be only connected to disability. It has to be connected with gender, with sexual identity. In fact, these cultural changes are bringing so many changes, are creating so many changes. Fabrizio 5 is from Azienda Ospedaliera San Camillo Forlanini, but please, Fabrizio, why don't you introduce yourself? Can you hear me okay? Yes. My name is Fabrizio 5 and I come from Azienda Ospedaliera San Camillo Forlanini. So you are from Rome, okay. And we work in 15 hospital pavilions, 1,000 beds, 3,700 workers, employees. So the facility we work at is like a small town because there are so many people there. I'm responsible for the prevention and protection unit, and I'm also the delegate for training in terms of as for security. Well, within this activity, I also coordinate the fire brigade, the internal fire brigade team. Now, according to law, we needed to do simulations, and we do those every month across the whole hospital. While we do these simulations, yes, we have prepared. While we do simulations, we also run activities, and in none of them we were supposed to burn a full ward. So when we realized that we needed to do something like that with Piazza Copernico, we decided to participate right away in order to take stock of such an activity. So it's a very different activity. It's a very different training from the usual training, because you have to deal with people on a wheelchair, with people who cannot move, and they are on the bed, and they are at bed. And these people cannot move when there is a fire, right? When there is a fire, right? Yes, exactly. We would have never had such an accessibility with our traditional features. So you use technology, you used virtual reality to make a training more accessible. Those people who couldn't move could perform the simulation by using virtual reality. Davide, please introduce your company, even if everybody must know it. What did you use in your company? What systems do you use in your company? Good afternoon. My name is Davide Pieracini. I'm People Care and Development Leader at Amadori. What did we do at Amadori? Well, we named our project Ama Learn. Ama are the initial letters for Amadori. The first thing we did was creating a training ecosystem that was structured and that was systemic, as you said before. We didn't want to create punctual initiatives. We rather wanted to to create a systemic approach, a corporate university, a constant program that can last over time. And on top of that, we decided to align the learning objectives of the company with the strategic ones. This gave us the chance to create more engagement among people. It allowed us to notice a certain alignment from the business point of view, so we could connect learning with the accomplishment of business targets, and it also allowed us to do cultural transformation. Well, this thing you're saying is really important because diversity and inclusion are always seen as something more, something that is not essential, that is not crucial. On the other hand, correlating these things and understanding diversity as a talent and as the possibility to propose a new view, a new vision is the real challenge for corporate people. And an additional point is the fact of diverse people involved in our company. Training has always been perceived as a limited group of people training themselves. We decided to make training diverse and especially yes, open to everybody. A training for everybody, accessible for everybody. So this is what we mean by accessibility. So training not only for the disabled and for other persons. No, training for everybody, and this is what inclusion is. So now, Stefania, we wanted you to be on this stage because this is a panel regarding diversity. It couldn't be only men. It couldn't be only us. So, Stefania, you are nice. You're a nice woman, and you're also co-designer of one of the projects presented at the Olympus Awards. Later on, we will communicate to you who is the winner. So you have the floor, Stefania. Tell us about your company and your project.
Thank you, Daniele. I hope I'm here, not only because I'm a woman, but because I represent a project.
Presenti, non ciò che sei.
Esatto. Exactly. And I represent a project which started from a systemic logic for which and through which 4 different entities belong together and co-design to meet a need of social inclusion first and work inclusion secondly. I am Stefania Grea from Manpower Group. I am Secretary General. The establishment I represent is the Human Age Institute. And with me, they're not on stage, but I represent the Italia Camp Foundation with Luigi Mazza, its Secretary General, and Digital Italia with Francesco Spanoli Fluo, he is the Digital Secretary.
Esatto. Cosa abbiamo fatto noi?
What did we do? So we answered to a notice from a Digital Republic that through the tender perspective last year wanted to create a Zoom on unemployed people. So those people who at 35, 40 years of age, it's a difficult age, they were not in the business world or had never been with significant experiences. And so when we put ourselves together, and the Manpower Group Foundation, a Human Age Institute, deals with work and social inclusion, and therefore we support the people who benefit from us, first of all, to discover themselves, to have another awareness of their own personal desire and professional desire. And we put them in contact with people who would like to work with us to do working inclusion.
So not the typical inclusion of disabled people, right?
Sempre, quando parliamo di
No, when talking about inclusion, we're talking about disadvantaged individuals, and they can be disadvantaged because of economic, social conditions, cultural conditions, for disease, for illnesses, for disability. But in front of us are people with professional desires other than personal desires. Sometimes people with an important background, and oftentimes with built this project, and we've worked not only in a systemic way with ourselves, but in a territory by involving 3 major cities, so 3 squares, Rome, Milan, and Turin. And we've created a digital training journey and empowerment on their own soft skills, empowerment on raising awareness of your own self.
And this is important because these skills thing cannot be performed by only one subject. Co-designing is important, okay? It should be many people designing together.
Profit.
Yes, we co-design, and then we've had the profit tender from Empower Group, which supports the partnership in a non-profit perspective. I'm maybe going to say something later about this, so thank you.
Okay, we're going to have another round of questions. So, Fabrizio. Together with the organizers, we decided to offer 3 examples. And this seems good, but it was not easy, actually. So, what main obstacles did you find? Well, the major obstacles were making sure that the whole staff understood the real target, the real goal of this program. And most of all the possible repercussions and consequences of the program itself on our daily activity. We also found it difficult from a technological point of view and from a logistic point of view in terms of, I'm making reference to spaces, making spaces available. You need to have the support of technology, and having the support of technology in the public sphere, in the public domain, is not always easy. But later on, we managed to overcome these obstacles, and we started to implement the program. From the point of view of worker satisfaction, workers' participation and involvement, I must say that all of them participated a lot. They felt involved right away since the beginning. So we can say that once you overcame the stereotypes and so on and the prejudice, you started to see tangible results. Yes, I started to see tangible results among students, among participants. What they told me was that for them it was the first time, we are talking about a virtual reality, okay? Well, for them it was the first time in which if they had made a mistake, for example, if they had burned, nothing would have happened to them thanks to virtual reality. So reality experienced through virtual reality created changes in behaviors. So the positive result was immediate. Yeah, I can tell that in a intensive care unit, you cannot also manage a fire. So it was difficult, but you managed to measure the result. Yes, and it was seen by everybody as a positive one, as a positive result. And in a public company, that is an excellent result. Exactly. So, Davide, what about your organization? You are a top level, you belong to a top level enterprise. Making sure that leaders see training as an essential, as a crucial thing, and that training is related to company goals and results. What was the most difficult thing? Well, instead of difficult, I would say challenging. The greatest challenge we needed to face was involving people, leaders, and our key people, directors of the organization. We had to spread the message that training is now a strategic goal to reach result on the medium to the long run. This was challenging, but Today, I can tell, and we can tell, that we managed to measure the final result. And the final result was people and people leader engagement, a very good one. So this was not a top-down approach. No, it was the other way around. In fact, people and people leaders gave us food for thought to design a value training, a training based on value with their coordinators and with their internal leaders. For example, this year is the year of the feedback. We are approaching the 360-degree feedback. In the first quarter, we trained all the people leaders. We collected all the insights, all the food for thought of positive things, of all the things that worked well. For example, innovating, training. We wanted to know by these insights whether the direction we took was the correct one, the right one. And after this quarter, we designed for 700 people. We designed another training to make sure that these people too can go to be trained, can be trained, sorry, and can have a training that is designed according to what their managers want. So they feel that they are involved, that they are not excluded, and that their boss has participated with them in the training. Well, yes, these people can see the fact that their managers have participated as well, and the same contents are facilitated to the people, to the employees, and to the managers too. Okay, Stefania, for you, putting so many people together, organizing it all, and scheduling it all, and putting in place this activity with old leaders who don't want to know anything about it. How was it difficult?
I'd like to start with the title of the project. It's never too late, because the title already wanted to convey a strong message. You never have to give up. Next to the training and digital alphabetization journey and empowerment journey, we've worked a lot on soft skills, on the emotional side of literacy, raising awareness, and we've also put them inspirational role models, because the professional lives of each and every one of us has never always a success. But oftentimes there are down moments that are challenging, but it is professional life, and oftentimes failure can be as much a learning as normal learning, and the most important challenging aspect has been that giving courage and telling people not to give up, but saying, hey, you can do it. And the most beautiful feeling, and the project is still ongoing, and we are in the final remarks, but the most beautiful emotion is witnessing, after 4 weeks of classrooms, people who actually blossomed again. Because if people don't start again from a personal point of view, you just can't include them in the workplace. And this was...
So again, people at the center.
People at the core, and the nice thing is that people found a job. And when the project started in early October, a year and a half ago, it was wonderful to find again people with a regularly paid contract. Believe me, for some of these colleagues, this was the first time it happened. Over 40.
That's it. Just like Fabrizio said, it has been difficult, but we've seen results. Just to wrap up, quick thing. Fabrizio, is there a future in this historical moment for all of this? The future is there. I hope so. I want to feel positive about it. And I am also hoping that the state participates in these activities actively, becoming part of this inclusive and equal and accessible community. Davide? It's not an easy time of history. No, it's not. But I think that having synergies in our own organization and with our partners, supporting us in our co-designing of such training sessions, which are defined growth and development sessions, by the way, is fundamental, so that we can create models that can be used again, made available for others in our country and in the world. DEI, does it have a future in this world?
Of course, it has to have a future, and we all have to believe in it. There is no innovation. We're talking Innovation Training Summit here. There is no innovation without the values, without social being. So it has to be there.
Thank you very much. Thank you for staying with us. And now, let's move on with Kevin and Stefano.
Thanks to our guests. Daniele, stay with us on stage. We're just gonna say goodbye to our guests, but because now we've got an award, the Corporate Learning, which is accessible and inclusive. So for this award with you, Daniele, I would like to welcome on stage the Vice President of Ecosistema Formazione Italia, Stefano Marchese. A round of applause for Stefano. I'll hand it over to you and to your award.
We are back here in the end, just like last year. Yes, exactly. We'll try to be quick, leaving enough room to the winner to this Sanremo Music Festival moment. Let me say a couple of things before that. This has been an intense day. Energy brings more energy, as I said this morning, so it's fine. Let me ask you something about this historical moment, the difference between the first and the second edition of the summit. Well, let me thank you, Stefano, let me thank Kevin. I've been with them from the very beginning of this project. We shared with them, with Olympius, this willingness, this desire to be known, to make people gather, and to make sure that people with talents and diversity as talents can meet. We did it with them. We started last year in Via della Conciliazione, if I remember correctly. For the first time, we have this award. Last September, we had another award together with the municipality of Rome. And today, again, we're doing this together. You've seen 3 of the projects that have been presented. Now we're going to tell you who the winner is. So we're giving voice to others. Again, we leave space to people who made an effort, people who gave value to other people. So together with them, we started this journey 2.5 years ago. And it's not over today. Today's just the beginning of another journey. Stefano will tell you something more about it. You will tell us everything about the news. I'm not going to tell you the news yet. I'm just going to mention a couple of points. We will be talking about something, so the logic behind it is to have a permanent laboratory regarding the topics of diversity, equity, and inclusion, and also technology. Starting from the award of last year with third sector players with specific knowledge, together with the award of this year, which is connected to company and company foundations. For this reason, we decided to give voice to 8 members of the jury. Some of them needed to leave, but we received their feedback before that. So let me tell this to the startups for next year as well. You know, it's Friday night, you know, some people needed to leave, so they will not enjoy Prosecco wine with us later on. But anyway, we understand that. And I promised to be quick, so let me just mention a few people. It's important for us to thank all people who participated for their projects in their role as members of the jury and their approach to companies. There have been various projects, and now we are going to start with the first one that we want to call. It's been on stage here with us. Stefania, where are you? I cannot see you anymore. Stefania Gre, there you are. The first project that received a special award from the jury is this one. It's the Never Too Late. Join us, please. You're here for what you represent, not for who you are, only for the project that you brought forward and for your ability to put different people together, working together So the jury decided to choose your project as a project that is worth a special merit. So thank you very much. Quick picture. Thank you very much. Thank you. And now, the second one that should be rewarded. And the second one is another special award for Aruba for introducing this project on systemic sustainability and accessibility within its own organizational chart. It's coming. You needed some time with the theme to arrive here. So again, we wanted to reward Aruba based on the same logic that we said before. What they did was not just a one-time action. They used their technology, as Aruba is one of the leaders in Italy and beyond, and they made the most of what they could do in terms of accessibility and all the technology that they had to customize several topics and make them available and repeatable, all of these topics, so that they could all be accessible in the company from the very beginning. And this is why the jury decided to give you this honorable mention, this special award. Last but not least, do we have music again? Absolutely. Last one, the winner of the main award is Specialist Verde. Alisa, come join us, please. For those of you who don't know him, Alvise, congratulations. First of all, let me introduce very quickly who is Specialist Stern, because we need to know about this international holding and what they do in terms of neurodivergence and their project. Why it has been awarded? Because they used technology to teach technology itself how to teach, how to give skills to autistic people, so neurodivergency. So they taught robotics and coding machines how to deliver this training, these skills, with more tools that are more available to this group of people. So this has been a project that struck the entire jury, all of its members, because we see that this is something that is not considered usually, you know, the world of autism. Making sure that programmers can be expert in programming and robotics is, I think, the great added value of your activity and of the project that you made come true. And that's why the jury decided to give you this award for your competence and for the way you brought all these DE&I policies forward. So congratulations once again. Thank you very much. Maybe a couple of words from him. Yes, I'll be quick. Just a couple of words. Specialist Stern is a weird name. We come from Denmark. It means we are the specialists. So we work in the labor market and we find solutions for neurodivergent people, especially autistic people. We try to do it in an authentic way. And the project that we presented is called Divertech. So a motivating and fun project, customized, aiming at finding new neurodivergent talents. And we're doing it with hundreds of people in this moment, and we want to do it in schools next year. Let me start with this call to action in case schools want to join us for this project. Thank you very much. Sara?
Dai. Dio ciao.
Ciao. No. Well, hi, it's important what Alvise was saying, because it really is a practical, inclusive project. And we're very excited and happy about this award. Thank you.
It wasn't too bad, right? Thank you very much. Group picture.
Grazie, grazie ancora, grazie specialista.
Thank you very much. Thank you once again. Thank you, Specialist Stern. Many others presented their projects. We'll try to continue with this observatory, laboratory. Sometimes knowing each other, sharing ideas, and creating synergies among different activities is more important than just a single initiative. And that's what we're going to push on very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. We're leaving.
Thank you, Stefano. Thank you, Daniele, for introducing the Accessible Learning and Inclusive Corporate Learning Award. And congratulations to the award. Then we have the Startup Showcase Award that we announced at the beginning of yesterday morning. To acknowledge this award, I would like to welcome the president of Ecosistema Formazione Italia, Kevin Georges. A round of applause for Kevin. Thank you. The stage is yours.
Grazie.
The world of startups is challenging. I've been there for 4 years, with pivot, with changes, and then I started with this ecosystem with Stefano. Then we continued what you have seen in these days. This is what we do. Startups. Startups receive a lot of insight, of input, and lots of no's. However, resilience is important in what they do. They try to innovate. The sector, in this case the sector of education technology and HR tech. In these 2 days, 18 startups have been present in the speaker rooms, and now it's time to announce the 2 startups that have been selected by the jury, the first one and the second one by the audience. Based on what? Based on different factors. How innovative their projects were, their solutions in terms of technology, with new and useful approaches when it comes to training, how scalable they are, how easily can be used in other contexts, and the impact that they have on the people that use it. So let me start with the first award given by the jury. We had the jury of venture capital. So the jury of venture capital and experts in the world of training and HR, including IPSE and other organizations part of this sector, decided to give this award to Documazzo. Marco Mazzini, where are you? We saw the data right after his speech, more or less around 1 p.m. So you have time for a couple of things about Documazzo. Startups are used to present the elevator pitch in a very short amount of time. 30 seconds for you. Yes, we want to be very humble. We want to create talents. So this is our challenge. And our idea is to build a platform that is going around the portfolio of this currency, skill wallet, AI-powered. It is collaborating with users, suggesting new skills, transforming their CVs into actual skills, allowing them to connect with companies and training providers to use this currency, these skills. We're about to launch it. It's a very ambitious project, so we need your encouragement before we start another encouragement. So thank you very much. A picture. I know that you need encouragement, but come on. And now the startup selected by the audience. It's not just about venture capitals, international ones, such as Bretai EduCapital, 14 Picks, funds that invest hundreds of millions in startup in education technology and HR tech. However, the role of the audience is important as well, because they can use these solutions. They can see if they give an added value to themselves, to their own organizations, considering the different startups that we have seen in the last few days, very different ones from B2B sector, so solutions for companies, to B2C, so solutions for individuals. Having said that, I have the pleasure to announce that Gamindo has received the award. Do we have Gamindo in the room? Yes. We didn't tell people that they were about to receive this award, so Nicolas Santin, CEO and co-founder of Gaminco, is coming. Big round of applause, please. Nicolo, you know the rules. 30 seconds for you as well. Perfect. Hi, everyone. Thank you very much for this award that makes me very happy. It's a plus, encouraging us to do something more for people. So what are we doing? We are ambitious. We want to use the game-based learning in all companies in the world. We have several ones now, big ones, including Aruba, that received an award earlier on. So 3 billion people in the world play video games, so we want to make training, instead of click and sleep so boring, we want it to be fun. So we hope to conquer the world with this. Thank you very much. Thank you, Nicola. Quick picture. Perfect. Congratulations. Having said that, this is another experiment that has just been completed with our awards for the Innovation Training Summit of 2025, Corporate Learning, Accessible, Startups, and HR Tech. We're going to collect all of your feedbacks to see how we can make these awards even more engaging. If you have any proposal, if you want to do what has been done with the Accessible Corporate Learning by the Olympus Association, we can do the same that we've done with them and introduce new awards next year. We are now wrapping up this day, so let me ask Gioia Nguenda and my partner Stefano Marchesi to join me on stage.
Grazie. Thank you, Kevin. Are you happy?
Ora impressioni, com'è andata?
What do you think?
Chi parte?
I had fun.
No. You don't look too happy.
Mi sono divertito.
I had fun. Just let me say this. Something that I didn't say yet, but we continue on the same thread, so this is something that I particularly love. Courage and success are the two keywords. Courage, which means that you have heart, and success means that you want to make things happen, and I think that we managed to do it again.
Yes, I think you're right. The data speaks for itself. Over 250 speakers, 50% of them are new speakers. I learned all of that by heart. Over 2,000 participants who sat here, over 50 sponsors. We have over 100 media partners. So we've had awards. We announced new events. I don't know how many you mentioned.
One of the activities of these 2 days at the exhibition booth is that if you want to create or co-create events together, come join us. We talk about it, and we add another moment in our tours.
That's interesting. So you could be launching a collaboration with someone listening to us?
It's much more because we have new ones. Compared to this morning, we added new ones, and I'll leave the floor to Stefano Marchesi to take care of it. No, I cannot do it.
Have you launched new collaborations? I don't know about this. You haven't talked to us about it, so I can't help you there. But if I understand correctly, in the past few days, you've made things happen and signed deals, basically?
Exactly. More synergies with you and with associations.
Congratulations. I knew you were going to manage it.
I don't know if with the cameras you can come closer. I took a picture of the booth of the map of Italy that you see outside at the EFI aisle. We managed to map most of the country. We confirmed Sicily. I didn't have the time to put a sticker on Sicily, but we have another tour in Sicily as well. Then we will have another one in Naples with Twinings. and Aruba. We will be in Rome again, in the entity headquarters with Pepli. And then we will do another one. We haven't decided the day yet, but it's going to be the third edition of the F1 Tour. The first one was about AI. This time it's going to be about game-based learning and edutainment. Next year, stay tuned, we will see. And then another surprise, and I'm very happy about this. Smart in Padua and Preply with entity data. I keep showing you the picture. With entity data in Rome, as we said. And then a few more surprises, such as Connectance in Milan and Rome, and Proxima in Genoa. Probably we're going to do it in December. A few of them.
In order to keep up with all your news, because of course we mentioned a number of events, a lot of content and new initiatives, how can we do that? How can we keep up? Where do we go? Is there an app, a social media platform? What is our to go for us to keep up?
Let's say that this is part of the feedbacks that we received. It's late now, but we'll invent something new for next year. This is the QR code that could be used for the speaker rooms. And this is the QR code with a link. So people watching us from home, you can scan the QR code. You see it like this. And you have all the information that you need.
Okay. I've already seen all the photos.
Videos and pictures have already been published. Thank you, everyone who is taking videos and pictures now. Let me thank the gallery. I'm not going to thank everyone now, but really, thank you, everyone. What else? We have a few more things that we didn't have the time to go through. Let me just mention this. The different delegations will let you know something more about this. And an important form that maybe you can tell us about. Yes, this is what we mentioned this morning for newcomers. The form that you can find if you use this QR code to share your research, your insights about HR and technology, whether it's private or public companies, in order to create shared and open databases to anyone who says, okay, how many training bodies do we have? What is the value in terms of financed projects? How many startups do we have in Italy in that sector? With all the figures, and so it's quality and quantity at the same time. And here, we will update maybe all of these links in the next few days. We'll send you an email to recap everything that has been done during the Innovation Training Summit and what is about to happen in the next few months. And also next year, 2026, because we have already some events in our schedule.
So if you're missing any emails, then you're screwed basically, because you have to read all the emails that you get from Effie, because otherwise you might miss important appointments and commitments.
The community is growing thanks to people who do their best.
Giusto. Volevo fare l'ultima domanda.
Last question. Considering the new Innovation Training Summit, which we'll have here in Rome in this amazing and very technological space, what do you expect that you'll be able to have more than what we've had this time? If you can give us any spoilers, what can we expect? Of course, ideally, what can you ideally expect? What would you like to have in the third edition?
Let me start from the feedback, and Stefano will tell us about dreams.
Yes, we have a more of a rational and more of a dreaming side.
I could tell you a little story. You know, sometimes we swap our places.
You have to tell us.
Stanno cercando di passarselo con gli occhi. No,
e non si può. Va
Caspita, allora.
They're trying to communicate with their eyes, but it just, we're not able to tell it at this stage.
Anything can happen and allow you to say this. Let me thank my mother for solving this issue beforehand. So big round of applause for Kevin's mother. Big round of applause for Daniela. So where should I start from? You can tell us about last year about the open or closed doors. I will tell everyone about that story in 5 years' time.
Molto chiara.
You have clear goals for 5 years from now.
Milan, 2 weeks ago. 3, 1, it was last week. Was it just 1 week ago? It was Tuesday last week, I think. Yeah. Anyway. A few days ago, we said, okay, we're going to be in Rome on the 3rd and 4th of April to represent Italy with other sponsors, BD, Develop, Gramelot, and Apprender. With these 4 sponsors, we're going to represent Italy at this further event. So, in case you didn't know it, now you know it. It might be an important piece of information. So we'll be in the UK, but you need the ETA visa to go there. He did it, of course, before me, Kevin, and he told me, well, you know, for some reason it lasts 2 years, and you should do it a couple of weeks before you go, before you travel to the UK now because of these new regulations. I think we were having dinner, yes. We were having dinner with someone else who supported us very much. The 3rd person of our team, I would say.
Ovviamente. Adesso la invitiamo anche qua sul palco.
Of course, we can also encourage this person to join us on stage.
A Stefano, Kevin e alle
Dai,
persone,
ci mettiamo un attimo
ecco.
da parte.
È il vostro momento, godetevelo.
Stavolta lo facciamo, venite un po' su voi.
Come on, join us on stage. 1, 2, Alice, Agnese, Luca, Claudio, Maria Pina, Chiara, Laura. Photographers? No, I'm joking. Why did you all run away? That's the beauty of being here live, you know. We did it again, yes. I'll be quick. I didn't understand what the problem was with my visa. Wasn't my passport expired? Well, not yet, but it was about to expire on the 13th of April, so we didn't have a lot of free time, but we needed to find some free time to take care of the passport. So basically, he had to run to Cuneo to get this new passport today. So maybe Kevin can have some time to rest, maybe, and go on holiday. And you'll see me again in another event next week. Have I done too much freestyle? Did you abandon me? Are you coming back for the final picture? Yes, this was the little story. This is it.
Insomma,
We just wanted to give you some time for you of the team to leave you to it.
Ascoltiamo.
So, wishes for next year. As we said, we listen to people's feedbacks, and we often observe, notice what you tell us. And one of the rooms was too hot. Well, maybe we'll reduce the number of people that can join. The first one is too noisy. We can move the coffee area somewhere else. We try to adapt on a daily basis with small actions, maybe, so that in just one day your feedbacks can be received and taken care of. There will be a feedback form that we take very seriously each year, and you're going to receive it with Ecosistema Formazione Italia and the Innovation Training Summit, and with your experience year after year. And what we have received so far is a lot of feedback, very positive feedbacks, fruitful feedback. We take care of everything, and this is what allows us to grow continuously and to further improve, which is one of our points of strength. And of course, this is dedicated to all of our team, our volunteers. Let me call Elena on stage, Simona, Sonia. With all these strong lights in front of me, I cannot see everyone. Our press office. They were running all over the place, Let me invite Joy and Gwenda to join us on stage as well. And now we have a ritual. At the very end of the Innovation Training Summit, we call... Wait, it hasn't been said yet. We need to say something before that. I'm not going to tell you another little story. It's going to be too long. Anyway, I'll be a good person. Anyway, let me mention the moderators that we had in all of our rooms. Maria Pina, I don't know where the others are, if they're still here or not. Anyway, it's one of the things that we added this year, their presence. Let me thank you for the crazy night that we enjoyed yesterday. We found different ways to match different communities with 2 side events here in the auditorium and the 2 happy hours 5 minutes away from each other. You will see a lot of pictures and things about it. Its collaboration is putting people and things together. That's the core of the summit. Let me thank the sponsors, the partners, the gallery. We cannot mention everyone who participated actively in this event. And we encourage you to join us on stage for our famous conclusion, the ritual, the end of the video in which we announce the event of 2026. Let me ask everyone from the bottom rows as well to join us on stage. From the front rows as well, please join us on stage, everyone. Big round of applause for Kevin and Stefano. Emma, of course, you have to be here as well. You've always been in the backstage. Flavia, please join us. Please join us on stage, everyone. The train is about to leave the station. One, two, three. Thank you, everyone.
Grazie, grazie a tutti.
Thank you, everyone.
Grazie.
Sei sopravvissuto?
Io?